Chapter 1264. Count me in. In the small room, a cold voice shattered the warmth in the room. Wu Yan, Yeju Shi, Xian, and Mei Jiao were shocked. They turned around to look at the source of the voice. What they saw shocked them. Outside the room, Tabichi Origami is standing there in her white pajamas. She is looking at Wu Yan with a calm expression. More accurately, she is looking at Wu Yan. Her eyes are filled with an inexplicable glint. Student Tabichi? Mei Jiao was startled at first. Then she was surprised. Why are you here? However, Tabichi Origami ignored Mei Jiao. She walked up to Wu Yan like there's no one else around. Wu Yan looked at her blankly as if she was afraid that Wu Yan didn't hear what she just said. She opened her mouth. Count me in. The repeated words woke up the other four from their stupor. After realizing what Tabichi Origami meant, Wu Yan put away his surprise and frowned at Tabichi Origami. Count you in? Yes. Yes. Tokichi Origami nodded heavily to express the authenticity of her words. Count me in. Why do you say that? Wu Yan looked at Tabichi Origami with a perplexed expression and he asked with uncertainty. You. Do you know what we were talking about? Yes. Why would he ask that? There was nothing he could do about it. After all, it was about the system and the summoned characters. Wu Yan shared this information with Yokosuka, Yuxian, and Mei Jiao. From an outsider's point of view, Wu Yan only held hands with the three elven girls. As for the content, other than Yeju Shi, Xian, and Mei Jiao, even if there were other people present, they wouldn't know. It's as if he saw through Wu Yan's thoughts. Tabichi Origami shook her head slowly. Although I don't know what you mean by the system, Dungeon World, and Silveria World, you seem to be making the three of them your summoned characters. They will follow you around and after becoming your summoned characters, they won't be able to leave your side and they will live and die with you. Is that right? Yes. Yes. I did say that just now. Wu Yan nodded his head but he still didn't look like he was ready to let go of this matter. And then? You said, count me in. Don't tell me. Yes. Tabichi Origami looked at Wu Yan. Let me be your summoned character too. Forget about Wu Yan, even Yokosuka, Yuxian, and Miku who just found out about what happened were confused by her words. Do you know what it means to summon characters? Wu Yan rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He solemnly said to Tokichi Origami, that's not as simple as saying that we'll live and die together. Do you think that summoning a character is like signing a contract or selling your body? Tabichi Origami raised her eyebrows and gave such an answer. Is there a difference? Wu Yan choked on his words. Indeed, from a certain point of view, becoming Wu Yan's summoned character is similar to signing a contract to sell your body. She shook her head. Dispelling this bad thought, Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Tabichi Origami. It's not that easy to become my summoned character. It's like a special ability. It will merge your life with mine. Do you know what that means? It means that if I die, you will die with me. Wu Yan crossed his arms in front of his chest in a threatening tone. Don't think this is a joke. It's all true. Is that so? Tabichi Origami nodded when she heard Wu Yan. Just when Wu Yan thought she was going to give up, she said something like this. In that case, can you add me? Huh. For a moment, Wu Yan almost didn't react. He looked at Tabichi Origami in shock. I said, do you really understand? It doesn't matter if you understand or not. Tabichi Origami's expression was the same as usual. She still responded to Wu Yan's words concisely. I have already decided to follow you. It doesn't matter if I become your summoned character or not. Naturally, if you die, I die. This is something that has been decided long ago. Don't be so quick with your words. Wu Yan sighed and he extended his hand. Forget it. You might not understand if I tell you this. Hold my hand. Tabichi Origami didn't hesitate when she saw Wu Yan's outstretched hand. She grabbed it without hesitation. Immediately, the same ripple and light as when she shared her memories with the three elven girls lit up the entire place. When the light dimmed again, Tabichi Origami opened her eyes. There wasn't a single ripple in her eyes. Seeing this, Wu Yan thought his memory-sharing spell didn't work. However, Tabichi Origami's words refuted his guess. System. Dungeon world. Spalier world. So that's what it means? Understood. Seems like I finally understand. Wu Yan felt like he lost a lot of energy. As you know, becoming my summoned character isn't as simple as living and dying with me. Even so, you still decided to. Yes. Just like how Yakuya and the others interrupted Wu Yan, this time, Tabichi Origami also resolutely interrupted Wu Yan's words. I will become your summoned character. You. Why do you have to go to this extent? Wu Yan couldn't help but feel anxious. I know it's important for you to repay your debt, but don't put yourself in danger just like that, okay? Wu Yan looked deeply at Tabichi Origami and said something that Tabichi Origami had to consider. You've shared my memories, so you should know why I came to this world. You should also know that the creation of the manifestation device is about to be completed, and I'm about to leave this world with the elves. You've become my summoner, so you'll have to leave with me. Don't forget, your parents are in this world, Shirori is also in this world, are you willing to leave them? The indifferent expression on Yuichi Origami's face finally showed signs of being broken in the midst of her silent expression. Tabichi Origami greatly valued her parents. She valued them so much that she could walk down a path of no return for them. Now, she finally witnessed a miracle and reunited with her revived parents. The future is starting to brighten. How could she be willing to leave this world with Wu Yan just like that? Besides, Shirori is also in this world. Thinking of this, Yuichi Origami lowered her head and remained silent. The three elven girls held their breaths and the scene fell into a heavy silence. Wu Yan didn't say anything and stared at Tabichi Origami with the three elven girls. As time passed, Yuichi Origami's eyes were filled with struggle. Until a certain moment, as if she had seen through it all, she took a deep breath and her expression became resolute again. Count me in. Hearing this, Wu Yan knew. Tabichi Origami won't change her mind. You will come back, right? Not sure if she was comforting Wu Yan or herself, Tabichi Origami said softly. Anyway, time in this world will freeze after you leave. I've waited for 5 years. I don't mind waiting a little longer. At least, I can be sure that they are safe. On the other hand, can you guarantee that you won't die in another world? Tabichi Origami used a cold and cruel tone. So, I will follow you. Wu Yan was speechless, but he had to admit that Tabichi Origami made a lot of sense. Seeing Wu Yan wavering, Tabichi Origami finally used her trump card. The use of the CR unit and display device is not something that can be done by referring to the manual. Tabichi Origami glanced at Wu Yan and slowly said, I think that compared to Itsuka Kotori, who has never used the CR unit and only used a portion of the display device, I am more suitable to teach the girls how to use the CR unit and display device. This time, Wu Yan was speechless. Wu Yan. Chapter 1265. After deciding to let Yi Juya, Xianxia, Mei Jiao, and Origami become his summoners, Wu Yan chased the dissatisfied Mei Jiao and Origami back to their room. He hugged Yi Juya and Xianxia and laid on the bed, listening to their breathing as he coaxed them to sleep. After coaxing the two girls to sleep, Wu Yan quietly pulled out one of his hands and tapped on the air. The system list popped up. Character, Wu Yan equipment points. 1, 100 item points. 5, 000 ability points. 1, 000 summoning points. 300 level. 85. Looking at the number of points displayed on the system, Wu Yan couldn't help but turn his head away as tears streamed down his cheeks. In order to build the base, he had squandered all his equipment points, item points, and ability points. In the end, he only had a pitiful amount of points left. Originally, building the base didn't require summoning points. Wu Yan had the most summoning points out of the 4 types of summoning points he had. But, to summon Yukari, he had to use up a lot of points. Also, this was after Wu Yan used some of the treasures in the Ring of Gold to exchange for summoning points. Otherwise, with the summoning points he had before, he might not even be able to summon Yukari. But now... Yamato, date battle character, one of the twin elves who has the ability to control the wind. Originally, it was the same elf as the other twin elf, but its original form, Yamato, had split into two individuals in the emergence. Its consciousness is independent, and its identification name is Berserker. 9,000 summoning points. Ba Wu Shi Xian. Character from Date Battle. One of the twin fairies who has the ability to control wind. Originally, it was the same sprite as the other twin sprite, but its original body, Ba Wu, had split into two individuals in the emergence. Its consciousness was independent, and its identification name was Berserker. 9,000 summoning points. Night Tempter Mei Jiao. Character from Date Battle. A fairy who has the ability to control sound. She was originally a human. Later, she was given a spirit crystal and became a fairy. Become a sprite with the identification name, Diva. 9,000 summoning points. Origami Kite. Character from Date Battle. Originally, she was a member of the Land Self-Defense Force, AST. Later, she quit AST and joined Ratisker. She has one of the top 3 magicians in the world. She has her own personal CR unit, Mordred. 9,500 summoning points. If he wanted to summon all 4 new summoning points, he would have to spend 36,500 summoning points. Wu Yan only has a meager 300 summoning points left. So poor. It couldn't be any more shabby. Summoning points. Even the other 3 points were extremely shabby. Ugh. Wu Yan put away the system list and he face-bombed. He was conflicted. Even though he already knew that his remaining points are very pitiful, he didn't really care about it. After all, the current him had the ability, equipment and tools. He also had a whole group of people to summon, and each of them was a beautiful woman. The number of points he had didn't affect him much. But now when he really needed them, how could such a poor summoning points be of any use? Of course, there were still a lot of treasures in the Ring of Gold. If he turned them all into the system, he could get a lot of summoning points. But Wu Yan had always treated the treasures in the Ring of Gold as emergency items. When he summoned Yukari, he couldn't summon her without the treasures in the Ring of Gold. Therefore, even though he knew he wasn't that poor yet, if he kept relying on the treasures in the Ring of Gold like this, it would be troublesome if he really needed to use the points in the Ring of Gold. Was it time for him to earn some points? Wu Yan muttered. System, I seem to be short of summoning points. Say, when are you going to give me a sudden mission? In the end, Wu Yan's mumbling attracted the system's obedient response. User, the current dungeon world cannot detect a sudden mission. If user is short of summoning points, user is advised to enter the next dungeon world to complete the mission. Alright. When he heard the system's response, Wu Yan was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he slapped his thigh, forgetting that he was still holding Yi Juya's thigh. With this slap, there was a crisp sound and a soft sensation in the air and in the hand at the same time, accompanied by Yakuya's small cry of pain. Wu Yan was startled. He looked at Yi Juya, who was frowning in dissatisfaction. It seemed like he was about to wake up. He quickly patted Yi Juya's back. Not long after, Yakuya's frown faded away, revealing a peaceful sleeping face. He rubbed his head against Wu Yan's chest a few times with a serene smile on his face. Then, he went back to sleep. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief and shook his head with a bitter smile. After some hesitation, Wu Yan asked, System, when I am in another dungeon world, will the time in this dungeon world be frozen as well? Yes. The system answered without any hesitation. Wu Yan furrowed his brows. Obviously, he didn't want the time in this dungeon world to be frozen as well. Right now, the display device was still being manufactured, and it would probably take some time for it to be completed. Since Will Scott's arm had been chopped off by himself, he could only return to the DEM's headquarters and use the highest performance display device to reattach his severed arm. In other words, during this period of time, staying in Tiangong City could be considered as having nothing to do. If possible, Wu Yan wanted to do dungeon missions to earn points while maintaining the flow of time in this dungeon world. When he returned, the display device would be completed. That would be the best situation. However, completing a dungeon mission was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. Come to think of it, by the time that the display device was completed, Well, Scott would have recovered and the possibility of him being in another dungeon world would be extremely high. If that was the case, Wu Yan didn't want to leave the girls here alone. System. Thinking of this, Wu Yan asked tentatively, "Can you maintain the flow of time in this dungeon world but not too fast so that I have enough time to complete the dungeon mission in the other dungeon world?" When this question was asked, it seemed like even the system didn't expect it. In any case, Wu Yan didn't wait for the system to answer directly. After a while, the mechanical voice of the system gradually echoed in Wu Yan's mind. In the system's rules, there is no denial of the user's suggestion. After the system's own judgment, the user's suggestion is feasible. The system will adjust the relevant rules. The contents of the adjustment are as follows. If the user is in the main world or dungeon world and the user has a summoned character in another dungeon world, the flow of time in that dungeon world will be unfrozen. The specific flow of time will be based on the flow of time in the main world and the dungeon world the user is in. It will be 1%. Hearing this, Wu Yan scratched his cheek. In other words, if I go to another dungeon world and the user has a summoned character in that dungeon world, the flow of time in that dungeon world will be the same as the main world. It will be 101, right? Yes, if the user goes to another dungeon world and spends 100 days in that dungeon world, the difference between the dungeon world and the main world will only be 1 day. That's not bad. At this moment, Wu Yan felt satisfied and relaxed. Since he could go to another dungeon world to earn points and slow down the flow of time between this dungeon world and the main world, it was not a bad choice. If that's the case, when he returns, the display device should be almost complete. After making up his mind, Wu Yan kissed Yejuya and Xianxia on the forehead and closed his eyes. I'll say goodbye to the girls tomorrow and go to the other dungeon world. Chapter 1266. Going to another dungeon world? The next day, at the dining table, Wu Yan told the girls about the decision he made last night while Shirori went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The girls couldn't help but gasp in surprise. "Why are you all so loud?" Wu Yan sneaked a peek into the kitchen and after making sure Shirori didn't find anything, he let out a sigh of relief. He rolled his eyes at the girls in the room. Yeguya, Yuhan, Miku, and Origami are fine since they just found out about us. But Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino, why are you all so surprised? How can we not be surprised? Kotori glared at Wu Yan and lowered her voice. Isn't it too sudden to suggest going to another dungeon world? It's not that sudden. Wu Yan took a bite of his bread and waved his hand casually. I'm the only one going, you don't have to follow me. We don't have to follow you? The girls froze on the spot. Seeing this, Wu Yan explained the conversation he had with the system last night to the girls. He also told the girls that when he is in this dungeon world, the time in this world won't be frozen. Instead, it will be slowed down to 1% of the time in the dungeon world he is in. When they heard Wu Yan's explanation, the girls objected strongly to it. How can you go alone? What if no one takes care of you? Yeah. What if there's danger? Out Susama, I think it's better to bring some people along. It's inconvenient to go alone. I think so too. As the master of us Yamato sisters, are you going to abandon your slaves? Master, you're being too irresponsible. Honey, at least bring me along. I've never been to another dungeon world before. I'm curious. Why are you all so nervous? Wu Yan shook his head and rolled his eyes. Do I look like someone who gets into trouble easily? Let's bring some people with us. Kotori frowned. It's good to have someone to take care of me. I'll go with you. Origami declared in an unquestionable tone. My words now. I won't drag you down. This isn't a matter of whether or not we're dragging them back. Origami. Wu Yan turned his head and looked at Origami. Don't forget that you'll have to leave this world with us after the display device is completed. He didn't know when he would come back again. Therefore, I think you should at least spend some time with your parents while I'm away. Okay. Origami's unquestionable expression instantly collapsed, and she fell silent. Seeing that Origami had tacitly agreed, the other 3 rookies by the side hurriedly spoke out. Then let us, the Baowu sisters, follow you to the other world. I agree. Yi Juya and Shi Xian don't have parents in this world, so they don't need to accompany them, I don't have any special events recently, so I don't need to meet my fans. Going to the other world to sing seems like a good idea. What's wrong with the two of them? Is there a need to be so worried? Wu Yan heard Yijuya, Xian, and Mika's words and the worry in their eyes. He knocked on their heads. I didn't ask you to come with me, but that doesn't mean I'm going alone. Did you forget that I have Natsuki, Kanon, Nagisa, and Agurola with me? The other girls recalled that Natsuki, Kanon, Nagisa, and Agurola had been staying inside Wu Yan's body all this time. With Natsuki and the others, there's no need to worry, right? Wu Yan smiled at the girls. Besides, I need someone to watch over me. I'll be more at ease if you all stay here together. Wu Yan took out a gem that emitted a soft white light and handed it to Origami. Origami, this is for you. This is. Origami raised an eyebrow when she saw the gem in Wu Yan's hand. Spirit crystal? This was originally yours. Wu Yan looked at Origami. It doesn't matter if you want to use it or not. The decision is in your hands. You can keep it in case you need it. Origami fell silent. After a while, she nodded. She opened up a small tori and wrapped the spirit crystal in it before putting it away. Since husband has made up his mind, I won't say anything else. With Natsuki around, you should be able to rest assured. Kurumi looked at Wu Yan helplessly. But please be careful. Don't worry. Wu Yan smiled. The time ratio is 100:1. I spent 3 months in the other world and only 1 day here. Perhaps by the time I return, it won't even be a day here. Indeed. The group of girls' expressions also relaxed. I will take care of the display. Kotori didn't throw a tantrum. She gave Wu Yan a promise. I'll take care of it too. With Toka, Kurumi, and Origami here, I'm sure nothing will go wrong. Okay. Wu Yan looked at the girls and nodded with a smile. Before leaving, the girls prepared a lot of things for Wu Yan. There was plenty of food and water. Kotori even prepared some display device for Wu Yan in case he needs it. Although the display device won't be of much use to Wu Yan who has 103,000 grimoires, it's still a token of appreciation from the girls. Therefore, Wu Yan didn't say much and put it into the gate of Babylon. After preparing everything, Wu Yan told Shirori that he'll be away for a few days and used a small excuse to brush her off. Then, he snuck into his room and opened the system list. He clicked on the dungeon page and began to choose a dungeon. Of course, if he really wants to enter a dungeon, he'll have to pay points. Wu Yan was very poor and he didn't want to use the items in the Ring of Gold. He could only let the system choose a random dungeon. After all, he doesn't have to pay points to enter a random dungeon. Thus, after entering the dungeon page, Wu Yan opened his mouth. System. Choose a random dungeon. Beep. Initiating dungeon selection. The system's cold voice rang in Wu Yan's mind. Then, a glowing frame started to flash between the dungeon options on the list. Like a slot machine, it spun so fast that even Wu Yan couldn't see it clearly. After a while, it stopped on one of the dungeons. Then, the dungeon option lit up from the gray, unavailable, and became an option. Beep. Random dungeon selection successful. Dungeon World, Starry Dragon Knight, selected. Enter. Starry Dragon Knight. Wu Yan stared blankly at the options shown on the list. Wu Yan stared blankly at the system. Starry Dragon Knight? Which dungeon is this? Haven't you seen the original dungeon? Wu Yan felt a headache coming on when he thought of this. If possible, he'd rather choose a dungeon that he's familiar with. That way, not only would the dungeon missions be easier, he'd be able to act boldly because of his understanding of the world. As for Starry Dragon Knight, Wu Yan didn't even see the original dungeon. Wu Yan rubbed his nose and he mumbled in an embarrassed manner. System, can you do another random selection? The user can choose a random dungeon world. If the user doesn't enter and complete the dungeon mission, the user can't make another random selection. The system's cold voice sounded. If the user isn't satisfied with the random selection, the user can spend a small amount of points to cancel the random selection and make another random selection. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched. How many points do I need? Equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points are 10,000 points each. This world it is. Wu Yan said decisively. He didn't want to give himself time and chance to regret. He pressed the Starry Dragon Knight option. The scene in front of him blurred slightly. Wu Yan's figure disappeared from the room. Chapter 1267. The Aruxtran Continent. This was a continent that was shaped like a dragon spreading its wings and soaring high in the sky. On the Aruxtran continent, there were 5 extremely large organizations that occupied the continent for themselves. They occupied a piece of land and divided the territory of the Aruxtran continent. These 5 extremely powerful forces were respectively located in the center of the Aruxtran continent, occupying the heart of the dragon. Known as the Dragon-Raising Nation, the Lorimon Knighthood. Located in the south of the Lorimon Knighthood, occupying the body of the dragon. Known as the suzerain of the Lorimon Knighthood, the Sheplon Kingdom. Located in the north of the Lorimon Knighthood, occupying the jaw of the dragon. Known as the Siphoros Empire, the Arcanum Empire. Located in the southeast of the Aruxtran continent, occupying the tail of the dragon, there used to be all kinds of independent countries of different sizes. Later, 7 large cities and 16 other small cities united to form the alliance of Rovlock Industrial and Commercial Cities. Located in the northeast of the Aruxtran continent, the Ailu Peninsula. Including the Ailu Peninsula, occupying the wing of the dragon. These were the 5 great powers of the Aruxtran continent. They were colossal powers that occupied 5 different parts of the dragon-shaped continent. Of course, they occupied 5 different parts of the Aruxtran continent. However, the relationship between the 5 great powers was very complicated. There were high and low statuses, strong and weak powers. In the eyes of others they were colossal powers. However, in their own eyes, in their own hearts, there were some discrepancies. For example, the Lorimon Knighthood was a large nation that occupied the heart of the continent. However, it was suppressed by the suzerain Sheplon Kingdom. Obviously, the Lorimon Knighthood was in a weak state. However, the Lorimon Knighthood was a very special nation in the Aruxtran continent. Because this nation that was still weak had the beautiful title of the Dragon-Raising Nation. Unfortunately, whether it was the Lorimon Knighthood, the suzerain Sheplon Kingdom, or the other 3 great powers, today, they were destined to not be peaceful. Star Essence. This was a very special energy in this world. It was similar to the energy of Qi. It was also a necessary element for the life forms living on this planet to maintain their lives. On this planet, apart from humans, there was another very special race. Dragons. A real Western dragon. However, in this world the dragons that lived on this planet, although they had the power to be called a disaster like in the legends, their situation. But it wasn't very good. The reason was because of the star essence. This world's planet had a tendency to view creatures with powerful magic as harmful and eliminated them. It could be said that this was a self-cleansing effect by the planet. But what was unable to be erased was the dragons with powerful magic. Became an obsolete race abandoned by the planet. Therefore, the dragons could not accept star essence. They couldn't obtain the star essence that life forms relied on to sustain their lives. If you want to survive on this planet, you must have star essence as a supplement. If you are unable to obtain star essence as a gift from the planet, you will not be able to escape the fate of extinction. Under such circumstances, a special contract known as the Abayan Secret Agreement was created. Due to the planet's tendency to view creatures with mana as a threat, humans who did not possess any mana were instead the most welcomed life forms on the planet. They were born with abundant star essence, which was why the dragons had signed the secret pact of Abayan with the humans. The dragons were facing extinction, but the humans coveted the dragons' power. Therefore, the 2 sides signed the contract. The dragon used the contract to leave a mark known as the star engraving on the human's body. From the special route formed by the star engraving, the dragon would replenish the star essence on the contracted human's body. In return, the dragons will listen to the humans' orders and give their powerful magic to the humans. With the help of the star carving, the dragons that signed the contract with the humans survived and the humans gained the right to order the dragons. This is the most special existence in this world. Although not everyone can sign a contract with a dragon and become a person who can order the dragons, it is undeniable that this world is a world where humans and dragons live together. All of this is due to the star essence given by the planet. The dragons received the star essence from their masters. The humans, as the masters, provide the star essence. This had always been the connection between humans and dragons on the continent of Aluxtran. But today, the star essence of the entire world went berserk. That's right. Berserk. Only those who possess the star engraving and can see the star essence's dragon summoning could see it clearly. The world is changing. People, dragons, flowers, trees, earth, oceans. On the bodies of these beings, there was an almost endless amount of star essence that could not be seen by the naked eye. They silently rose from every living being, every piece of land, and every part of the sea. Like a swarm of bees, they madly gathered together and surged into the air, forming an extremely terrifying vortex that emitted an astonishing amount of energy. In every corner of the world, people, things, and things that could sense the changes of the star essences were all terrified. They looked at the star essences that rose from their bodies and then looked at the star essences that were continuously gathering in the air. They were at a loss and did not know what to do. What the hell is going on? With such a thought lingering in their minds, at the next moment, the humans and dragons who had lost a large number of star essences in their bodies lost all of their strength. Their faces turned pale as they weakly fell to the ground, terrified by the inexplicable situation that happened to them. For a moment, the humans and dragons on the entire planet fell into an unprecedented panic. Is the end of the world? That was the only thought left in the minds of the humans and dragons who barely maintained their consciousness. In various parts of the world, many important people who relied on their own abilities to continue their activities even if they temporarily lost the replenishment of the star essences looked at the surging star essences that had condensed into a vortex in the air with a solemn expression, not knowing what they were thinking. After all, only a very small number of people can calm down in this doomsday-like phenomenon. Among this extremely small number, there was one such person who had quietly appeared in an extremely dense forest. It was a dragon. It was an extremely elegant and beautiful dragon with long green hair and white fur. Its wings were like the wings of a cicada, emitting a green light. This huge dragon raised its head and stared at the whirlpool of star essence in the sky that covered the entire world. Its body flashed with a green light and its body gradually shrank until finally, it turned into an extremely beautiful woman with extremely long green hair and horn-like ornaments. She turned from a dragon to a human. She raised her head and looked at the star essence swirling in the sky. Her eyes were filled with confusion. She looked dignified, shocked, complicated, and greedy. Such a large amount of star essences. The woman sighed in amazement. If the Dragon Clan can obtain it, then even if they don't rely on humans, they should be able to survive for a long time, right? After saying that, the woman closed her eyes as if she knew she said something stupid. When she opened her eyes again, there was only a dignified look in her eyes. The star essence of the planet is going berserk. It even affected the star essence in the living body and caused it to go berserk as well? Planet, what is going on? This phenomenon. The woman narrowed her eyes and muttered to herself. Is it because the planet itself, which rejects life forms with powerful magic power, has sensed the existence of powerful magic power and strongly rejected the birth of that existence, thus causing the self-phenomenon? After saying that, the woman's eyes were filled with disbelief. If that's really the case, then just how powerful is this existence to be able to cause the planet itself to automatically reject its birth? The planet has a tendency to view creatures with powerful magic as harmful. It has a tendency to reject them. However, that is at most a function of the planet itself. Like a natural phenomenon, it is a setting of the world. But now, this natural phenomenon was like a chemical reaction caused by a certain existence, producing an extremely powerful change. This is the truth behind the star essence going berserk. Wu Yan, who didn't know about this, finally ushered in the most unwelcome journey in history. Moreover, the one that rejected him was the planet itself. Chapter 1268. As if he entered a pool of water, a wave of dizziness engulfed his consciousness. Then, he felt his body floating up into the air. However, this state didn't last long. Wu Yan's vision blurred for a brief moment. Then, Wu Yan felt the air around him returning to its original state after a second of silence. Have I entered a dungeon world? Just as this thought rose from the depths of Wu Yan's heart, the system's voice echoed and told Wu Yan the answer. Dungeon world. Xing Carving's Dragon Knight. Dungeon mission. Acquire. Mission 1. Enter Tokisaki Kurumi's Red Jade mode and use the ability of the angel, Zafkiel, to use the Bullet of 12, YOD. When the Mother of Dragons placed the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family in the Abayan Forest, she would obtain a drop of the first blood of the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family before he was born and placed in the Abayan Forest. Mission reward: 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points. Mission 2. Yet to be activated. Mission 3. Yet to be activated. Beep. User, after you have completed all the dungeon missions, you will be able to leave the dungeon world. When the first mission is completed, the second mission will be activated. When the second mission is completed, the third mission will be activated. When the second mission is completed, the third mission will be activated. When the third mission is completed, the user will be able to leave the dungeon world. Reminder, because the world of Xing Carving's Dragon Knight is very special to the user, the first mission is also a very special type of mission. If the user is unable to complete it, he will be forced to leave the dungeon world. The user will no longer have the right to enter the world of Xing Carving's Dragon Knight. I hope the user will pay attention to the first mission. In addition, I would like to remind the user once again that the time ratio between the dungeon world and the main world, as well as the other dungeon worlds that are not frozen, is 101. Therefore, the user can train in the dungeon world without any worries. I wish you a happy dungeon world. Listening to the system prompt that would repeat every time he entered a dungeon world. Wu Yan was only paying attention to the dungeon mission. However, when the system prompt was transmitted to his mind, he could not help but be stunned on the spot. To him, Xing Carving's Dragon Knight was an extremely special dungeon world? What was the meaning of this? With this thought in mind, Wu Yan more or less understood when he opened his eyes. Why is this instance dungeon world so special to me? In mid-air, Wu Yan slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that entered his eyes was not the blue sky. Instead, they were densely packed like green fireflies. Spots of light filled the entire sky. They were like bees that had gathered in a beehive, moving crazily. Although there was no buzzing sound, under their violent movements, ripples appeared in the surrounding air. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan was stunned. It was also at this moment that the scene before him completely changed. All of the green specks of light seemed to be boiling as they gathered together and gave off strange ripples. In the next moment, a fatal sense of crisis suddenly attacked Wu Yan's heart, causing Wu Yan's heart to tighten. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. Before Wu Yan could react, the surrounding green specks of light that densely covered the entire sky emitted a dazzling and terrifying light. In the sky, the star essences that had gathered into a vortex emitted a scorching light that covered the entire sky. Under the gaze of everyone in the world, it suddenly exploded like a star exploding. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a terrifying loud noise that was enough to shatter the eardrums of everyone in the world instantly resounded in every corner of the world. It caused the people and dragons that had lost their strength and collapsed on the ground to cover their ears with a pale face. They let out the most horrified screams in their lives and together with the loud noise, resounded through the entire sky. The scene of a star exploding occurred directly in the eyes of all the people and dragons who were watching the sky, and it shone with a dazzling light. People did not even know what had happened. The violent flash took away their vision, and the loud sound took away their hearing, causing the whole world to resound with horrified screams and panic horns. It was believed that if it was not for the fact that they had lost a large amount of star essences that caused them to fall into a weakened state, perhaps the world would have already fallen into chaos. The end of the world. These 4 words were deeply engraved in everyone's heart, causing waves of panic. When everyone was in a state of blindness due to the explosion of the star essences, at the center of the explosion, below, a pitch-black crack that was filled with ferocious eyeballs suddenly split open from the void and spat out a figure that flew out in a sorry state. It was Wu Yan who had entered Amethyst's Red Jade mode. At the last critical moment of the star essence's explosion, Wu Yan decisively activated Amethyst's Red Jade mode. First, he used the realm of being and non-being to offset the terrifying impact caused by the explosion. Then, without saying a word, he hid in the gap and avoided the continuous impact of the sound waves. With his waist-length golden hair fluttering in the wind, Wu Yan opened his eyes that had turned purple and looked at the star essences that were flashing in the sky due to the explosion. His expression was unsightly. This was also natural. After all, Wu Yan did not know that this planet had a natural phenomenon that treated all beings with mana as harmful and eliminated them. Originally, this phenomenon would at most not give star essences to beings with mana and let them die on their own. However, due to Wu Yan's body that benefited from the body of a true ancestor and the strongest mana cultivation method, as well as the super powerful mana that had been strengthened and purified by the magical pool water, the planet's tendency to eliminate beings with mana seemed to have been stimulated, causing the star essences to go berserk. This was something that had never happened before in this world, something that had never happened before. In the planet's past history, there were many beings with powerful mana, but no matter how powerful they were, even if an entire race was added together, they had never caused such a phenomenon on the planet. One of the reasons is that they were born in this world. Unlike Wu Yan, who came out of nowhere and gave this world a huge shock. Another reason was that their mana was not enough to cause such a phenomenon on the planet. Now, Wu Yan alone had caused such a violent reaction. One can only imagine how much magic power Wu Yan has in his body right now. However, for Wu Yan, coming to this world was a bad thing. At least for now. System, what's going on? Wu Yan stared at the star essences that were still fluctuating in the sky and asked the system in a hoarse voice, his purple eyes full of anger. Of course, if it were anyone else who had just arrived in this world and encountered a great disaster that forced them to enter the red jade mode to escape, they would have reacted the same way as Wu Yan. Although he was the true ancestor of vampires and could never die, and could be resurrected after death, he did not have the hobby of dying several times. It was natural for him to be angry. However, Wu Yan did not receive an answer from the system. It was not that the system did not answer Wu Yan's question, but that a vortex of star essences no less dense than the one before had surrounded Wu Yan. Wu Yan's expression changed when he saw the dense green light gathering around him. He was about to open up another gap when he realized that the star essences were coiling around his hands and feet like ropes. This is bad. While waiting for the system's response, Wu Yan, who got caught up in a moment of carelessness, widened his eyes. The next moment. Boom! An extremely violent shockwave spread out in all directions along with another terrifying explosion. The sky was once again covered by a strong light. Below the strong light, a broken body that had lost all 4 limbs and was only left with an empty shell fell down while carrying a remnant force. The star essence that was circulating around the body fell down. In the end, it fell into a dense forest. After a long time, the sky returned to normal. The vortex of star essences disappeared as well. Once again, the people were replenished with star essences from the planets and recovered from their injuries. However, the nightmarish doomsday scene had already been reflected in everyone's heart. It became a mark that could not be erased. Chapter 1269. The entire world was shocked. The entire continent of Arakostran fell into an unprecedented chaos. Even though the phenomenon of the star essence going berserk had calmed down and the apocalyptic scene had disappeared like a dream, leaving behind only a sense of shock, the people were still unable to get rid of the panic in their hearts. That was only natural. If it was just a phenomenon of the star essence going berserk, then at most it would become a hot topic in people's mouths. But the problem was, the phenomenon of the star essence going berserk also appeared on the human body and dragon body. It even caused people and dragons to fall into a weakened state and become fish on the chopping block without any power to fight back. Many people even thought that they were going to die, until the phenomenon of the star essence going berserk calmed down, and their strength returned to their bodies. They were completely unaware of it, and still stood there stupidly, looking at the sky for a long time without coming back to their senses. This can no longer be explained as a simple phenomenon. It must be treated as a deep threat to their lives. Moreover, this threat is aimed at the entire world. At this moment, whether it's the Knight's Kingdom of Lorea, the Kingdom of Sheplon, the Sepharo's Empire, the Lovelock Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Aspidar Sanctuary and other major powers on the continent, they all made the same decision. They must quickly find out the reason for the star essence going berserk. As a result, the entire world unavoidably began an unknown turmoil. What no one knew was, the center of the truth behind the star essence going berserk was the Lorea Knight's Kingdom known as the Dragon Raising Kingdom, a weak and small kingdom by others. The Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. This is a special academy located in the Knight's Kingdom of Lorea. It's an academy that specializes in educating and guiding the young boys and girls who have signed a contract with dragons and become dragon nurturers. According to the rules of the Lorimon Knight's Kingdom, all citizens of the Lorimon Knight's Kingdom had to go through a ceremony called the Youngling Ceremony, in the Holy Land, Abayan Forest, within a month after they turned 7 years old to look for the mother of dragons. Obtain the offspring of the dragon whelp. As long as it was in the youngling ritual. Children who are chosen by the dragon mother and have the aptitude to raise dragons will be placed in the dragon mother's body as the offspring of the dragon whelp. As long as a person has a dragon in his body, he will be called a dragon nurturer. A person who has the aptitude to raise dragons. There was a high chance that the ability to raise dragons would be passed down to the next generation. However, the chances of successfully placing a dragon whelp in his body was still only about 10%. As for the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy, it was an academy that nurtured rare dragon nurturers. After the star essence went berserk and calmed down, the star essence returned to the human body once again. Inside the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy, in the student union office, an extremely beautiful girl gradually recovered her body and slowly stood up from the ground where she had just fallen down with great difficulty. The young lady had long fiery red hair that reached her waist. Her eyes were as beautiful as emeralds, and her slender and delicate body exuded a noble princess-like aura. Her fiery figure didn't lose even the slightest bit of her charm even though she was wrapped in the academy uniform, making the heavens and earth lose their color. The gorgeous young lady flicked her brightly colored long hair. Her green eyes immediately looked at her own body, and she even tried to move it. When she didn't find anything strange, she murmured, "Has the star essence recovered?" The girl's name was Rebecca Randall. She was the student union president of the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy. She was also the strongest person in the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy. Not the strongest among the students, but the true strongest in the academy. Her strength even surpassed the teachers of the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy. Rebecca was a noble existence that was both beautiful and powerful. This noble existence couldn't help but lose all ability to resist like a normal person. She laid limply on the ground and watched as the star essence vortex mysteriously gathered and exploded in the sky. She didn't even have the strength to approach the scene. Thinking of this, Rebecca clenched her fists and raised her head to look at the sky. Her beautiful face was filled with seriousness. What happened? Star essence was a special energy that existed in the body of a living being. Its importance even surpassed food. Because the dragon nurturers signed a contract with a dragon, they obtained the star essence path that allowed the star essence to circulate. It was also the star engraving. Through it they could more or less see the existence of star essence. It was the same for Rebecca. In the past, star essence would only circulate between the human body and the dragon body. It also existed in the bodies of some living beings. However, it had never left the human body on its own and appeared in the air before going berserk. This phenomenon happened too quickly. It happened so quickly that Rebecca couldn't react in time. She was stunned by everything that happened before her eyes. At this moment, even though she was the student union president who was both beautiful and powerful, smart and witty, she still didn't know what to do. She stared blankly at the gradually dispersing star essence in the sky, and didn't say anything for a long time. However, this reaction was quickly disrupted. At a certain moment Rebecca, who was gazing at the sky, suddenly froze, a look of surprise flashing through her emerald eyes. That was because, in Rebecca's field of vision, she could see a green starlight flickering within the dispersing star essence vortex. It was as if a green meteor was falling towards the ground. And the direction in which the green meteor fell was precisely the direction of the Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Riding Academy. No, to be more precise, it fell into a dense forest not far from the Ansari Dragon Academy. That's... Rebecca's eyes lit up. Her intuition told her that the falling meteor had something to do with the star essence going berserk. Staring at the green streak of light falling into the forest, Rebecca silently memorized its location. Soon after, she abruptly turned around and left the student council office without a second thought. The Fianna Forest was located in the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. It was a forest to the north of the Ansari city. Due to the fact that the distance was close, the area was large enough, and the conditions were substantial enough, the students of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy would often visit this place for their own actual combat training or for the school's routine activities. To the students of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, this was a forest that they could not be more familiar with. This included Rebecca as well. She rushed into the forest as fast as she could and gradually approached the location in her memory. Realizing that the thing she was looking for might be nearby, she couldn't help but lighten her footsteps. Her heartbeat sped up as well. She tiptoed and soon, after pushing aside the tall grass in front of her for the umpteenth time, a lake appeared in front of her. It was a lake that wasn't very big, but it was very beautiful. The surrounding light was blocked by the tall trees, causing the lake to sink into a rather desolate darkness, as if it was in the middle of the night. At the same time, many green stars were floating around the lake like fireflies. They were emitting a gentle light while they floated around, covering the entire scene. That's... Rebecca was shocked when she saw the green stars covering the entire lake. Star essences? That's right, the stars floating around the lake were the star essences that the planet gave life on. Star essences are floating in the air? Rebecca didn't hide her shock at all. After all, star essences only existed within living beings. They were essential for life. If there was no special reason or man-made reason, the star sprite would never appear out of nowhere in the air. However, this also confirmed Rebecca's suspicions. The star essences going berserk definitely had something to do with that ray of light. Rebecca looked around the lake and had to admit that the scene of star sprites drifting on the lake as if it had fallen into a curtain of night was indeed very beautiful. However, her gaze was stealthily snatched away by another scene. At the center of the lake was a small tree. Star essences surrounded the tree. They emitted a green light as if they were covered in fluorescent gauze. At the top of the tree, a person was lying on top of the tree with a serene expression as if he was in a deep sleep. Around him were green stars that seemed to be protecting him. Rebecca gradually became absent-minded when she saw this beautiful scene. Chapter 1270. His consciousness gradually returned to his mind, awakening his sluggish nerves and gradually operating. Waking up from his muddle-headed state, Wu Yan slowly opened his eyes, exposing a pair of wine-red pupils to the air, flashing with dense confusion. A tingling sensation came from his head, but it made Wu Yan's consciousness return faster. It was not until now that Wu Yan discovered his current situation. He was lying on a soft bed. The first thing that caught his eye was a beautiful chandelier hanging on the ceiling, emitting a bright and beautiful light. A gentle breeze blew gently. The chandelier also gently swayed with the wind, making a pleasant sound like a wind chime. The surroundings were dim. Taking a closer look, the dim light was actually the setting sun shining in from outside the open window not far away. This is... Looking around, he held his head as he propped himself up from the bed. Closing his eyes, he started stimulating his brain that had entered a sluggish state due to deep sleep, trying to retrieve the memories from before he fell into a deep slumber. After recalling everything, Wu Yan suddenly opened his eyes. His face was completely covered in inexplicable confusion. Why did I have to enter Yukari's red jade mode, as soon as I came to this world to avoid a disaster? Who do I have a grudge against? When he entered the world of a star-carving dragon knight, Wu Yan did imagine that he would once again encounter a deceptive way of descending. Anyway, when he was in the magic catalog, he was directly assigned the identity of a rogue to descend, and when he entered the date battle world twice, he encountered the Spacequake and AST to kill him. Wu Yan didn't expect his descent to be in such a manner. He also didn't expect to encounter the most dangerous disaster in the history of this world. Is this star-carving dragon knight world a world more awesome than Dragon Ball? Inadvertently, Wu Yan thought so. It can't be helped, that kind of disaster, Wu Yan admitted to himself. If he didn't have Yukari's red jade mode to support him. With his current strength, even if he was not careless, he would definitely die in the first explosion. If it was because he was unlucky enough to encounter a rare disaster in this world, then it was still acceptable. But if it was man-made, the other party was at least a demigod. Only then could he create such a phenomenon. Encountering a demigod right after entering the dungeon world? Was he really that unlucky? He had no idea what was going on. Wu Yan could only ask the system for help. After getting an answer from the system, he finally knew what was going on. This was a world with humans and dragons as the main theme. The planet of this world viewed creatures with powerful magic as harmful, and the tendency to eliminate it. When he first arrived in this dungeon world, the calamity he encountered was only because he, who possessed super-powerful magic, had suddenly arrived in this world and stimulated the self-cleansing tendency of the planet itself. As a result, the planet's star essence, which was essential for life but did not grant life with magic, went berserk as if a chemical reaction had occurred. This caused the individual with super powerful magic, which was Wu Yan himself, to suffer the disaster of the berserk star essence. In other words, this was a combination of inevitability and coincidence, an unexpected disaster similar to a natural disaster. I can be like this? After understanding the truth of the matter, Wu Yan didn't feel too good. Is it wrong to have powerful magic? Of course, no one would give him an answer to this question. Wu Yan could only swallow this bitter water into his stomach. After all, this was a phenomenon caused by the natural inclination of the planet and Wu Yan himself. If he wanted to take revenge, was he supposed to take revenge on the planet or himself? That's even worse. Sigh. After sighing, Wu Yan shook his head and threw this matter to the back of his mind. He began to observe his surroundings. I admit that I was tricked, but where is this place? In the last collective explosion of the star essence, Wu Yan's body was blown up by the strong impact. Although he relied on the body of a true ancestor and quickly recovered to his original state, he couldn't avoid the shock of the impact and lost consciousness. He didn't know what happened after that. Of course, he didn't know why he was here. Lifting the quilt on his body, Wu Yan was about to get out of bed when he suddenly discovered that there seemed to be green starlight surrounding his body. This is? Blinking, Wu Yan raised his hand and subconsciously wanted to touch the green starlight. At this moment, the door of the room was opened, attracting Wu Yan's attention. Then, Wu Yan saw an extremely beautiful and noble girl with fiery red hair that reached her waist and emerald-like eyes walked into the room. The girl seemed to have noticed Wu Yan's gaze. She lifted her head and looked at the direction of the bed. When she met Wu Yan's wine-red eyes, she paused for a moment before revealing a breathtaking smile. Allah, you're already awake? The girl didn't wait for Wu Yan to reply. She walked to the bedside and sat down. She looked at Wu Yan with a curious and probing gaze before asking him with a smile. How do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? No. No. Hearing the girl's question, Wu Yan responded reflexively. Then, he reacted and looked at her with uncertainty. You saved me? Yes. Yes. Seeing Wu Yan's quick reaction, the girl couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The young girl was well aware of how great her charm was. It wasn't that the young girl wanted to flatter herself, but rather, all of this had been seen by everyone in the world. It was because of this that she was so surprised. In the past, people who met her for the first time, even if they're from the royal family or if they're from the same gender as her, would more or less show some inappropriate behavior due to her appearance. It's not that there aren't people like Wu Yan who could react so quickly and ignore her charms, but those people are usually in their 70s or 80s. They can be considered old people. The girl didn't know if there were people like Wu Yan who didn't seem to care much about their appearance in other places, but this was the first time she met someone like him. Therefore, her curiosity grew even stronger, causing the smile on the young lady's face to become even brighter. I am Rebecca. Rebecca? Randall. Rebecca smiled and introduced herself as she placed a hand on her chest. What about you? Me. Wu Yan couldn't help but scratch his cheeks. He was conflicted about whether he should announce his name. From Rebecca's name, it was obvious that the name of this world was very similar to the name of the Spalier world. Under such circumstances, his name seemed to be neither fish nor fowl. Moreover, if he announced his name, the girl would definitely ask him what happened, why he fainted, where he lived, why he fainted and so on. However, Wu Yan, who wasn't a resident of this world, couldn't answer any of these questions. In the worst-case scenario, he might be treated as a suspicious person. That would be the worst-case scenario. After all, Wu Yan wasn't familiar with the star-engraved Dragon Knight. He hadn't even read the original work. His basic knowledge of this world was obtained from the system. He was unfamiliar with the people and the place and was in a worse state than when he first came to the Blood Frenzy world. Here, it was better to use Rebecca as a breakthrough point and slowly understand this world before deciding what to do. Of course, Wu Yan wouldn't be able to give her any information. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he couldn't find anything. The only thing he could do now was to use his trump card. In a short span of a second, these thoughts flashed through Wu Yan's mind. In the next second, he put on a pained expression. He held his forehead and spoke with great difficulty. I don't know. You don't know? Rebecca didn't expect this answer. She couldn't help but be taken aback. She raised her eyebrows. How could you not know? This. You're asking me. Wu Yan laughed bitterly. This time, it wasn't an act. It was a real bitter laugh. He laughed bitterly at the fact that he was in such a predicament. Then, do you remember what happened before you fainted? Do you know why you fainted? Or where do you live? As Wu Yan expected, Rebecca asked these questions. Wu Yan's bitter smile deepened. He knocked his head and shook his head with a troubled expression. Is that so? Rebecca muttered to herself. Looks like you've lost your memories. Wu Yan cheered in his heart when he heard that. Memory loss, complete. Chapter 1271. On the other side, Rebecca had a vexed expression. When she saw Wu Yan surrounded by the star essence in the forest, Rebecca felt that the man in front of her had something to do with the star essence going berserk. Rebecca had originally thought that she would be able to obtain some information after Wu Yan woke up. Perhaps even the truth behind why the star essence had gone berserk. In the end, her only clue seemed to be that he had lost his memories. It seemed like his efforts were in vain this time. Rebecca sighed inwardly, but she quickly composed herself and looked at Wu Yan. If you've really lost your memory, then it'll be a little troublesome. I'm sorry. Wu Yan said it from the bottom of his heart. The apologetic look on his face is also genuine. Of course, his apology was mainly directed at the fact that he had lied to Rebecca. She had saved him, but he couldn't tell her the truth. All he could do was apologize. However, Rebecca definitely didn't know why Wu Yan was apologizing. She thought that he was apologizing for causing her trouble because of his memory loss. Rebecca shook her head with a smile. Don't mind it. It's just that I originally wanted to get some information from you. But it seems that it's not possible now. Wu Yan bitterly smiled when he heard Rebecca's blunt words. Then he asked her a question. Where is this place? This is the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Rebecca nodded in reply, leaving Wu Yan puzzled. Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy? It's the Dragon Cultivator Academy in the Knights Nation of Loriaman. It's also the academy I'm studying in. Rebecca explained patiently when she saw Wu Yan's confused expression. I found you who had fainted in the nearby forest and brought you back to the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy. You're now in a student dormitory in the academy. I see. Wu Yan sighed. He looked at Rebecca. I'm really sorry. Sorry to trouble you. It's not that troublesome. I still have some authority in this academy. Borrowing a student dorm is just a small matter. Rebecca casually waved her hand and explained. You don't remember anything now. I can't take you home. You should be able to use this dorm for a long time. I'm really sorry. Wu Yan could only smile bitterly and continue to answer like this as he shook his head. Following his movements, the star essences floating around him seemed to be responding to him as they jumped up and down. Seeing this, Rebecca narrowed her eyes thoughtfully and said half-jokingly, These star sprites have been following you from the forest. Many of them have disappeared along the way, but there are still so many left. You seem to be very welcomed by the star sprites. Welcome? Wu Yan frowned. He reached out and touched the star sprites. The star sprites that he touched immediately disappeared like bubbles. And no, you're not welcome. Wu Yan blurted out before his brain could process what he just said. Rather than welcoming me, these star sprites seem to be resisting me. Resisting? Rebecca was stunned. It feels like. Resisting. Rebecca listened to Wu Yan seriously and lowered her head to ponder. Star sprites are essential to living beings. They are essential to maintain life. Humans have abundant star sprites. That's why they can sign a contract with dragons whose star sprites are not self-sufficient. They provide the dragons with star sprites and obtain the ability to control dragons. Dragons also need star essence to survive. Although their star essence can't be self-sufficient, it can still accommodate the star essence of us humans and survive. I've never heard of star essence being able to resist living beings. Actually, you can't say that they're resisting. Wu Yan held up the star sprites around him. He watched as some of them disappeared and some fused into his body. Confusion flashed through his eyes. I shouldn't say that the star sprites are resisting me. I should say that something above that is resisting me. Something above that. This time, Rebecca didn't know what to make of it. Wu Yan smiled helplessly. Forget it. I don't know how to explain it either. Just think of it as some sort of mutation happening to these star essences and they're following me. But it's not me who's attracting these star essences. Is that so? I understand. Rebecca didn't understand Wu Yan's words, but she still remembered them. She adjusted her mood and asked. Then, what do you plan to do next? Me. Wu Yan scratched his head and shrugged. I don't know, but I can't cause you any trouble. This is the academy. The dormitory. I'm not a student, so I can't stay here forever. I can't say that I can't stay here forever. Rebecca said confidently. If you're a dragon cultivator, I can use the convenience of my position to help you apply for admission. You don't look that old anyway. Rebecca sized up Wu Yan. But you don't seem to have a star carving on you. You're not a dragon cultivator, right? Wu Yan fell silent when he heard this. Wu Yan learned what a star carving was from the system. It was the symbol of a dragon cultivator. It was a contract carving that was left on one's body when one was chosen by the mother of dragons and placed in a young dragon. Through the star carving, dragons could replenish their star essence from the dragon cultivator. The dragon cultivator could also use the star carving to obtain all sorts of convenient abilities related to dragons. Now that he had the star carving, he had proven that he was a rare dragon cultivator. This is a world where the main theme is the interaction between humans and dragons. Therefore, if Wu Yan is a dragon breeder, it would be much easier for him to do a lot of things. At the very least, he can use the excuse of being a dragon breeder to get away with it when using some special abilities. It wasn't that Wu Yan didn't have dragons. They weren't real dragons, but 2 of the 5 familiars in his body, the white dragon Scorching Flame and the black dragon Lightning Trap, happened to be in the form of dragons. Although it would definitely be a little special compared to a real Western dragon, it would definitely work if the black and white dragons were used to bluff their way through. As for the star carving, his arm would be covered in red veins when he summoned familiars. It should work if he used that, right? Since he had nowhere else to go, he might as well use the Ansari Dragon Academy as a base instead of running around in this unfamiliar world. With Rebecca there, it should more or less solve some of his problems. Wu Yan grinned at Rebecca and he said in a bashful manner, I don't really understand, but if you're talking about dragons, I do have. You have dragons? Rebecca was stunned, her green eyes filled with questions. But you don't have a star carving, right? My star carving is a bit special. Wu Yan explained, because it looks too strange, I used some methods to hide it. Is that so? Rebecca still didn't understand. If that's the case, can you let me see your star carving? All right. Wu Yan raised his hand and secretly channeled strands of mana. I hope you won't be scared. Wu Yan's hand was covered by the red veins and it quickly turned black. This. Rebecca couldn't help but take a step back when she saw Wu Yan's sinister-looking black arm. She looked at Wu Yan in shock. This is your star carving? Yes. Wu Yan withdrew his mana and returned his hand to normal. Isn't this star carving a bit too strange? Even Rebecca couldn't help but give such an evaluation. Even the hand turns black. I've never even heard of a star carving like this, let alone seen one. That's why I hid it. Wu Yan looked helpless. Rebecca smiled bitterly. Forget it. Since you're a dragon cultivator, things will be easier. I'll arrange for your enrollment. Sorry to trouble you. No, I have something I need to look for clues from you. It's also beneficial for me to have you stay. Rebecca blinked mischievously. Then, she seemed to have thought of something. She stood up, pondered for a moment, and smiled. But since you plan to stay, it won't do if you don't have a name. Roland. Rebecca raised her head with an elegant expression on her face. From today onwards, you'll be called Roan. Chapter 1272. After that, Rebecca asked Wu Yan all sorts of questions in an attempt to make him remember something. For example, why would Wu Yan's star carving be in such a special form? What was the name of the fall he was riding? What level of dragon was it? Where was it currently placed? Something like that. The dragon breeders named the dragons that had been placed in their bodies by the mother of dragons during the infant ritual but had become independent after birth as fall. Every fall of the dragon nurturer had a name unique to them, and each of them had their own racial form as their first form. For example, the winged dragons that could fly in the sky, the water dragons that excelled in water, the earth dragons that excelled on land. And when the dragon nurturer fall matured from the form of a pterosaur, water dragon, or earth dragon and evolved into a holy dragon, its master would be known as a dragon knight and receive the title of dragon knight. They would also be able to obtain a silver pocket watch from the king of the kingdom of knights of Lorimon to prove their identity as a dragon knight. Thus, becoming a dragon knight was basically the goal of every dragon cultivator from the beginning. Above the dragon knight, there was an even higher level, the Holy Sky Dragon Knight. Speaking of the Holy Sky Dragon Knight, one had to mention a special type of magical equipment in this world, the Holy Knight armor. It was something that the dragons that evolved into holy dragons used their own magical power to create for their master. It was an armor and weapon that possessed great power and power. The holy dragons used their magical power to create the Holy Knight armor and offered it to their master. It represented that they were offering their entire being to their master. It was a symbol of complete obedience to their master. It was also a symbol of the holy dragons swearing loyalty to their master. And when his fall offered the Holy Knight armor he created to his master would receive the title of Saint Dragon Knight, and become one of the noblest existences in Lorimon's knighthood. Even the most powerful knight order in Lorimon, the Holy Dragon Knights of Lorimon, only had about 10% of its members. They had the title of Holy Sky Dragon Knight. Thus, the title of Holy Sky Dragon Knight wasn't just a symbol of power, it was also a symbol of transcendence and status. In the knighthood of Lorimon, those who obtained the title of Saint Sky Dragon Knight had the same status as nobles. At this point, the title of Holy Sky Dragon Knight could be obtained. Because he could use the magic attached to the Holy Knight's armor and the inherent magic equipment, he could fight even without riding a dragon. Other than the Saint Sky Dragon Knights, even the Dragon Knights had to ride a dragon to unleash their power. And Lebecca. He was a Saint Heavenly Dragon Knight. After learning this fact from Lebecca, Wu Yan was speechless. He had just arrived in this world and he had already encountered the greatest disaster in history. The first person he had met was the existence with the highest reputation in this world. Looks to the Dragon Emperor to Lorimon the world. In the end, Lebecca answered many of Wu Yan's questions. She also wanted to ask Wu Yan some questions. Wu Yan didn't answer a single one of her questions. She couldn't help but feel helpless when she left. However, Lebecca seemed to have made up her mind. She wanted to find clues from Wu Yan about why the star essence went berserk. This made Wu Yan feel helpless as well. Forget it, let it be. Seeing Lebecca leave the dorm, Wu Yan laid on his bed with such negative thoughts. His eyes flashed with contemplation. From Lebecca's words, Wu Yan learned about the existence of the Holy Knight armor. It was a magic equipment that could transform a person into a transcendent being. It sounded similar to the display device used in individual battles, the CR unit. Indeed, whether it was the CR unit or the Holy Knight's armor, both of them allowed normal people to possess superhuman strength. However, the difference was that while the CR unit used technology to create magic, the Paladin armor allowed the wearer to carry magic to provide the inherent magic equipment and increase the wearer's strength. Thus, the wearer would be transformed. For Wu Yan, CR unit is as good as nothing. Up until now, he has never seen a CR unit that could boost a magician's power to Wu Yan's level. However, the Holy Knight armor was different. It's not like the Paladin armor can grant you the power to fight Wu Yan. Instead, it meant that Wu Yan, who already had a large amount of mana, could be equipped with the Holy Knight armor created by the Holy Dragons. He would definitely be strengthened in all aspects. Unfortunately, Wu Yan wasn't a true dragon breeder. He didn't think that there was a dragon with enough mana to create a Holy Knight armor that could strengthen even himself. It was just empty talk. If Wu Yan didn't have a system. Wu Yan closed his eyes and spoke in his mind. Is there a piece of equipment similar to the Holy Knight armor that can increase my overall strength? Yes. Yes. The system answered straightforwardly. But the system does not recommend the user to use it. Wu Yan, who had been overjoyed by the system's answer, frowned as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him.
Why?
Of course, there is an equipment like the Holy Knight's armor in the star-carving Dragon Knight world in the system. But the Holy Knight's armor in this world is also the most suitable equipment for its owner that the Holy Dragon created using magic power according to its owner's body. However, the same equipment in the system may not necessarily be suitable for the user. Even if there is an enhancement, the data will not be improved much. System, I remember that you've modified my equipment before, right? Wu Yan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Our souls are connected. No one is more familiar with my physical attributes than you. If I asked you to create such an equipment for me like the Holy Dragons, would you be able to do it? The system's voice sank slightly, as if it was a precise instrument calculating something. Then it gave an answer. The system has obtained the user's physical attributes. According to the user's request, the probability of creating the equipment that is most suitable for the user and can increase the user's strength in all aspects is 100%. In other words, Wu Yan's lips curled into a grin. Halfway through his grin, the system notified him and he froze on the spot. According to the user's request, creating the equipment that can increase the user's strength in all aspects. After calculation, the required values are as follows. D-grade equipment requires 1,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points. C-grade equipment requires 10,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points. B-grade equipment requires 100,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points. A grade equipment requires 100,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points. S-grade equipment requires 100,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points. Please make your choice. Wu Yan was speechless. Wu Yan silently opened his system list. Character, Wu Yan equipment points, 1,100 item points, 5,000 ability points, 1,000 summoning points, 1,000 level, 85. Looking at the displayed points, Wu Yan was silent once again. After a long time, he sighed faintly. The system is messing with me. None of his points had exceeded 4 digits. Among them, he originally only had 300 points. However, before Wu Yan left the Battle of the Appointment, he took out some items from the Ring of Gold and made Yajuya, Xianxia, Meijiu, and Kitsune Origami his summons. Only then did the remaining points increase to 4 digits. Looks like I have to use all my cards again. Wu Yan took out the Ring of Gold and looked at the items in it. He gritted his teeth. If that's the case, I might as well go all out this time. With that thought in mind, Wu Yan handed over all the treasures in the Ring of Gold except for the 5 demigod magic crystals to the system. Ding. Obtained 1020,000 equipment points. Ding. Obtained 1150,000 item points. Ding. Obtained 1010,000 ability points. Ding. Obtained 40,000 summoning points. Following the system notification, Wu Yan only had 5 demigod magic crystals left in the Ring of Gold. However, Wu Yan did not feel the pinch at all. Because... System! Wu Yan shouted in high spirits. Forge an A-grade equipment. Chapter 1273. The weather was clear and the sky was blue. The cloudless sky was as clear as jade. The sunlight was like water, but it was dazzling. It was still early in the morning. The thick chill brought by the dawn that had just left not long ago was still floating in the air, giving people the urge to turn around and crawl into their beds. However, today, the students in the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy still woke up early and began to tidy themselves up in preparation for the upcoming opening ceremony. That's right. Today was the first day of the new semester of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Above the majestic building, pterosaurs with wings weaved into a team, carrying their owners across the sky in an elegant trajectory and landing on the academy's field. The ones running back and forth, causing the earth to tremble, were the earth dragons with towering horns. In the entire academy, traces of humans and dragons could be seen almost everywhere. It was very dreamy. On this bustling morning of the new semester, one of the dormitories of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, the male dormitory of the Apollo dormitory, was in a commotion. Many students who had just woken up and were preparing to take care of themselves received some news. They came to the hallway with a doubtful expression. When they looked to the middle of the hallway, they were all stunned. Their faces were filled with astonishment. In the middle of the hallway, an extremely beautiful girl with a voluptuous body wearing the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy's uniform and long fiery red hair that reached her waist was walking forward with graceful steps. She maintained a smile on her face as she walked forward. Seeing the unnatural beauty of the girl, the male students of the Apollo dormitory were all dumbstruck. After they reacted, suddenly, a burst of cheers rang out from the entire dormitory. Isn't that President Rebecca? It's really the president. The president. The president came to the male dormitory. Is this for real? As the president of the student council of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, as well as a Holy Sky Dragon Knight with a status comparable to nobles, Rebecca's reputation and popularity were unimaginable. Without any trace of politeness. Rebecca's reputation, popularity, and even power. It was not surprising to say that it was bigger than the mayor of Ansari, where the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy was located. In addition to Rebecca's undeniable beauty, in the Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Riding Academy, there was no one who could suppress her beauty. Without a doubt, he was the idol of all the students, regardless of whether they were boys or girls. The goddess of their dreams had actually come to the boys' dormitory. Just her action alone was enough to make the boys of Apollo's dormitory hold their heads in their hands, blissfully confused. Walking along the corridor, Rebecca looked around at the perverted looks of the surrounding boys as well as the cheers and shouts of support that shook the entire building. She maintained a smile on her face, but she was feeling a little impatient on the inside. Although Rebecca was more or less used to this kind of scene, after seeing the obvious contrast with Wu Yan's performance yesterday, the impatience that she had not felt for a long time surged into her heart without any warning. She quickened her steps and walked toward Wu Yan's room. As Rebecca was the one who arranged Wu Yan's room using her authority, she was naturally the most familiar with it. After quickly arriving, she pushed open the door without any trace of politeness and walked in. Then she quickly closed the door, leaving behind a group of stupefied boys looking at each other. President Rebecca actually entered a boy's room. This can't be real. Who? Can someone tell me who's in that room? I'm so envious. Could it be? The president has already. No. This can't be real. I don't believe it. Thus, in the blink of an eye, another commotion occurred in Apollo's dormitory. He's wearing a light black shirt and a pair of trousers of the same color. He's also wearing a sleeveless white coat with a high collar and a yellow tie. Wu Yan stood there awkwardly while sizing himself up. For a moment, he couldn't come up with a good explanation for what he's doing. On the other hand, Rebecca, who just entered the room, gave Wu Yan a serious look. She praised Wu Yan and she gave him this evaluation. Not bad. Is that so? Wu Yan shrugged disapprovingly. I feel like a waiter in a restaurant. This uniform is a little uncomfortable. After saying that, Wu Yan turned around to look at Rebecca. His eyes lit up slightly. Rebecca's uniform was the same color as Wu Yan's, just that it was a woman's uniform. She was wearing a light black dress with an extremely short hem that only covered the area below her knees. Her coat was a white coat that looked like a tuxedo, but it was hollow in the front, allowing people to clearly see Rebecca's majestic bosom wrapped in the dress. Long boots, pantyhose, red tie, and white gloves. Even if it was just the academy's uniform, it still revealed an extremely noble temperament. It would instantly steal the attention of those who saw it at first glance, as if there was a radiance around him. Seeing Rebecca like this, Wu Yan couldn't help but say, "Does the dean of this academy have a preference for girls? Why do the boys' uniforms look like waiters and the girls' uniforms look like princesses?" Hearing this, Rebecca couldn't help but chuckle. Complaining about the dean on the first day of school? You're the first. Others can't even get into this academy. Ma, I am just speaking the truth. Wu Yan sighed as he tugged at his uniform. He looked at Rebecca. But, is this really okay? What? Let me in. Seeing Rebecca's confused expression, Wu Yan crossed his arms and smacked his lips. I heard that only by obediently finishing 3 years of basic classes and passing the exam can one be promoted to advanced classes. Rebecca, I seem to be in the first year of advanced classes, right? Is this okay? So you've already heard. Rebecca suddenly understood. Her noble smile didn't diminish in the slightest. Indeed, when I went to explain to the academy yesterday, there was a strong objection. Strong objection. Wu Yan glanced at Rebecca's unchanging smile and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Looking at you, I feel like we should be on good terms. Well, it was a good discussion. Rebecca winked mischievously. Because I told them that you are an excellent student who is at least at the level of Dragon Knight. Ha! Wu Yan was surprised. You're not joking, are you? Rebecca puffed out her chest. Do I look like I'm joking to you? You do. Very much so. You're joking. Wu Yan couldn't help but complain and sigh. If my fall isn't a divine dragon, then you'll be treated as a liar. That would be a huge mistake. Then tell me now. Rebecca walked up to Wu Yan and put her hands on her hips. She lowered her body and asked meaningfully. Is your fall a holy dragon? Wu Yan rolled his eyes in annoyance as he looked at the breathtaking face that was so close to him. He pressed a finger against Rebecca's forehead and pushed her away. You want to know? You'll know in the future. How heartless. Rebecca grumbled when she saw Wu Yan pushing her away. She had a bright smile on her face. She's in a good mood. The two of them had only met yesterday, but they spoke as if they had been good friends for many years. There was no sense of unfamiliarity. Rebecca found it unbelievable. However, she had to admit that she could feel relaxed talking to Wu Yan. This feeling lifted her mood. However, when she glanced at the back of Wu Yan's right hand, the scene that entered her eyes made her tense and surprised. That's star engraving? On the back of Wu Yan's right hand, there's a mark carved into it. It was the size of a palm. There was a dragon head on the inside and a white engraving with a ring on the outside. You're talking about this? Wu Yan raised his right hand and casually explained, this is just a smoke screen. After all, my star engraving is not suitable to appear in front of others. Rebecca finally revealed a relieved expression. However, she did not notice that a strange light flashed through Wu Yan's eyes. Chapter 1274. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. In a first-year classroom of an advanced class, Wu Yan sighed in his heart under the heavy gazes of the people who were about to become his classmates. He introduced himself expressionlessly. Luoang? Randall, I will be learning with everyone in this classroom. Please give me your guidance. The opening words of his self-introduction gently fell, but it did not attract any applause from anyone. Instead, it caused the entire place to descend into an absurd heavy feeling. Numerous gazes that carried a strong sense of scrutiny and numerous whispers resounded in this space. That's him, right? Yes. Yes. Rumor has it that the cheating student who didn't go through the basic course and got in through the back door. Luoang? I've never heard of that name before. He said he's called Luoang? Randall, that Randall, could it be the Randall family? Isn't that President Rebecca's family? Listening to the whispers coming from the trapezoidal-shaped audience seats and the content of the whispers, even though he already expected this, he still didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He sighed again and again. The Ansari Dragon Riding Academy was the dragon-raising academy of the Night Kingdom of Loriaman. It specialized in cultivating dragon cultivators. Its threshold was high, its reputation was great, and its status was something that even the capital of the Night Kingdom did not have. In order to study in such a prestigious academy, apart from being a dragon cultivator, one had to have a reasonable identity. Otherwise, who would know whether or not the newcomer had bad intentions? However, Wu Yan did not have any identity in this world. He had also lost his memory when he explained to Rebecca. Under such circumstances, Rebecca gave Wu Yan a reasonable identity. Exclusive to Rebecca? Randall's guard. Therefore, Wu Yan was not only given the name Luoang by Rebecca, but also the surname of Rebecca's family. It was as if he was taken in or married into the family. This wasn't a big deal. After all, There were many nobles in this world. It was not strange for a noble disciple to have a guard. It was not enough for Wu Yan to attract so much attention. Unfortunately, the person he was guarding was not someone else. It was the student council president who was very popular. In addition to the rumors of him getting in through the back door, Wu Yan became the most eye-catching existence on the first day of the new semester. Of course, this attention was more focused on the bad than the good. Thinking about this, Wu Yan could not help but reach out and touch the star carving on the back of his right hand. If it was not for this fake star carving, Wu Yan would be even more eye-catching. His explanation to Rebecca was that the star carving was just a smokescreen. However, it wasn't completely useless. Wu Yan had to think long and hard before engraving this seal on the star. Yes, it was a seal. It sealed all the power in Wu Yan's body. In other words, Wu Yan had no mana, no superpowers. He could not even open the gate of Babylon. These superpowers were all sealed into the star carving on Wu Yan's hand. It was not that Wu Yan wanted to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, but he realized that if he did not seal his power, the star essence that had been circling around him since he woke up would continue to follow him. The star essence that should only exist in the body of a living being, invisible to the naked eye, constantly circled around him. Was that not eye-catching enough? According to the system's explanation, this is a side effect of Wu Yan surviving the explosion of the star goblins. It didn't affect him in any way, but the aura he exuded made it easy for him to attract the star goblins, turning him into a star goblin's magnet, attracting the star goblins around him and causing them to move around him in a way that defies common sense. If Wu Yan sealed his powers and turned into a normal person, the star essence's aura would disappear and disappear by itself. Although star essences could not be seen with the naked eye, once the amount of star essences reached a certain level, dragon cultivators with star carvings could be seen with the naked eye. Rebecca was a living example. Yesterday, the star essences went berserk. Today, there was a person surrounded by star essences that defied common sense. Anyone would think that there was something wrong with Wu Yan. Helpless, Wu Yan could only carve a seal to seal the power in his body. In any case, he was the one who set the seal. He could remove it whenever he wanted. It would not affect him. Moreover, even without mana or superpowers, Wu Yan still had the peerless skill of infinite martial refinement and the physical strength of the true ancestor body. The combination of the two would allow Wu Yan to reach level 70 rank 8. This had already surpassed the strength of ordinary dragons, and even the majority of holy dragons. Even Rebecca was only at the 8th step after equipping the holy knight armor, and the holy dragon she rode was only slightly stronger than Rebecca herself. With his current strength, Wu Yan could deal with many situations and save himself a lot of trouble. He could focus on his own dungeon missions. Everyone, please be quiet. Seeing that the whispers in the classroom were becoming more and more intense, the teacher hurriedly spoke out to stop them. The new semester has begun. Everyone who has finished the basic course will receive 3 years of advanced courses. I hope that everyone can help each other and improve together. One day, you will become an outstanding dragon knight. The sensei tilted his head and looked at Wu Yan. Student Loon, find an empty seat and sit down. Let's start the class. Wu Yan regained his senses and nodded. Just as he was about to walk up the stairs to his seat, he felt a sharp glare directed at him. His footsteps paused for a moment before he put his foot down without anyone noticing. As he walked to his seat, he vaguely looked at the source of the gaze. The next moment, Wu Yan met a pair of blue eyes and saw the person's full appearance. It was a beautiful girl whose looks were not inferior to Rebecca's. Her slender golden hair shone with a dazzling brilliance under the beret. Her fair skin and her blue eyes that were like an eternally frozen glacier reflected a seductive luster, as if that was the only color left in the world. However, not only did the owner of those eyes have a cold expression, the gaze she looked at Wu Yan with was filled with all sorts of indescribable emotions. It seemed like contempt, indifference, indignation, anger. To be honest, Wu Yan could not remember how he offended her to attract such a gaze. Although there was no hostility in that gaze, it was definitely not friendly either. It was as if she did not agree with him. No, she did not agree with him. Lightly frowning, he retracted his gaze and moved to the last row of seats. He sat at the edge of the corner. Only then did the blonde girl retract her gaze and look away from him. This also confirmed his suspicions that the girl didn't really have a grudge against him. Then, what did that sharp gaze mean? Wu Yan did not understand. Hello. At this moment, a male voice sounded from the side, waking Wu Yan from his thoughts. Turning his head to look beside him, he found out that his deskmate is a pretty boy with blonde hair. Blinking, Wu Yan looked around. When he made sure there was no one else around, he pointed at his nose and asked in confusion. Are you talking to me? Other than you, there is no one else here. The handsome boy laughed heartily. My name is Raymond. Raymond? Cakerland. Oh. Wu Yan nodded at the boy who called himself Raymond with a slightly surprised expression. Roan. Randall. Hello, Roan. Raymond called Wu Yan by his name in this world. He lowered his voice and he asked Wu Yan in a sneaky manner. That Randall. Is he really the same Randall that President Lebecca mentioned? Raymond's words sounded a bit strange, but Wu Yan understood what he meant. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. Yes, I am President Lebecca's bodyguard. President Lebecca's bodyguard? Raymond widened his eyes. Just when Wu Yan thought he was going to show a surprised expression, Raymond's face turned into a pig's face that ruined his image. To be President Lebecca's bodyguard, what an enviable fellow. Wu Yan thought Wu Yan was right. Chapter 1275. Ansari's Dragon Riding Academy didn't have a long teaching time. Although basic knowledge was equally important, and the teachers of Ansari's Dragon Riding Academy didn't look down on basic knowledge courses, people would still subconsciously focus on actual combat compared to the knowledge in books. After all, dragon cultivators didn't need to be knowledgeable. Every dragon cultivator wanted to become a dragon knight, or even a Saint Sky Dragon Knight with a high status, so that they could possess great power in the future. Every dragon cultivator studied in the Ansari Academy, hoping to become a dragon knight or even a Saint Sky Dragon Knight with a high status. By that time, even if they didn't want to, they would still have a good status and power, becoming one of the top existences in Loriaman's knighthood. Therefore, the new semester had just begun, so there wasn't much time to sit in the classroom and listen to the class. When the bell rang, the teacher left this sentence. The next class is about the training of dragon riding combat. After 30 minutes, please gather at the training ground. Above. To put it bluntly, the so-called dragon riding combat technique was actually the technique of riding a dragon in battle. The wisdom of a dragon was actually not lower than that of a human. Or rather, the dragon could create all kinds of Saint Knight armors. Its wisdom was even higher than most people. However, dragons were too straightforward and didn't know how to turn. Therefore, when riding a dragon, it was usually the dragon cultivator who gave the order to fight, maximizing the dragon's combat power. For example, two dragons of equal strength, because of their different masters, could suppress the other dragon. It wasn't rare. Therefore, actual combat training similar to dragon riding combat had always been the most important in Ansari's Dragon Riding Academy. After the lesson in the classroom was over, the students began to tidy up their books. They gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, preparing to head to the changing room to change into their dragon riding attire. Then they would go to the training ground to practice dragon riding combat. Wu Yan was also quite interested in the battles between dragons in this world, so he also tidied up his books and casually threw them on the table, ready to ask someone for directions. Going to the training ground. But before Wu Yan stood up, a familiar voice called out to him. Roland. He saw Raymond, who had disappeared after class, dragging a young man with short brown hair towards him. He immediately pushed the young man in front of him and flicked his hair. Without giving Wu Yan a chance to react, he quickly introduced his companions to him. He's my friend. We used to go to the same basic class and dorm. Hello. The young man did not seem to be here voluntarily. There was an awkward expression on his face, but he still nodded at Wu Yan and introduced himself. My name is Yashur. Yashur? Blake. Hello. Wu Yan was about to nod his head when he saw his new deskmate introducing him to a new friend. His pupils suddenly constricted, and his gaze quickly swept over the self-proclaimed secondary cultivator. Blake's left hand was on the teenager's left hand. The hand that came into view was very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. If there was anything special about it, It would be that Wu Yan could faintly see that there seemed to be a bandage wrapped around the wrist. However, it was an ordinary hand, but Wu Yan sensed something unusual from it. No, to be more precise, it was the blood in his body that sensed something unusual. It was the blood of a true ancestor. It was slightly restless. It was just like when he first saw the ancient city of the fourth true ancestor and the black light that could turn people into monsters, the agitation that came from his bloodline and life form. However, compared to the ancient city and the strange black light that was also a true ancestor, this restlessness was undoubtedly a little smaller. On the other hand, Yashur frowned when he saw Wu Yan looking at his left hand without saying a word. Does this newcomer know about my star carving too? Yashur involuntarily covered his left hand with his right hand, covering it behind his back. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Something's wrong. He looked at Yashur again with a smile. Hello. I'm Roland. Randall. I know. Perhaps due to Wu Yan's actions, Yashur's reply wasn't friendly. You introduced yourself on the podium earlier? As soon as he said that, the entire place fell into an awkward silence. Ahaha. Raymond jumped out like a clown, trying to change the topic to Wu Yan. Speaking of which, it's strange. It's the beginning of the new semester. Why do you have to introduce yourself on the podium? The teacher said the class has already been filled. Since I joined later, it's best for me to introduce myself on the podium. Wu Yan explained. Besides, since I didn't attend the basic classes, I'm not familiar with the new advanced classes. It's good for me to introduce myself. That's true. Raymond nodded and looked at Wu Yan curiously. Speaking of which, how did you get in without attending the basic classes? I don't believe it's possible to get in through the back door. There must be a reason for the academy to agree. Yashio also looked at Wu Yan. It seems like he has the same question as Wu Yan. Well, how should I put this? Wu Yan scratched his cheeks. He didn't know how to explain this to her. Roland. While Wu Yan was at his wit's end, a familiar voice came from the door. Compared to Raymond, this voice was much sweeter. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound. Rebecca walked into the classroom with her fiery red hair. She stood close to the door and she smiled sweetly at Wu Yan. Looking at that breathtakingly beautiful smile, everyone in the classroom, regardless of whether it was a boy or a girl, was attracted by that overwhelming sense of presence, and there was complete silence. Rebecca. Wu Yan looked at her in surprise. Roland. Rebecca waved her hand. Come out, I have something to say to you. Instantly, all the students in the classroom looked at Wu Yan. Their eyes were filled with all sorts of emotions. Among them, the most common one is envy. Ugh. Wu Yan bitterly smiled as he stood up. He told Raymond and Yashu about it. Sorry, I have to leave for a moment. Yashur, Raymond, and the rest of the class were stunned. Wu Yan ran to the door and grabbed Rebecca's hand. He ignored her shocked expression and slipped out of the room. He held President Rebecca's hand. All of the students present maintained a dull expression on their faces, as if they were broken puppets. Their mouths opened and closed, unable to react. Among them, Raymond even knelt on the ground in a dispirited posture, groaning out loud. Newbies. I hate them the most. Rebecca, you're making me wonder if you're doing this on purpose. Wu Yan let go of Rebecca's hand when they arrived at a deserted corridor. He crossed his arms and looked at her in annoyance. It's not like you don't know how popular you are. Why did you come to the classroom to call me? Do you want me to be drowned by a bunch of dragon cultivators? Rebecca stood in front of Wu Yan and stared blankly at her hand that was held by Wu Yan. She looked as if her soul had left her body. She didn't hear what Wu Yan said. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. Say, Rebecca, did you hear what I said? Ah! Rebecca cried out as if she was frightened. She then saw Wu Yan's shocked expression. A blush of embarrassment appeared on Rebecca's face. She coughed, her expression unnatural. What did you say? If the students in the Ansari Academy who were familiar with Rebecca were to see the gentle, virtuous, noble and approachable student council president in such a state, their jaws would probably drop off from shock. Of course, Wu Yan, who wasn't familiar with Rebecca, didn't notice anything. He sighed helplessly and waved his hand disinterestedly. Forget it. That's not important. What's important is that you came to me personally. Do you have something important to say? That's right. Rebecca finally remembered why she came to see Wu Yan. She immediately became serious. I came to see you this time mainly to tell you two things. Chapter 1276. Two things. Wu Yan was taken aback, his face filled with innocence. So there really is something important? Upon hearing this, Rebecca's serious expression collapsed and she also became annoyed. Do you think I'm making fun of you? Ah! Wu Yan chuckled and he mumbled to himself. Am I wrong? You. Rebecca was annoyed at first but she soon smiled naturally. However, Wu Yan felt a sense of danger from that smile. Am I that kind of person in your heart? Seeing Rebecca's smile that contained a dangerous aura, Wu Yan couldn't help but turn his head away. He inwardly muttered, black-bellied. All right, I won't joke with you anymore. Let's get down to business. Rebecca smiled bitterly and followed Wu Yan's example. She crossed her arms in front of her chest. However, when she did this, it only served to accentuate her huge boobs. Wu Yan almost lost his composure when he saw this. On the other hand, Rebecca, who didn't realize how seductive her actions were, made such a shocking declaration. First, I plan to let you join the student council. Ha! Wu Yan was almost thrown off his feet by this sudden decision. He had a surprised look on his face. No way! Why not? Compared to Wu Yan's stunned expression, Rebecca looked very calm. Rebecca looked very natural. Since I'm the president of the student council, then you, my bodyguard, will have to join the council as well. Ah! Wu Yan shrugged helplessly. He almost forgot about this. Well, I don't mind. As long as you're not afraid of being affected. Rumors of Wu Yan getting in through the back door had spread throughout the academy. It made Wu Yan the focus of the entire Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Under such circumstances, a student who got in through the back door could still be accepted into the student council. There would be a lot of controversy. It might even affect the image of the student council in the academy and Rebecca's image. After all, the perfect president of the student council actually got her bodyguard in through the back door and was even accepted into the student council. People would more or less speculate about it. You don't have to worry about that. She seemed to know what Wu Yan meant. Rebecca nodded nonchalantly. Rumors are just rumors in the end. As long as you show the strength you should have. No one will dare to gossip then. That's why I want to ask you, where did you get the confidence that my strength will be recognized by everyone? Wu Yan rolled his eyes. You've never seen my strength. You've never even seen my fall before. Could it be that my strength is not ordinary just because there are some unusual phenomena around me? Well, if I have to say, it's just intuition. Rebecca smiled faintly and gave an answer that didn't match her shrewd appearance. Intuition. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead like he had a headache and sighed. Women. Without me, you'd be sleeping on the streets right now. Rebecca glanced at Wu Yan. Besides, we'll soon know if you're strong or not. Wu Yan flinched when he heard this. Why? That's the second thing I want to talk about. Rebecca sighed and looked straight at Wu Yan. Next, your class should be the actual combat of dragon riding combat technique, right? Is there a problem? A little. Rebecca frowned. It's because when I first proposed for you to enter the academy, I relied on the fact that you're a dragon knight to gain their approval. However, the teachers in the academy don't seem to believe it at all. Therefore, you may encounter some trouble in the dragon riding combat skill combat later. Trouble? Wu Yan rubbed the bridge of his nose and he shrugged. In other words, in order to test if I am a real dragon rider, there will be people who want to duel me in the dragon riding combat technique class later? You can't really call it a fight. Rebecca corrected him. However, the instructor will definitely let you show off your skills. By then, as soon as you summon your fall, they will know whether or not you are a real dragon knight. In order to obtain the title of dragon knight, a dragon cultivator had to let his fall grow into a holy dragon. In other words, if fall was a holy dragon, its master would be a dragon knight. At this point, Rebecca looked at Wu Yan in confusion. Speaking of which, where is your fall exactly? Aren't you going to summon it to the dragon house? The Ansari Dragon Riding Academy had a dragon house dedicated to taking care of students like Fall, and the conditions were excellent. Therefore, even if Fall grew into a holy dragon and could be summoned at any time through the star carving, many people would choose to leave their Fall in the dragon house. At the very least, 4 of the 5 holy dragons in the academy were like that. Lebecca was no exception. Of course, Lebecca didn't know that Wu Yan's dragon could be raised directly in his body and didn't need to be fed or taken care of. Wu Yan wouldn't tell her about such a bizarre thing, so he gave her a half-hearted smile. Girls who are too curious will get themselves into trouble. Oh, is that so? Lebecca raised an eyebrow and said provocatively. Then I'm looking forward to it. In one of the training grounds of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, the first-year students of the advanced class who were preparing for the dragon riding combat course pulled the reins of their Fall and stood in 2 rows on the field. At this moment, the group of students had all changed into dragon riding outfits that were similar to battlesuits. They looked valiant and formidable. The girls added safety pants under their skirts, and the boys also put on a black coat that looked like a windbreaker. Just on the surface, the boys' dragon riding outfits were countless times more handsome than the uniforms. At the front of the 2 rows of rows, the instructor in charge of the dragon riding combat technique stood at the head of the row, sweeping his fierce gaze across the entire field. First of all, I must tell everyone that the dragon riding combat technique without using any weapons is the foundation of all dragon riding skills. If you train with a playful attitude, you will definitely pay a price when you learn higher-level dragon riding skills in the future. Therefore, in the upcoming dragon riding combat technique practical course, I hope that everyone will be cautious and follow my instructions seriously. Wu Yan, Yashur, and Raymond stood side by side on the other side of the row of humans and dragons. They listened to the instructor's words and chatted softly. Rune, why didn't you bring your Fall here? Raymond held the reins of his Fall, Brigid, and looked at the silent Wu Yan in surprise. It's fine if Yashur doesn't have a Fall, but you don't have one either? Yashur doesn't have a Fall? Wu Yan didn't answer Raymond's question. Instead, he looked at the gloomy Yashur in confusion. Yashur, you don't have a Fall? How can I not have one? Yashur retorted without hesitation and his voice weakened. It's just that it's not born yet. It's not born yet. Wu Yan didn't feel relieved after hearing Yashur's explanation. Instead, he looked even more confused. Isn't Par of the Dragon Nurturer usually born in the first year of the basic course? Who am I supposed to ask? Yashur pursed his lips in annoyance. Raymond smiled bitterly. Roland, Yashur is an exception. His Fall has never been born. It's already one of the big events among the 7 unbelievable events in the academy. Everyone wants to know the reason. When Raymond reached this point, he even shrugged. However, that won't affect Yashur's lessons. He can ride on anyone's Fall. A Fall that can be ridden by anyone? Wu Yan didn't know what to say. Isn't everyone's Fall only allowed to be ridden by their own master? That's why our genius dragon tamer, Yashur, is an exception. Raymond chuckled. This is also one of the 7 great unimaginable events of the academy. Wu Yan smiled helplessly. He looked at Yashur and said, I didn't think you'd be so good. It was Yashur's turn to smile bitterly. Chapter 1277. While Wu Yan, Yashu, and Raymond were chatting happily in private, the instructor finished his speech and warning. Also, when you're in combat, remember to never let your Fall come into direct contact with a dragon other than your practice opponent. That's extremely dangerous. The instructor reminded them patiently. If something happens, you might even be punished by the school rules. That's why you must pay attention to your surroundings when you're training. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. The instructor was satisfied when he heard the students' resounding responses. Then, he seemed to think of something and his gaze landed on Wu Yan. He pretended to cough and speak. Rune? Randall, where's your Fall? Yes. Following the instructor's voice, the whole place went silent. All the students looked at Wu Yan with inquisitive eyes. Clearly, All the students present wanted to see what this cheating student Par was like. They wanted to see his strength even more. On the surface they didn't say much, but in the hearts of these students, they must be somewhat unconvinced, right? They were dissatisfied with Wu Yan's ability to skip the basic classes and enter the advanced classes. It wasn't just the students. Even the teachers and instructors didn't approve of Wu Yan. However, compared to the students, the teachers and instructors knew that Wu Yan was a dragon knight and that Fall was a holy dragon. Thus, even if they didn't approve of him, as long as Wu Yan could show them the strength they approved of, it didn't matter if he got in through the back door. They might be able to accept it. Sensing the gazes of the surrounding students and instructors, Wu Yan thought to himself, Rebecca was right. He looked around at everyone and rolled his eyes. An imperceptible smile appeared on his face as if he had an idea. Instructor. As if he's asking a question, Wu Yan raised his hand with a half-smile on his face. He asked with a smirk. I'm sorry. Because I'm new here, I didn't know that I need to bring my own fall to practice the dragon riding combat skill. Hearing this, the surrounding students immediately cried out in shock. Even the instructor felt as if he had been fooled and frowned. Since this is combat training, you must bring your fall with you. You'll have to bring your own fall with you. Do I have to remind you of that? The rest of the students also looked at Wu Yan with contempt. Among them, the blonde girl who used to look at Wu Yan with a cold expression. Her blue eyes are filled with a chill that can pierce one's nerves. Is that so? However, Wu Yan ignored all of this. He asked curiously, then why can Xianxia not bring his fall? In an instant, the entire place was silent. Roan. Raymond looked at Wu Yan in shock. Perhaps he felt like Wu Yan was poking at Xianxia's sore spot. Xianxia clenched his fists. He felt bad. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't deny his fall. The fact that she was still sleeping in his body. According to the rule of the knighthood of Lorimon, children who had reached the age of 7 had to go to a Bayan forest for the youngling ritual after a month. Xianxia was the same. Ever since he was chosen as a dragon breeder when he was 7, the dragon breeder in Xianxia's body hadn't changed at all. It was an eternal pain in Xianxia's heart. After all, to the students of Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, awakening the infant that was lodging in their bodies was the most basic duty of a dragon cultivator. It was normal. A dragon breeder's dragon breeder would be born in the first year of the basic course. They would then have their own fall. Xianxia was the only exception. He was still in his dragon breeder state. To put it bluntly, Xianxia didn't even have the right to have his fall. He was just a dragon breeder who hadn't even been born yet. If it had been anyone else, they might have already repeated a year because of this incident and not be able to advance to the advanced class. However, Xianxia had the title of Genius Dragon Tamer, and could ride other people's fall. That was how he passed the combat test and advanced to the advanced class. Everyone in Ansari Academy knew about this. Therefore, everyone knew why Xianxia didn't have his fall. They also knew that even without his fall, Xianxia could still rely on the fall he borrowed from others for combat training. Naturally, no one would say anything about it. But Wu Yan. Roan? Randall, you might not know, but Xianxia is a dragon breeder. Blake is an exception. The instructor thought Wu Yan didn't know about Xianxia's situation, so he explained. His fall hasn't been born yet, but he can ride other people's dragons for combat. That's why the academy allowed him to borrow other people's fall. That is to say. Wu Yan interrupted the instructor with a, I've been waiting for you for a long time expression. As long as he can ride other people's fall and fight in combat, he doesn't have to bring his own fall, right? Ah. The instructor was at a loss for words. He waved his hand half-heartedly. It's a little troublesome to explain, but it's fine if you want to understand it that way. That's good. Wu Yan looked at Raymond with a calm expression. Then, he said something that shocked everyone in the arena. You're right. You're right. You're right. Hey. Raymond. Can you lend me your fall for a moment? The air froze. The clear words reverberated in everyone's ears like an echo, causing everyone to look at each other in dismay, including the instructor and the blonde girl. Raymond and Xianxia, on the other hand, were completely dumbfounded. Loang. Raymond was at a loss. He forced a smile. You're kidding, right? What? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. You don't want to? It's not that I don't want to. Raymond stuttered. His brain must have short-circuited. But you know what? Everyone's fall is only allowed to be ridden by their own master. If you ride other people's dragons, Dragon 1 will go crazy and it won't be a joke. Listening to Raymond's stuttering and cautious words, Wu Yan rolled his eyes. But Yashu is an exception, isn't he? How do you know I can't? You. Raymond immediately understood Wu Yan. Roan. Randall. The instructor reacted and began to voice his dissatisfaction. Even if you're a freshman, you should at least know how dangerous it is to ride other people's dragons. What if something happens? Wu Yan didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Raymond and asked one last question. Well, let me borrow it for a while. Raymond hesitated. It was obvious that he didn't believe Wu Yan could do it. Even Brigid bared its fangs at Wu Yan and roared angrily. Roar! Although it was only an earth dragon, it was still a dragon. Brigid's roar turned into a small gust of wind that blew at Wu Yan. His dragon robe and hair fluttered wildly in the wind. Seeing this scene, almost everyone at the scene rejoiced in his misfortune, and some even laughed mockingly. Enduring Brigid's roar with an expressionless face, Roan's wine-red eyes shifted to Brigid. He stared into the dragon's eyes, a trace of golden light flashing in his eyes. Shut up! A cold shout echoed without warning. The expressions on everyone's faces froze. They felt that it was ridiculous. A man yelling at a dragon. Wasn't that ridiculous? Just when everyone thought that Brigid was going to get angry and Raymond was about to calm him down, a shocking scene occurred. Oh woo! Brigid, who was roaring majestically just now, looked like a puppy that saw a stick. It let out a whimper filled with fear. Its 4 limbs trembled as it closed its mouth. It even fell to the ground. Its dragon eyes were filled with fear. Impossible! Raymond was the first to cry out in disbelief when he saw his fall do something that even he had never seen before. Yashur also had a look of disbelief on his face. The boys and girls who were looking at Wu Yan with disdain were also stunned. They looked at Brigid, who was bowing down, and gradually lost their minds. Chapter 1278. Dragons are prideful by nature. This is a fact that every dragon cultivator and even ordinary people know. To put it bluntly, if it wasn't for the fact that dragons can't replenish their star essence and are facing extinction, humans wouldn't be able to get involved with the powerful dragons at all. And now, a human was yelling at a dragon, and the dragon was actually lying on the ground like a puppy, as if it was prostrating itself on the ground in a subservient posture. If this scene is reported to the higher-ups of the academy, it will probably be recorded in the history books and be treated as a legend. After all, even if the masters of dragons want their dragons to bow down like this, no one knows if there are any examples, but at the very least, they've never seen it before. Therefore, the first-year students of the advanced course class can only look at this scene dumbfoundedly, unable to react for a while. The blonde girl stared at Wu Yan standing in front of Brigid, her cold blue eyes trembled, not knowing what to think. Of course, Wu Yan, as the person involved, doesn't know what others are thinking, neither does Brigid. To the others, Wu Yan just yelled at Brigid. However, Brigid could feel the pressure coming from Wu Yan's yell. Brigid's blood started trembling and it felt like its heart was being crushed by Wu Yan's yell. That kind of oppressive feeling, Brigid had also felt it before. For example, in this Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Riding Academy, there were 5 holy dragons of the same race. That was the pressure that came from a higher level of life form. Moreover, the pressure that Brigid felt from this skinny human in front of him was the strongest he had ever felt in his life. It's stronger than the 5 holy dragons in the academy. Otherwise, Brigid wouldn't be in such a sorry state. For the dragon race, it was part of their prideful nature to pay their respects to a higher level of life. Therefore, the scene that others see as absurd is natural for the dragons who also feel the pressure from their life forms. So the students didn't notice. His own fall is also looking at Wu Yan with a respectful gaze. Of course. This is also because Wu Yan is the true ancestor, the king of vampires. That's why the dragons who follow the higher bloodlines are paying respect and fear to him. If the king of dragons comes in person. If the king of dragons came in person, it would bring pressure to the dragons. It's not just simple respect and fear. Ignoring the dumbfounded gazes of the people present, Wu Yan patted Brigid's thick back, then jumped on its back. He sat down on the riding gear. Roar! Brigid seemed to have received some kind of order. He no longer looked like a coward. Instead, he raised his head and roared. He exerted strength on his 4 limbs and stood up. He did not resist the rider on his back at all. No way, right? Raymond rubbed his eyes. After confirming that the scene in front of him was real, he cried out in shock. He's really got on it. The students who were awakened by Raymond's voice all burst into an uproar. Among them, Yashu, the instructor, and the blonde girl were still staring at Wu Yan, their hearts full of shock. The most special student after Ansari's Dragon Riding Academy. Yashu? After Blake, another genius dragon tamer, who could ride someone else's fall, had appeared. However, they didn't know that unlike Yashu, Wu Yan could only ride fall because of his physique, not because he's a genius dragon tamer. Instructor! Wu Yan finally smiled as if his prank had worked. He said to the instructor in a mocking tone, "Now I can fight too, right?" Ah! Ah! And the instructor nodded his head in a daze. When he regained his senses, he quickly opened his mouth and said something that shocked all the students. "But you're clearly a dragon knight. Why don't you ride your own holy dragon and engage in dragon riding combat?" Dragon rider? A dragon rider. All the students trembled. No way. Yashu and Raymond were shocked as well. A dragon rider. The blonde girl's eyes narrowed slightly, and the way she looked at Wu Yan gradually changed. She no longer disagreed with him, but a sense of competition. Apart from that, she couldn't help but be suspicious. There were only 5 holy dragons in the entire Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. In other words, among all the students in the academy, only 5 could be called dragon knights. If Wu Yan was a dragon rider, then it wasn't impossible for the academy to allow him to skip the basic classes and directly enter the advanced classes. At this thought, the students looked at Wu Yan with disdain and shock in their eyes. Now, their gazes were filled with curiosity. Wu Yan was helpless when he saw this. To be honest, even the mother of dragons in this world might not be as strong as his dragon, let alone a holy dragon. After all, it was one of his trump cards. If he released it, all it would take was a full-powered attack to turn the entire Lorimon knighthood empire back to the Stone Age. Why would such an existence be released for actual combat training like dragon riding combat technique? It would be best if he didn't blow up the academy. Wu Yan pulled on Brigid's reins and said to the instructor, "Instructor, the higher the level of the dragon, the better the result of the battle. Although the dragon's strength is an important factor in the battle, the rider's ability is also a factor in the battle, isn't it?" The instructor was dumbfounded by Wu Yan's words. To put it bluntly, the so-called dragon riding skill was nothing more than a direct physical contact with the dragon, merging the rider's will with the dragon's will, and controlling the dragon one was riding to fight. Therefore, if a rider's ability is far superior to the other riders, then even if the dragon's level is disproportionate to the other riders, the rider will still be able to win. Wu Yan forced a smile when he saw the instructor's dumbfounded expression. Besides, isn't it unfair to ride a holy dragon against an earth dragon, a winged dragon, or a water dragon? You don't have to worry about that. However, the instructor gave such an answer after being startled for a moment. There are 5 holy dragons in our academy. The owner of one of them is in our class. In our class? This time, it was Wu Yan's turn to be stunned. Sylvia? Her Highness, Princess of Lorimon. The instructor tilted his body slightly and called out to the students. Yes. Following a cold response, a young girl holding the reins stepped forward and looked at Wu Yan. Seeing this young girl, Wu Yan was stunned again. His eyes flashed with astonishment. It was all because of this so-called Sylvia, who had walked forward. Her Highness, Princess of Lorimon, is the golden-haired girl who looked at him with a sharp gaze. Her Highness? Wu Yan looked at the golden-haired girl in astonishment and asked with uncertainty. Her Highness, is that what she means? What other highness could there be? Yashio couldn't help but ridicule. Raymond also softly explained the situation to Yashio. She's the 4th daughter of the current Night King of Lorea Knighthood. She's also the fourth princess of Laurea knighthood, Sylvia, princess of Lorimon. Hearing this, Wu Yan was speechless. He didn't think that he would be able to meet the princess of this kingdom while attending school. Should he call himself lucky? Or dog shit luck? The master of the holy dragon mentioned by the instructor. Could it be this princess? Sylvia? Her Highness Princess Laurea is one of the few dragon knights in our school. As expected, the instructor's words solved the doubts in Wu Yan's heart. Her Highness is also a dragon knight, Roland? Randall, if you don't mind, let Her Highness be your sparring partner for the dragon riding combat skill training this time. What do you think? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Every student's eyes lit up with excitement. A sparring match between two dragon knights? I can't not watch this. I have no problem. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Sylvia expressionlessly opened her mouth. She glanced at Wu Yan with cold eyes. Did I offend you? Wu Yan pursed his lips and he helplessly voiced out his thoughts. I have no problem as well. Chapter 1279. The first time she heard about someone transferring to the advanced class was the night before the start of the new semester. That night, Sylvia learned about the matter from her maid who was in charge of taking care of her, and she was very surprised. Of course, Sylvia was not surprised that someone had transferred to the advanced class. Instead, she was surprised that her maid would mention such a trivial matter. After all, Sylvia was a princess. Although her maid was only a maid, she was still a princess maid. Why would she pay attention to the transfer of a student and even tell her about it? However, after some questioning, Sylvia finally understood why her maid would tell her about such a matter. It was because the person who was about to transfer to the advanced class was not a student with good grades in the academy, but a person who had jumped to the advanced class without going through the basic class. Entering the advanced class without going through the basic class? Wasn't that going through the back door? Therefore, on that night, Sylvia's impression of this unknown new student dropped to the lowest point. Other than having a special identity as the fourth princess of the Night Kingdom of Lorimon, Sylvia's meticulous, straightforward, and tough style was also one of the reasons why she was famous in the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. In order to obtain results that matched her status and behave in a manner that matched her status, Sylvia's training in the academy was extremely strict. Thanks to her hard work, Sylvia had successfully grown her fall, Lancelot, into a holy dragon while she was still learning the basics. Such results were not bad at all. Unfortunately, Sylvia's words and actions were too unreasonable due to her meticulous personality, causing her to receive a lot of negative comments. Therefore, Sylvia's results were good, her strength was strong, and she was a dragon knight. Her appearance was also second to none in the academy, but not a single student was willing to interact with her. It was also because of this that Sylvia, with her straightforward personality, had extreme feelings of rejection towards the students who came in through the back door. This was also the reason why Sylvia looked at Wu Yan with such a sharp and cold gaze. Originally, in today's dragon riding combat technique practical training, after learning that Wu Yan was a dragon knight, Sylvia's sense of disdain lessened significantly. However, the scene that appeared before Sylvia's eyes caused the fury in her heart to erupt. Looking at Wu Yan who was riding on Brigid, Sylvia suppressed the anger in her heart and spoke coldly. Are you looking down on me? Sylvia wasn't the only one who thought that way. That was what everyone thought. Knowing that his opponent was a dragon knight riding a holy dragon, he actually used an earth dragon that had yet to evolve to meet him. If this wasn't disdain, what else could it be? Listening to Sylvia's cold words and the whispers of the students around him, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel bitter inside. Should he release the black dragon or the white dragon for actual combat training? The power of a familiar was no laughing matter, not to mention the familiars of a primogenitor. Even the slightest ripple could wipe out the entire academy. How could Wu Yan do that? But he couldn't just tell her that. My dragon is too strong, I'll pass. That would make him a laughingstock. It had to be said that sometimes, being too strong was also a sin. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Wu Yan shrugged. It's not necessarily the higher the level of the dragon, the more powerful the rider is. Didn't I just say that? Is that so? Not only did Sylvia not feel relieved, her expression became even colder. You're saying that with your abilities, You can defeat me riding a holy dragon even if you're riding an earth dragon, right? Wu Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. I also have my own reasons and difficulties, if you must think of it this way. If that's the case, I can't help it. Sylvia was silent for a moment before she looked up. The coldness on her face disappeared, replaced by an expressionless one. I understand. With that said, Sylvia flipped over and jumped onto her fall. Lancelot immediately opened his eyes and soared into the sky. Roar with a dragon's roar, the holy dragon Lancelot, covered in white fur and as large as an elephant, looked down at Wu Yan with disdain. It was like a tiger staring at its prey. On his body, a clear flow of mana fluctuated in the air and rose up. Yuwa! At the side, Raymond let out an exaggerated shout among the students who had completely fallen into the crowd of onlookers. It seems that the Blue Ice Princess has been infuriated. My Brigid, don't let anything happen to you. Riding an earth dragon and fighting a holy dragon. Yashur stared at Wu Yan and muttered, "Can he really win?" Under the watchful eyes of all the students, Sylvia looked down at Wu Yan with the bearing of a king. Her cold voice reverberated in the air. "Don't think I'll go easy on you." With that, Sylvia swung her reins and her expression turned serious. "Lancelot!" Roar Lancelot's eyes flashed fiercely. He leaped into the air and opened his mouth. A blue magic formation that was 1/3 the size of his body rippled out and aimed downwards like a cannon. The next moment, countless beams of light pierced through the air and rained down on Wu Yan like meteors falling from the sky. They enveloped the top of his head and rained down on him without giving him a chance to explain himself. Sylvia didn't go easy on him. "Careful!" Xianxia and Raymond couldn't help but shout out. The faces of all the students also became solemn, and their hearts also rose. Under everyone's gaze, Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the beams of light shooting towards him. He gently closed his eyes. Wah! The students widened their eyes in shock. Sylvia's eyes flashed fiercely. While the crowd was in an uproar because of Wu Yan's actions, Wu Yan connected his consciousness to Brigid's. The so-called dragon riding skill was to combine the rider's consciousness with the dragon's consciousness, so that the dragon would follow the rider's consciousness and fight. It wasn't difficult for the rider and the dragon to merge their consciousness. Usually, as long as the dragon was willing to open its heart to the rider and accept the rider, it could be easily done. Once this was done, Wu Yan, who had infinite martial arts, would he need any other combat skills? The dragon provided power. The rider provided skill. Even if the power wasn't enough, Wu Yan, who had the strongest skill, would not lose to any rider. At least, he wouldn't lose to a dragon knight, who could only control a dragon and didn't have a paladin armor. Under the astonished gazes of the audience, Brigid also closed his eyes and started to dance. Yes, Brigid began to dance. Like a stream of light with afterimages, Brigid seemed to be able to see the incoming beams with his own eyes. His powerful dragon legs kicked the ground, and his body flashed. Everyone could only see a dragon figure gliding in the field with ease, leaving afterimages behind as he dodged the beams one after another. Bang 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 bang. The beam of light directly dispersed the afterimage left by Brigid in the field and landed on the ground, exploding a burst of dust and smoke, stirring up small waves of wind that enveloped the entire training ground. When the beam of light fell, small pits had already appeared in the field. As for Brigid, he flashed once again and appeared in the center of the field, undamaged. What? Sylvia's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. Heavens! The students outside the training field murmured in a daze. What kind of dragon riding skill is that? Yashur's face was filled with disbelief. My Brigid can still fight like that. Raymond was also stunned. While everyone was stunned by Brigid's miraculous dodging technique, Wu Yan opened his eyes and met Sylvia's gaze. The corner of his lips curled up. Dong! Brigid stomped on the ground and shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lancelot. Sylvia's expression finally changed. Chapter 1280. In everyone's eyes, Brigid rose to the sky like a rocket. With a sharp piercing sound, he shot up like an arrow and flashed in front of Lancelot, who was flying in midair. In Sylvia's eyes, she only felt her eyes on Wu Yan blur for a moment. Following a muffled stomp, Wu Yan appeared in front of her on Brigid. Sylvia's heart clenched and her expression changed when she met the wine-red eyes right in front of her and saw the cold glint flashing in them. No matter if it was an earth dragon, a pterosaur, or a water dragon, once a dragon that could fly or not, once it evolved into a holy dragon, it would definitely grow wings and soar in the sky. Thus, in the eyes of others, in a battle between an earth dragon rider and a pterosaur rider, the pterosaur that had the advantage in the air would definitely have the upper hand. Not to mention, the one in the battle was not a pterosaur, but a real holy dragon. An earth dragon jumping into the air in a battle with a flying opponent was undoubtedly a very foolish action. But such a foolish action brought Sylvia a frantic sense of danger. Sylvia's nerves immediately tensed up and she pulled the reins in her hand. Just as she wanted to control Lancelot to use a defensive spell, but before she could do so, a shadow of a whip appeared in front of Sylvia's eyes. That was Brigid's tail. Bang! Accompanied by a sonic boom, the powerful shadow of the whip struck Lancelot's body. The ferocious force poured into Lancelot's dragon body that was definitely tougher than an earth dragon's. With a muffled sound, Lancelot howled and fell to the ground like a meteor. Bang! The huge dragon body smashed into the ground. A thick cloud of dust was stirred up. Lancelot let out a painful howl. Clearly, it had suffered quite a bit of damage. Lancelot! Although Sylvia, who was riding Lancelot, did not suffer any direct damage, she still turned pale with fright. At this moment, a sharp whistling sound. It reached Sylvia's ears. Sylvia raised her head abruptly. She looked at the sky, and in the next second, Blyked's equally large figure was imprinted in her eyes again. In her eyes, it was as if a heavy mountain had smashed onto Lancelot's body. Boom! Roar! The violent impact caused Lancelot to howl in pain. His mind was in a mess, and he almost lost consciousness. Ah! Sylvia almost fell from the impact. She grabbed onto the reins with all her might and barely managed to survive. However, the outcome had already been decided. Brigid stepped on Lancelot's body and aimed his mouth at Lancelot's head, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. At this point, Sylvia and Lancelot understood. As long as Lancelot made the slightest suspicious movement, the other party would not hesitate to release the magic that they had been preparing and smash Lancelot's body. Looking at Wu Yan, who is riding on Brigid, and Brigid, who is stepping on Lancelot, the instructor regained his senses when he saw Sylvia's dazed expression. He quickly announced the order. The winner is Roland? Randall. The instructor's sentence finally caused the stupefied students to come back to their senses. They looked at each other in dismay before a commotion broke out. He won. He really won. That Roland, riding an earth dragon, won against Her Highness, riding a divine dragon. Too amazing, as expected of President Lebecca's guard. In the short span of half an hour, everyone's opinion of Wu Yan has changed from disdain at the start to support him at the present moment. Yeah, sure. Did you see that? Did you see that? Raymond excitedly hugged Yashur and jumped up and down. My Blyked actually won against a divine dragon, and Her Highness Lancelot at that. The winner isn't Blyked, it's Roland. Yashur rolled his eyes at Raymond before looking at Wu Yan with excitement in his eyes. If I have Roland's superb riding skills, I won't be looked down upon even if Ball isn't born yet, right? To be able to display such strength while riding someone else's dragon, this is a true genius dragon tamer. You've worked hard, riding Brigid down from Lancelot. Wu Yan also jumped down from Brigid's back. He patted Brigid's neck and Brigid whined like a spoiled child. Then, Brigid raised its head and roared in excitement. For a dragon, to be able to rely on one's strength to defeat an existence of a higher level is a kind of glory, isn't it? Sylvia snapped out of her daze and looked at Wu Yan, who was about to leave the arena with Blyked. She jumped down from Lancelot and shouted at Wu Yan. Wait! I haven't lost yet. You've already lost. Wu Yan frowned, causing Sylvia to become even more excited. If that's the case, let's fight again. Why? Wu Yan said casually. Do we have a reason to fight again? Why not? How could there not be? Sylvia clenched her fists, her blue eyes filled with despair. I can't let Lancelot lose against an earth dragon. I won't allow it. I won't allow it. You won't allow it. Wu Yan's eyes turned cold. What do you mean? Are you implying that I can't win against you, Your Highness? No. That's That's not. That. Sylvia finally realized what she had said, and her pretty face turned pale. It's just. Tears welled up in her cold eyes, causing all the voices around her to disappear. How am I supposed to become a good knight? A good knight? Wu Yan raised his eyebrows. Looking at Sylvia, who was trying her best to hold back her tears, he sighed. Although I don't really understand what you're thinking, you're only concerned about me using an earth dragon to defeat your divine dragon, right? Sylvia's expression tensed up. Her thoughts were clearly exposed. Wu Yan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his wine-red eyes were filled with sharpness. Listen carefully, Sylvia. Sylvia was stunned. She didn't expect Wu Yan to call her by her name. It wasn't just her, even the surrounding students were in an uproar, their voices filled with shock. However, Wu Yan ignored all of this. Looking straight into Sylvia's eyes, he spoke as if he was making a declaration. I can win against you, not because Lancelot is too weak, nor is it because you're too weak, but because I'm stronger than you. You're stronger than me? Sylvia's body trembled. Yes, it's that simple. Wu Yan let go of Brigid's reins and walked in front of Sylvia, the breeze blowing his dragon-riding robe, causing his body to emit an oppressive aura, instantly suppressing Sylvia's aura. If you're really stubborn and want to prove your strength, then you should go back and seriously absorb the experience of this battle, improve yourself, and when you're stronger, come and challenge me again, not like a stray dog, unwilling to accept your defeat and recklessly challenging me. Or do you think that I was the one who used underhanded means to win against you? No. Sylvia bit her lips, her eyes filled with emotions. Although she didn't want to admit it, anyone with eyes could see that Wu Yan had been fighting head-on, not using any underhanded means. Just like what Wu Yan said, he won because he was stronger than Sylvia. Since that's the case, do you think you can win if you fight me again? Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. If you dare to say that, then I can accept your challenge. Sylvia was silent. The surrounding students were silent as well. So, if you want to win against me, then become stronger. When you become stronger, then challenge me again. When that time comes, I won't refuse. Wu Yan didn't say anything else. He turned around, took Brigid's reins, and walked out of the arena. Become stronger. Sylvia stared blankly at Wu Yan's departing figure. After a while, she clenched her fists, the despair in her eyes turning into determination. Yes. Become stronger. Even if it's for him. I have to become stronger. Chapter 1281. The Student Council President, Lebecca? Randall's guard, Rune? Randall, the cheating student who entered the academy through the back door, was not only a dragon knight, but he also used his excellent dragon riding skills to defeat a dragon knight who rode a holy dragon in actual combat training. The fourth princess of the Night Kingdom of Lorimon, Sylvia Randall, was also a dragon knight. Loria's knighthood. In less than half a day, such a rumor had swept through the entire Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy. Why was it that when the students heard such a rumor, their first reaction was to half believe it? That was only natural. Who was Sylvia? Not only was she the fourth princess of Loria's knighthood, but she was also a true dragon knight. Her grades were always first in the year, and no student of the same grade could surpass her. Although her interpersonal relationships weren't very good due to her personality, at least in terms of strength, there was no doubt about it. First in the year, another dragon knight. How could such an existence be defeated by an unknown guard using an earth dragon? If it wasn't for the advanced classes, Princess Sylvia and Rune? The students in Randall's class repeatedly guaranteed that it was true, that they saw it with their own eyes. Almost the entire class said so. Then the students of Ansari Academy didn't just half believe it, they didn't believe it at all. Until the instructors used this as a textbook example to tell the students the importance of dragon riding skills, all the students had no choice but to believe it. It was indeed true. Realizing this, the students were both shocked and relieved. They were shocked by the miraculous nature of Wu Yan's dragon riding skills, and they also understood why Wu Yan could be taken in by the academy through the back door. And so, in just half a day, the negative comments of taking the back door and cheating student all disappeared. In their place, There were positive rumors of miraculous dragon riding skills and another genius dragon tamer. To the students, the fact that Wu Yan had the ability to ride someone else's fall wasn't as shocking as the fact that he rode an earth dragon and defeated Sylvia, who was a dragon knight. As such, many of the aristocratic children who were studying in the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy were coveting Wu Yan's magical dragon riding skill that allowed an earth dragon to defeat a holy dragon. One by one, they rushed to pay him a visit. Hopefully, he can learn the skill that can turn something rotten into something magical from Wu Yan. Of course, it wasn't just the nobles. The rest of the students and even those outside the academy who had heard the news expressed their hope that Wu Yan would teach them the skill of riding a dragon. Because of this, they even offered a lot of tempting conditions. There are even a lot of people who want to be apprenticed to Wu Yan directly. The academy is also hoping to incorporate Wu Yan's dragon riding skill and teach it to the students. Unfortunately, when the entire Ansari State's Dragon Riding Academy was in an uproar in order to find Wu Yan himself had disappeared from the eyes of others and came to the academy's library. As the famous dragon breeding academy in the Lorraine Kingdom, the Ansari State's Dragon Riding Academy's library was quite valuable. Basically, as long as it was related to dragons and dragon breeding, one could find it in the library of the Ansari State's Dragon Riding Academy. That was why Wu Yan came here to look for books that were useful to him. Walking through a passage filled with bookshelves, he scanned the books on the shelves while opening up his system tab without batting an eyelid. Dungeon World, Star Carvings Dragon Rider Dungeon Mission. Acquire Mission 1. Enter Tokisaki Kurumi's Red Jade mode and use the ability of his angel, Zafgiel, to use the Bullet of 12, Yod Bet. Return to the infant ritual in a Bayan forest when the Mother of Dragons placed the last descendant of the Holy Dragon Royal Family in the Avalon Holy Dragon Royal Family. Obtain a drop of the first blood of the last descendant of the Holy Dragon Royal Family before he was born. Mission Reward, 10,000 Equipment Points, Item Points, Ability Points, Summoning Points. Mission 2. Yet to be activated. Mission 3. Yet to be activated. After confirming his dungeon mission, Wu Yan put away the system list and started looking for books related to the Holy Dragon Royal Family. The world of Star Carvings Dragon Rider was a world that Wu Yan had never seen before. Naturally, Wu Yan had no idea who the Holy Dragon Royal Family was. Because of this, he could enter Kurumi's Red Jade mode at any time and use the ultimate ability of his angel, Zafgiel, Bullet of 12, Yod Bet. Returning to the past and continuing his own dungeon mission, but because he did not know anything about the Holy Dragon Royal Family, the dungeon mission was stuck in a stalemate. If he did not have enough information about the Holy Dragon Royal Family, he would not be able to continue the dungeon mission. Wu Yan didn't know when the last descendant of Avalon's Holy Dragon Royal Family was entrusted to someone else. He also didn't know who the last descendant was entrusted to by the Dragon Matriarch. Even if he wanted to use the Bullet of 12, Yod Bet, he did not know how many years he would have to go back. In addition, using the Bullet of 12, Yod Bet, would require a lot of time. Not only does it require a lot of time, it also requires a lot of spiritual power. With Kurumi's Red Jade mode spiritual power, it's hard to say if Wu Yan can return to the time when the last of the Elvalin's Holy Dragon Royal Family was sent out. Even if he could, the amount of time he could stay in the past would depend on the amount of time he spent using the Bullet of 12, Yod Bet. It's not realistic for Wu Yan to stay in the past for a long period of time. Therefore, Wu Yan needs to have a good grasp of information so that he can complete Quest 1 in the shortest amount of time possible. He had no choice but to come to the library to search for information. Wandering around the bookshelves, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes scanned the books on the shelves in an attempt to find the words Avalon, or Holy Dragon Royal Family. After 30 minutes, Wu Yan still did not find anything. This made Wu Yan vexed. Why is there not a single book related to this? Wu Yan frowned as he touched the thick covers of the books around him. Is there a secret behind this? Another voice came from behind Wu Yan without warning and echoed in his ears. What secret? The sudden voice woke Wu Yan from his thoughts. He turned around and saw Rebecca's breathtaking face 10 centimeters away from him. Wah! Seeing that pretty face so close to him, Wu Yan jumped in fright. He quickly jumped a distance away with a vigilant look on his face. Yuwa, what a hurtful reaction. Rebecca pretended to be sad and put on a tearful expression. Am I that scary? The normally majestic and gentle student council president had a unique style when she put on a tearful expression. It should be easy to attract a pack of wolves to fawn over her. However, Wu Yan, who was used to Shokuhu Misaki and Kurumi's teasing, rolled his eyes in annoyance. Rebecca, you are doing this on purpose. How could I? Rebecca's tearful expression disappeared and was replaced with her usual elegant smile. The speed at which she changed her expression was astonishing. Instead, I would like to ask, why did the second famous genius dragon tamer of the academy come to the library? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Then, why would the famous Empress True Red appear here? Of course it's to find you. Rebecca narrowed her emerald eyes. Do you know that after you disappeared, everyone came here to ask about you? They even asked me to teach you how to ride a dragon. It's so annoying. Ugh. Wu Yan was speechless. Did you come here to take refuge? How could that be? Rebecca refuted without thinking. Although those people are annoying, it's not hard to brush them off. I came here to ask if you want to participate in the Ares Temple Dragon ritual. Chapter 1282. Ares Temple Dragon Ritual? Wu Yan froze on the spot. In this world, although the time and year were still represented by year, month, and day, it wasn't purely using numbers as the prefix of year, month, and day to express the time and year. For example, the 12 months of the year were represented by 12 constellations. The Ares Temple, for example, was the month of this world. It was also known as the Ares Temple month, the fourth month of the year. As for the Ares Temple Dragon Sacrifice, as the name suggested, it was an annual event held during the month of the Ares Temple. At the same time, it was also the spring activity of the Ansari Dragon Academy. During the Ares Dragon Rite, the students of the Ansari Dragon Academy would each ride their own fall and compete in a race similar to a marathon. Whoever could ride their own dragon first according to the route set by the Academy and reach the finish line first would be the winner of the Ares Dragon Rite and would be rewarded handsomely. Of course, the so-called handsomely rewarded was just the result being recorded in the record. It would be used as a reference for the students when they graduated. Therefore, even though Wu Yan learned about the Ares Temple Dragon ritual from Yashur and Raymond, he didn't give it much thought and tossed it to the back of his mind. After all, he didn't know if he could stay in this world until he graduated or if he could stay in the academy until he graduated. That was still an unknown quantity. If Rebecca didn't mention it, Wu Yan might have forgotten about it. In other words, scratching his face, Wu Yan looked at Rebecca with uncertainty. You want me to participate in that sports meet? The Ares Temple Dragon Rite isn't just a sports meet. It's a fine tradition of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. The results of the competition will be recorded in the official records. Rebecca corrected him and sighed. Even so, it's not wrong to describe it as a sports meet. Since you have nothing to do for now and the matter of joining the student council is still being arranged, why don't you participate in the dragon ritual? Is that so? Wu Yan looked a little disinterested. Ha! Wu Yan looked a little disinterested. Forget it. He had the time. I might as well stay here and read a book. It's not a good thing to be so uninterested in the activities of the academy right after entering. Rebecca put on a serious expression. If it weren't for the fact that the members of the student council are the executive committee members of the Ares Temple Dragon Rider Ritual Competition and can't participate in the competition as a contestant, I would also like to participate in the Dragon Rider Ritual Competition. In other words, Wu Yan had already turned around. Once again, he began to search for books. You're not joining either? Although I'm not participating. However, the Ares Palace Dragon Sacrifice this time isn't completely unrelated to me. Rebecca suddenly curled her lips into a smile. I have decided to announce it during the Ares Temple Dragon Sacrifice. Whoever gets the final victory will get the right to have a date with me. The right to a one-day date? Wu Yan couldn't help but look at Rebecca in astonishment. Rebecca responded with a smile and an extremely seductive tone. How is it? Do you want to join? I feel like your invitation is filled with malice. Wu Yan faced Rebecca directly. He looked directly into her eyes, full of meaning. Is it because I didn't use my fall in the dragon riding combat training, and you didn't get any information about my fall? Is that why you want me to participate in the dragon riding ritual and show off your fall? The smile on Rebecca's face froze. I knew it. Wu Yan slapped his forehead as if he had a headache and laughed bitterly. Although I know most girls are curious, isn't your curiosity a bit too strong? Oh, is that so? Rebecca recovered her smile and closed her eyes. She crossed her arms in front of her chest. When she opened her eyes again, they were filled with a strange light. I can't help it. There are too many mysteries surrounding you. If I ask you personally, you'll definitely use the excuse of memory loss to brush me off. I can only find out myself. Excuse? Wu Yan froze. When he saw the seriousness hidden under her perfect smile, he smiled helplessly. I see. I can't hide it from you, huh? No, you just didn't want to hide it. Rebecca shook her head and looked at Wu Yan. If you really wanted to hide something, you wouldn't have acted so conspicuously. Well, let's just treat it that way. Wu Yan shrugged. Rebecca clearly didn't want to stop the topic. She stared at Wu Yan. So you admit that you didn't lose your memory? Yes, I admit it. It's like you said, I didn't want to hide it. I just thought it would be more convenient. Wu Yan didn't hide anything. So if you want to ask me something, you'll have to think about it carefully. There are some things I don't want to reveal. How direct? Rebecca turned her head away. Then she turned back with a smile on her face. Since that's the case, you'll have to endure my excessive curiosity. I don't have a problem with that. Wu Yan chuckled when he saw the provocative smile on Rebecca's face. If you can really obtain a certain position in my heart, then I will definitely not hide anything from you. In the end, the things that I hide are not that shameful. It's just that it's very hard to believe. I think so too. Rebecca nodded when she recalled the Star Essence's rampage. She seemed to have thought of something and looked at Wu Yan. You said you won't hide anything from me if I gain a certain position in your heart? Rebecca suddenly moved in front of Wu Yan with an indescribable smile. Her beautiful face slowly moved towards his face. Her emerald-like eyes began to glow with an alluring luster. Don't tell me I still don't have a place in your heart? If I have to say it, I'm your benefactor. However, Wu Yan remained calm in the face of Rebecca's actions. He didn't avoid her beautiful eyes that were getting closer and closer. After all, not only did you save me, you even arranged for me to enter this academy and gain a temporary foothold. I can't thank you enough. Rebecca stopped when she saw Wu Yan's unmoved appearance. She stared at Wu Yan for a while. After a long while she sighed. You're making me doubt my own charm. I'm also starting to doubt if you're treating me as an innocent little boy. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at her. He turned around and continued searching for books on the shelves. Don't tell me you think you can gain a certain position in my heart by giving me some benefits? That's not what I was thinking. I just think your reaction is boring. Rebecca shrugged. And then? Are you going to participate in the Aries Dragon Festival? I'm not really interested, but it's not like I don't want to participate. Wu Yan replied without turning his head. It's just that my fall isn't suitable for that kind of occasion. If you can lend me your fall, I don't mind participating. What did you say? Rebecca was stunned. She looked at Wu Yan in shock. You want to borrow my fall? Such a big reaction. Wu Yan glanced at her. Is there a problem? There's a huge problem. Rebecca frowned. Do you know who my fall is? Well, I've more or less heard of it. Wu Yan pursed his lips and smiled. The strongest holy dragon in the academy. Then do you think my fall is as easy to ride as that earth dragon? Rebecca's expression turned serious when she saw Wu Yan smiling instead of backing down. My fall's temper isn't as good as those little dragons. It won't let you ride it as you please. Even if I'm present, it'll be dangerous if something goes wrong. Of course it'll be dangerous. After all, the opponent is a dragon. But how do you know if you don't try? Wu Yan waved his hand. It just depends on whether you're willing to lend it to me. Rebecca's frown deepened when she saw Wu Yan's nonchalant attitude. She shook her head. Looks like you won't give up. Fine, I'll let you try. Chapter 1283. In the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, there was a special place for students to settle their own fall, dragon house. In the Ansari Academy's dragon house, not only were there dragon servants in charge of taking care of the dragons, even the treatment of the dragons far exceeded that of commoners. It was comparable to that of nobles. Even the treatment of the dragons was not as good as that of the Ansari Academy's dragon house. Therefore, the Ansari Academy's dragon house was almost filled with dragons. However, in the dragon house filled with dragons, there was one dragon house that was an exception. It was much larger than normal dragon houses. Even the building itself was much more grand and luxurious than other dragon houses. In terms of appearance, it even gave people the feeling of a villa where nobles lived. But in this dragon house, there were only 5 dragons living there. 5 holy dragons. The 7th dragon house. That was a facility for holy dragons in the academy. It was just a place for dragons to live, but the 7th dragon house was like a villa. The place where nobles lived their holy dragons probably wasn't as luxurious as the 7th dragon house. This also indirectly proved how rare and precious holy dragons were in people's hearts. At this moment, in one of the rooms in the 7th dragon house, Sylvia was looking at the listless Lancelot lying on the ground. Her icy blue eyes were filled with sadness. "I'm sorry, Lancelot." She stroked Lancelot's beautiful white fur. Her eyes were filled with emotions. Sylvia's voice was very depressed. "It's all because I'm too weak, that's why you lost to an earth dragon." You. Lancelot turned his head and let out a comforting whimper, but his voice was also filled with depression. Clearly, the fact that he lost to an earth dragon made Lancelot feel rather bad. Dragons were all prideful by nature. As a holy dragon, losing to an earth dragon was indeed a huge blow to the dragon race. So much so that, even though Sylvia brought Lancelot's favorite food, Lancelot didn't eat anything. Strangely, Lancelot didn't eat even a little bit. This was the first time something like this had happened. However, compared to Lancelot, Sylvia seemed to have suffered a heavier blow. "You clearly tried so hard to respond to me. It had grown into a holy dragon when it was still a baby dragon. In the end, it was me, a useless master, who dragged you down." Sylvia lowered her head. She bit her lip. "Is it really because I don't have the talent of a dragon nurturer?" If these words were heard by the students of the academy, their jaws would drop to the ground in shock. He was always first in the school year. Furthermore, she was one of the only 5 dragon knights in the academy. Who would believe that Sylvia did not have the talent to be a dragon nurturer? Besides, without the talent of being a dragon breeder, the mother of dragons wouldn't have entrusted her babies to Sylvia. At that time, Sylvia wasn't even a dragon breeder. However, Sylvia's words didn't sound like she was mocking herself at all. Instead, they sounded very real, which was really confusing. Sylvia could not help but reach out her hand and touch the star carving that was slightly above her chest through her clothes. She mumbled as if she was asking for help. "Big brother, what should I do? How can I become stronger?" Right at this moment, the door to the dragon house was suddenly opened, giving Sylvia a huge fright. Even Lancelot almost revealed an alarmed expression as he looked towards the door. The next moment, both man and dragon were stunned. "It's here?" Standing next to Rebecca at the entrance, Wu Yan smacked his lips as he looked around the ridiculously luxurious dragon house. They made a dragon house look like a luxurious villa. "This Ansari Academy sure is rich. That's why you better not provoke it later." Rebecca kept sighing as if she wasn't optimistic about Wu Yan's chances. "If we cause a ruckus here, the reconstruction will require a lot of money. It wasn't easy for me to get the Academy's approval." "They really approved it?" Wu Yan pursed his lips. "Looks like the teachers in the Academy want to see if I can tame the strongest holy dragon in the Academy." "Tame the strongest holy dragon in the Academy?" Just as Wu Yan finished speaking, a shocked voice resounded from within the dragon house. It clearly entered Wu Yan and Rebecca's ears. Only then did they notice that there was another person present. Seeing the shocked Sylvia standing next to Lancelot in one of the dragon houses, Wu Yan and Rebecca were both shocked. "Sylvia? Your Highness?" Hearing 2 different names at the same time made Sylvia feel strange. This was the first time someone called her by her name in the academy. However, now wasn't the time to care about this. Compared to this, Sylvia was more concerned about what she just heard. Sylvia walked out of Lancelot's dragon room and stopped in front of Wu Yan. Before the two could react, Sylvia stared at Wu Yan's face and said in a low voice. You did say that you want to tame the strongest holy dragon in the academy, right? Anan. That's right. He just beat the crap out of him this morning and now he's talking to him face to face. Wu Yan felt a bit uncomfortable but he quickly recovered. I did say that. In other words, Sylvia sucked in a breath of cold air. You want to ride President Rebecca's fall? Well, that's what it is. You. Sylvia's eyes widened and was instantly dumbstruck by Wu Yan's words. He actually wants to challenge a holy dragon as a mortal, and the strongest holy dragon in the academy at that. Does this person really have the ability or is he just being arrogant? If it's the latter, Sylvia wouldn't even look at Wu Yan. But if it's the former, thinking back to his miraculous dragon riding ability in the morning, Sylvia felt extremely conflicted. Your Highness. Seeing that Sylvia had calmed down, Rebecca stepped forward and stood in front of her. We've already received permission from the teachers. As a precaution, Your Highness should take Lancelot away from the dragon house for the time being. Sylvia remained silent but still obediently walked into Lancelot's room. She took Lancelot's reins and walked out of the dragon house. However, she stopped at the entrance and didn't intend to leave. It seemed that Sylvia wanted to watch Wu Yan ride the strongest holy dragon in the academy. Rebecca only looked at Wu Yan after Sylvia walked out of the dragon house. Then be careful. I'll use star carving to comfort, fall. If necessary, I'll make you give up. Rebecca's expression was extremely serious. So, are you sure you want to ride my fall? Wu Yan didn't say anything. Instead, he raised his hand. In that hand, an exquisite knight's sword was in his hand. The blade of the sword was flashing with a cold light. Don't worry, I can still protect myself. Rebecca shook her head with a bitter smile. She clearly took Wu Yan's words as a joke. Listen well. If you can't do it, don't force yourself. Wu Yan nodded nonchalantly. He raised his head and looked forward. In the depths of the 7th dragon house, dragon rooms were lined up side by side. They were separated by walls. Inside was an empty space. In the center of the row of rooms was an extremely large body lying there. It radiated a dangerous aura that made one's hair stand on end. It was a gigantic dragon the size of a house. Its fur was a deep red. The fur on its limbs was thick like armor. Its sharp claws flashed with a cold luster. Its eyes were closed as if it was taking a nap. Was that the holy dragon knight Rebecca? Randall's Fall. The Academy's strongest holy dragon, Gyuvlin. As if it was only natural, Gyuvlin, who was much larger than an adult holy dragon, occupied the center of the 7th dragon house. It was as if he was showing off his position as the Academy's strongest dragon. A dragon's might permeated the surroundings, indicating his extraordinariness. Apart from Gyuvlin, Sylvia brought Lancelot to the dragon house. The other 3 holy dragons weren't there either. It was unknown if it was a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement. In any case, this meant that Wu Yan could use his power as much as he wanted here. Since the Academy had given permission, even if the dragon house was destroyed, Wu Yan wouldn't be held responsible. Wu Yan's lips slowly curved upwards. He looked at the dragon sitting across from him and tightened his grip on his sword. His heart surged. The next moment, he charged forward. Chapter 1284. President Rebecca. Outside the 7th dragon house, Rebecca had her eyes closed. She was focusing her consciousness on her star carving. She was releasing comforting emotions to the star carving in an attempt to get Guffrin to accept Wu Yan. However, Sylvia suddenly spoke. Do you think he can do it? The word sounded rather strange at first, but Rebecca knew what Sylvia was referring to. She didn't open her eyes, but continued to soothe star carving as she answered. To be honest, I don't know either. You don't know? Not only did Sylvia not show any confusion, she even became serious. President, do you mean? He has a chance of succeeding? He is a mysterious and unfathomable person. Rebecca did not answer Sylvia's question directly. Instead, she said this sentence. Fall isn't by his side and his identity is unknown. Yet he has Yashu? Blake also has the ability to ride other dragons and can make a dragon kneel down in front of him with just a shout. Coupled with that incomparably magical dragon riding skill and some mysterious phenomena surrounding him, no matter which point it is, it all indicates that he is not an ordinary person. As though she was talking to herself, Rebecca's red lips parted slightly as she conversed with Sylvia. She didn't know that she had already self-destructed. She had been paying close attention to Wu Yan's affairs. After all, the matter of making a dragon kneel down with just a shout hasn't been widely circulated in the academy yet. Most of the students were so engrossed in his dragon riding skill that they forgot that Wu Yan once made a dragon kneel down with just a shout. This also proves that Rebecca has been keeping an eye on Wu Yan all this time. However, Sylvia clearly didn't notice this and looked at Rebecca with a puzzled expression. But isn't he President Rebecca's guard? Why does it sound like the president has just met him? I have indeed just met him. Sylvia was stunned. Well. Rebecca opened her eyes and smiled at Sylvia. Your Highness, just think of it as me taking a fancy to him and recruiting him as my guard. All of a sudden, Rebecca's face froze and her expression changed drastically. Not good. Sylvia was shocked. She didn't have time to react. A loud explosion came from the 7th dragon house ahead. Bang! The deafening explosion caused the ground to tremble slightly and set off a gust of wind. Rebecca and Sylvia abruptly raised their heads to look in the direction of the 7th dragon house. Then, they saw it. They didn't know when it happened. The top of the 7th dragon house was blasted open, revealing a rather large hole. In the dragon house, a red shadow shot up into the sky at an extremely fast speed. It shot into the air and stopped in midair, revealing the silhouette of the red silhouette. Red fur, a huge body, muscles as thick as a suit of armor. It was Guffrin. Above Guffrin's head, in the middle of the dragon horns, was Wu Yan with his sword in hand. He looked like a dragon-slaying knight. However, Rebecca and Sylvia didn't feel the slightest bit of fascination when they saw Wu Yan's majestic appearance. Instead, they looked anxious. Guffrin! Rebecca took a step forward and shouted. Calm down. Roland. Randall. What are you doing? Sylvia couldn't help but shout. Get out of Guffrin's way. Wu Yan looked at Rebecca and Sylvia when he heard the two girls. His lips curled into a grin that only he himself could see. He looked at Guffrin with lightning speed and he closed his eyes. He started connecting with Guffrin through his consciousness as a rider. However, if a rider wanted to connect with a dragon's consciousness, the dragon had to open its heart to the rider. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Last time, Bridget felt that Wu Yan was suppressing him in terms of life force. He was only an earth dragon and a young one at that. He couldn't resist this suppression in the slightest, so he simply followed Wu Yan's wishes and accepted Wu Yan. This time, however, was different. Not only was Guffrin a holy dragon, but he was also a fully matured holy dragon. His growth rate was even higher than that of an adult holy dragon. He was also the strongest existence in the Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Riding Academy. Even if a primogenitor like Wu Yan could suppress him in terms of life force, he still had the ability to resist. Thus, Guffrin could accept Wu Yan. The condition was that Wu Yan had to gain Guffrin's approval. This was the respect Guffrin had for an existence that suppressed him in terms of life force. At the same time, it was the dignity of a holy dragon. Without gaining his approval, he wouldn't be able to lower his head. That was Guffrin's intention. Roar. Raising his head, Guffrin let out an earth-shattering roar. His voice turned into sound waves that swept through the area like a storm. Whistling sounds instantly enveloped the entire area. Not good. Rebecca's expression was completely unsightly. Guffrin is getting serious. So this is the strongest holy dragon in the academy? Sylvia raised her hands to block the incoming sound waves. She forcefully supported her body that was about to be blown away and pulled on Lancelot's reins. She looked at Guffrin in shock. So strong. A young Lancelot can't compare to him at all. Sylvia looked at Wu Yan, who was still standing on Guffrin's head. His dragon robes fluttered in the wind, but his posture remained upright. She couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Can he tame Guffrin? Roar! Roar! With another roar, Guffrin moved. The mountain-like body soared into the sky, accompanied by a loud sonic boom. It turned into a flash of red lightning, flashing back and forth in the sky, moving up and down and pacing back and forth. Whoosh! His extreme speed caused a sharp sound that reverberated through the air. On the ground, Rebecca and Sylvia couldn't even see Guffrin's true body. Their expressions changed again and again. Flying at such a terrifying speed, even if another dragon was holding on to him, he would still be flung away. However, the two of them didn't see Wu Yan being flung away by Guffrin. Instead, they saw him standing steadily on Guffrin's head, completely unaffected. This shocked both Rebecca and Sylvia greatly. As long as they could hear the sharp sound of air breaking, the two of them could tell what kind of speed Gufulin was flying at. Under such a powerful centrifugal force, let alone consciousness, even his organs might be flung out of his mouth. Under such circumstances, Wu Yan was still able to stand steadily on Guffrin's head. It was a miracle. On the other side, Wu Yan, who was riding on top of Gufflin's head, bitterly laughed as he listened to the incessant howling of the wind. Looking at the scene in front of him that has turned into a sea of white. You bastard, you're actually this serious. If it wasn't me, which human would be able to endure your torment? Roar! Roar! Guffrin roared in response. His roar carried a faint ripple of mana. Clearly, it was using its own magic power to strengthen its speed. Wu Yan could even feel a powerful repulsive force from Guffrin's body. He couldn't help but tighten his grip on Guffrin's horn. Even breathing became difficult. Guffrin could only roar, but Wu Yan understood what it meant. He would definitely not show any mercy. This meant that Guffrin was already going all out. When Guffrin went all out, he was already at the 8th rank. Coupled with the fact that he was a dragon with a noble bloodline, Guffrin's strength was already close to the 8th rank. He was only a hair's breadth away from reaching that rank. Wu Yan, who had sealed all his power, only had the boundless martial refinement and the physical abilities of a true ancestor. He was also at the 8th rank. They were evenly matched. Ha 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 ha. Sensing Guffrin's intentions, Wu Yan laughed heartily. I understand. Since that's the case, I'll go all out as well. Don't die, Guffrin. His voice reverberated throughout the battlefield, reaching Rebecca and Sylvia's ears. In the next moment, Wu Yan raised the knight's sword in his hand. Above it, a dense air current began to sweep up. The whistling air covered the blade of the knight's sword, condensing into a shining halo. Then, Wu Yan slashed downwards. Chaotic return to horizon dance. A dazzling saber light flashed and cut through the air. It was as if a saber had descended from the sky and landed on Gufulin's body. Boom! A blinding light exploded in the sky. Chapter 1285. Boom! The dazzling saber light slowly bloomed as if it had cut the entire sky into 2 halves. The space seemed to have been cut in half. The dazzling light carried the aurora-like saber halo and expanded in this part of the world. It then gradually reverberated, stirring up a gust of wind that swept in all directions. What? What is that? It's a lie, right? Rebecca and Sylvia's expressions constantly changed as they witnessed this scene. In the end, they were stunned as waves of shock surged through their hearts. However, they were quickly drowned out by the fierce winds. They raised their hands in front of themselves and closed their eyes to block the dazzling blade light in the sky. It wasn't until about a minute later that the wind and waves weakened, and the strong light gradually dimmed. The 2 beautiful girls on the scene opened their eyes and looked up. Then, a huge body fell from the sky at the same time, smashing heavily on the ground. Bang! With a muffled thump, a gust of wind that was much weaker than before was stirred up. The falling figure was instantly hidden, and only when the dust settled did Rebecca and Sylvia finally see the true identity of the falling figure. It was Guflin, who had been soaring through the sky like a god. However, at this very moment, Gufulin no longer had his previous awe-inspiring posture. He was like a heavily injured ferocious beast, lying on the ground with traces of pain in his eyes. On his back, there was a hideous wound that stretched from his shoulder to his ribs. Blood seeped out of it. His scales and fur were already in tatters. Guflin! Rebecca paled in fright and hurriedly ran towards Guflin. Sylvia also reacted and quickly followed after her while holding on to Lancelot's reins. Just as the 2 girls were about to jump in front of Gufulin, a voice stopped them. All right, don't be so nervous. Most of the damage was absorbed by Gyuvlin's scales, fur, and the magic barrier around him. The wound on Gyuvlin's body is very shallow and will only hurt a little. It's just a superficial wound. Rebecca and Sylvia abruptly stopped in their tracks when they heard this. Only then did they stop. The two girls saw Wu Yan standing on Guffrin's neck. He's patting Guffrin's mane with a bitter smile on his face. Looks like I was a little too serious. Roar! Gyuvlin also roared, but it didn't have the same momentum as before. It was a cry of agreement. Although it sounded weak, it didn't seem to be in much pain. It was clearly fine. Rebecca sighed in relief when she heard Wu Yan's words and Gyuvlin's cry. She ran to Gyuvlin's side and imitated Wu Yan, stroking his hair. That's great. Looks like he's fine. Rebecca then asked Wu Yan with a frightened expression as she thought of something. Oh, what was that just now? Just now? It's the saber light that struck Guffrin down. Sylvia, who had caught up to them, added in a hurry. Her face was also full of shock. That was your attack, right? You're not a sacred sky dragon knight, are you? Rebecca looked at Wu Yan with a solemn expression. It was clear that Rebecca had the same thought. That was to be expected. When it came to attacking dragons with a human body, the first thing that came to mind was the Holy Sky Dragon Knights equipped with a Holy Knight armor and possessing extraordinary strength. If it was an Earth Dragon, Pterosaur, or Water Dragon, then it wasn't impossible for a powerful human to fight it with their own strength. However, Gyuvlin wasn't an Earth Dragon, Pterosaur, or Water Dragon. He was an adult sacred dragon. The Holy Sky Dragon Knight equipped with the Holy Knight armor was the #1 possibility for a human to fight a holy dragon head-on. Wu Yan's attack just now definitely came from his own body. It wasn't an additional effect from an item, it's a real head-on attack. Since that was the case, it was reasonable to interpret Wu Yan as a sacred sky dragon knight equipped with sacred knight armor. Unfortunately, Wu Yan only smiled helplessly at Rebecca and Sylvia's grave expressions. You're thinking too much. Putting aside whether or not I'm a Saint Sky Dragon Knight, the attack just now wasn't launched because I'm wearing the Holy Knight armor. Besides, did you see me summon my fall? If I didn't summon my fall, how would I get it to offer up sacred knight armor? The Holy Knight armor was a piece of equipment made by the Holy Dragon level dragons with their own magic power. Every time a Holy Dragon Knight equipped the Holy Knight armor, they had to summon their own Holy Dragon and use their magic power to create a piece of equipment for the owner to equip. As a result, once the magic used to create the Sacred Knight armor was used up, the Sacred Knight armor would disappear. It could only be used again if the Sacred Dragon Knight created it and offered it up again. As a result, if a Sacred Sky Dragon Knight wanted to equip the Sacred Knight armor, they had to summon their fall and offer up the Sacred Knight armor. When the Sacred Knight armor ran out of magic, the Sacred Sky Dragon Knight would be able to use it. At that time, it wouldn't matter if Fall left their Sacred Knight armor. Speaking of which, the Sacred Knight armor was quite similar to Vassal Beasts. Both were created from pure magic and had all sorts of unique effects. Vassal Beasts had the ability to transform into anything, while Sacred Knight armor was dazzling 100 Blossoms' built-in magic device. Once it ran out of magic, it would disappear. The difference was that familiars existed in the blood of vampires and were released by the vampires with mana. The Holy Knight armor, on the other hand, existed in Fall's body. If one wanted to equip it, Fall would have to pay mana to construct it before they could successfully equip it. However, if a Sacred Knight armor wanted to equip it, he had to summon Fall first. This was something that couldn't be changed. He didn't equip the Sacred Knight armor? Rebecca was bewildered. If he didn't equip the Sacred Knight armor, then what was that attack just now? That was just a sword skill. Sword skill? Rebecca and Sylvia were stunned. Vibrate the sword at a certain frequency and cause the surrounding air to vibrate. Then, use the vibrating air to form a shockwave and compress it into a slash. That's how it works. As he spoke, Wu Yan shook the sword in his hand. Instantly, strands of dense air swirled around the sword and enveloped it, forming a halo around it that made the sword shine brightly. It's called Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance. It's a pure sword skill that focuses on destructive and offensive power. Wu Yan looked at the stunned Rebecca and Sylvia and laughed. If you want to learn, I can teach you too. Rebecca and Sylvia immediately looked at each other, and then Rebecca laughed bitterly. After the miraculous dragon ride skill, you showed off such a terrifying sword skill. Are you even human? So strong. Sylvia's face was filled with shock. Can I still win against him? Ma, let's put that aside for now. Wu Yan felt like he overdid it when he saw the two girls' expressions. He rubbed his nose and patted Goflin's neck as if he was trying to change the topic. Let me tell you some good news. Guffrin has acknowledged me. I can ride Guffrin from now on. Rebecca and Sylvia recalled that Wu Yan came here to tame Guffrin. Acknowledged? Rebecca looked at her fall in shock. Really? Wu. You. Gufflin whimpered. It rubbed its head against Wu Yan's body in a very obedient manner, proving Wu Yan's words to be true. He really did tame it. Sylvia's expression was complicated. Well, I've finally achieved my goal. Wu Yan looked at Rebecca, Sylvia, Guffrin, and Lancelot with a smile. Thank you for accompanying me. How about this? I'll cook a meal for everyone. Cook. Rebecca and Sylvia were stunned again. Chapter 1286. The Ansari Dragon Riding Academy took up a vast amount of land. In this dragon riding academy where humans and dragons coexisted, there were already several school buildings. Other than the school buildings, there was also a church, a lecture hall, a library, and a student cafeteria. In addition to that, there were also 7 dragon houses and 4 student dormitories, as well as various training grounds, sports grounds, and arenas for activities. It would not be an exaggeration to call the entire Ansari Dragon Riding Academy a small city. Compared to the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, the Ansari city seemed to exist just for the sake of the academy. The scale of the inside and outside of the academy couldn't be compared at all. It was like comparing a bustling area to a residential area. The difference was obvious. Because of this, the Ansari city was also known as the Academy City. One could see the importance of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy with a single glance. However, due to the vast land, the male dormitory and female dormitory were very far apart. It would take up to 30 minutes to walk from one dormitory to the other. At this time, Wu Yan, Rebecca, and Sylvia were in another dormitory building extremely far away from the male dormitory of the advanced course class, Apollo Dormitory. The female dormitory of the advanced course class, Epona Dormitory. To be precise, it should be the top floor of Epona Dormitory, the royal room. This was a royal room specifically for Sylvia, the 4th princess of the Lorraine Kingdom of Knights. Not only was the activity space not inferior to the suites of 5-star hotels, it was also extremely luxurious. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was dazzling. Other than that, there were also facilities that normal dormitories didn't have. There was a living room with a fireplace, a dining room for eating, a study room for studying, a bedroom for living, a bathroom for bathing, a kitchen for cooking, etc. There were all sorts of room facilities. It couldn't be compared to the dormitories of normal students. It was more like a high-class dormitory. It didn't have the feel of a dormitory at all. Wu Yan didn't know if the room of the principal of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy was as luxurious as this. But this was the first time he saw a dormitory that could be called wasteful. Even the girls' dormitories of Toki Wadai Middle School weren't as luxurious as this. Of course, Wu Yan wouldn't be surprised if it was just the luxurious room. After all, Sylvia was still a princess. Living in a better place wasn't a big deal. Most importantly, the moment Wu Yan entered the room, he saw something truly luxurious. She was wearing a dark blue pleated dress with lace, and a white scarf-like floral ornament started from her shoulders and went through her chest. It was pulled all the way down to her abdomen and wrapped around it like an apron. Paired with the blue dress, it was monotonous yet irresistible. There was also a headdress on her head, and the color was also monotonous white. It was a maid outfit, and the one wearing the maid's uniform. It was a young girl with short purple hair and purple pupils. She was extremely cute and playful. Wu Yan blinked and looked at the cute little maid standing in front of him with a smile on her face. Then, he turned his head and looked at Sylvia. She's not your maid, is she? She's a maid, not a maid. Sylvia frowned. She glared at Wu Yan. Is there something you're not happy about?
No, 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 of course not.
Wu Yan shook his head. He looked at the little maid who was standing there like a doll and he laughed. She's not like you, she's quite cute. What did you say? Sylvia's eyes widened. She couldn't believe Wu Yan would say something like that. Rebecca covered her mouth and snickered. The little maid who had been pretending to be a doll also snickered and lifted the corner of her skirt. She bowed to Wu Yan. Thank you for the compliment. I am Cosette Shirley. Shirley.
The maid who called herself Cosette tilted her head and pursed her lips into a smile.
You must be Lord Loon, right? I've heard so much about you.
My name. Wu Yan stroked his chin and glanced at Sylvia.
Don't tell me you got this name, because I defeated your mistress and she badmouthed me in front of you?
I'm not that despicable.
Sylvia was furious. Also, Cosette isn't my maid, she's my maid.
Well, well. Wu Yan waved his hand nonchalantly. It's all the same, all the same. It's not the same.
Ah. Cosette's gaze wandered between Wu Yan and Sylvia. Her smile turned frivolous. Lord Loon and Her Highness are showing off their affection? Showing off their affection?
Wu Yan was dumbfounded.
And of course not. Sylvia's face turned red. She looked flustered and exasperated.
Wu Yan was even more surprised.
It can't be? So you're shy too? This time, not only did Sylvia's face turn red, even her ears turned red. Cosette, who was just joking, showed a surprised expression and smiled meaningfully. It seems like something happened between the two of you that I don't know about. I'm very curious. Nothing happened. Sylvia's rebuttal was so weak that even Rebecca was too embarrassed to continue watching. She stepped forward with a smile. Loon, Cosette isn't an ordinary maid. You'll slowly understand. Not an ordinary maid? Wu Yan couldn't help but look at Cosette. Cosette smiled modestly and he couldn't help but laugh. Well, I'll wait and see. Wu Yan walked past Sylvia and entered her room. Sylvia panicked for no reason as she chased after Wu Yan with a red face. As a knight, how dare you be so rude as to wander around someone else's room? Can't I wander around? Wu Yan looked back at Sylvia innocently and shrugged helplessly. Then Cosette, please take me to the kitchen. Kitchen? Cosette was confused. She didn't understand why Wu Yan went to the kitchen, but she quickly put on a smile. Understood. Lord Loon. This way, please. Thank you, Cosette. You're welcome. Don't order other people's maids around. Sylvia shouted. Also, Cosette, don't be so obedient. Unfortunately, not only did Wu Yan ignore Sylvia's words, her maid also ignored her. She stood there in a daze and looked at Wu Yan and Cosette, who were talking and laughing as they walked into the kitchen. She lowered her head and the background was dark. I'm just a princess with no dignity. Not only can I not order my guards around, even my own maids don't listen to me. This. Rebecca saw this scene with her own eyes and her impression of Sylvia changed drastically. I didn't expect Princess Sylvia to be so innocent. She doesn't even know that she's being bullied. That's right, Wu Yan and Cosette have been bullying Sylvia since the start of the fight. In the kitchen, Wu Yan glanced at the luxurious scene and his heart twitched. Should I say, as expected of the princess's kitchen? Lord Loon, do you really want to use the kitchen? Cosette looked at Wu Yan in disbelief. I thought you only wanted to bully Her Highness. I didn't expect Sylvia to have such a side to her, so I played around a little. Wu Yan smiled awkwardly at Cosette's incredulous expression. In any case, lend me the kitchen for a while. Do you want to cook? Cosette smiled kindly. If that's the case, let me do it. Well, it's a thank you gift, so I can't let you do it. Wu Yan said without turning his head. He walked into the kitchen and picked up a kitchen knife. He skillfully twirled it around the handle. Don't look at me like this. I haven't met anyone who can match me in cooking yet. Is that so? Cosette maintained a smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with distrust. Wu Yan shrugged when he saw this. Anyway, just wait and see. Wu Yan's lips curled up. Cosette suddenly had a feeling when she saw that smile. The boy in front of her seemed different from the one she met before. Chapter 1287. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, Epona Lodge, Royal Family Room. Rebecca, Sylvia, and Corsette sat on both sides of the table and looked at the steaming and fragrant dishes on the table. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Sylvia swallowed her saliva with difficulty as she looked at the dishes on the table that looked like works of art. She looked at Wu Yan, who was standing at the side with plates of food in his hands, and asked with uncertainty, "You made all of this yourself?" "This." Rebecca was also surprised. "Isn't this a little too beautiful?" "That's right. Beautiful." The dishes on the table were all cut into inconceivable shapes by some kind of extreme knife skill. Then, they were arranged into exquisite patterns. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were works of art. In terms of appearance alone, they were more exquisite than ordinary works of art or famous paintings. If these works of art were dishes, then Rebecca and Sylvia wouldn't be willing to eat them, even if they almost lost their composure and salivated profusely. "President, Your Highness, these were indeed made by Lord Rohan." Corsette, who stood behind Sylvia, explained to the two girls with an admiring tone. "I've been watching Lord Rohan from the side. There's no mistake." After saying that, Corsette looked at Wu Yan with curiosity. Even though Corsette hasn't met Wu Yan before, just like when she introduced him, she's been looking forward to meeting him for a long time. In fact, it was Corsette who told Sylvia that Wu Yan entered the advanced course through the back door. She originally thought that Wu Yan was just a special person. However, Corsette's impression of Wu Yan had changed from special to special now. The mysterious dragon riding skill. The unknown dragon rider. The genius dragon tamer. In the short span of a day, this student who only received a negative evaluation had suddenly changed. He had countless halos on him. Now, he even made a dish that even Corsette praised. Just the surface alone made her admit that she was inferior. Of course, these weren't the most important things for Corsette. These were the characteristics mentioned above. Apart from being able to make good dishes, none of them could deepen her impression of Wu Yan. The most important thing was this special boy. He directly called her master by her name. Cosette, who was familiar with Sylvia, naturally knew that this was the first time Sylvia had met someone who directly called her by her name since she came to the academy. Furthermore, it seemed that Sylvia had removed her cold mask and revealed her true personality. Corsette couldn't help but take note of this. Corsette, who knew that Sylvia never had any friends, felt that this boy who suddenly barged into the academy might change Sylvia's life. Who knows? Wu Yan, who didn't know that Corsette was thinking so deeply, placed the last dish on the table with a disapproving expression. He clapped his hands and walked into the kitchen while speaking. "No matter how beautiful the dishes are, they are all for eating. Don't be shy, eat as much as you want. I'll go make Guffrin and Lancelot's portions first." After saying that, Wu Yan disappeared from the scene. Rebecca and Sylvia looked at each other and picked up their knives and forks in tacit understanding. They picked up a piece of meat and put it into their mouths. In the next moment, they felt an electrifying pleasure in their mouths, causing the two girls to widen their eyes and be stunned on the spot. "President, Your Highness?" Corsette faintly felt that something was wrong when she saw the two girls doing something that was completely different from before. It didn't fit their image. "Pardon my rudeness." Cosette picked up the cutlery and forked the meat that Rebecca and Sylvia had just eaten. After taking a small bite, Cosette finally understood why his master and the perfect president of the student council was in such a state. So delicious." Corsette blurted out from the bottom of her heart without even thinking about it. She recalled the arrogant declaration that Wu Yan made in the kitchen and now believed it. In this world, there shouldn't be anyone who could compare to him in terms of cooking. As a maid of the princess, Wu Yan's cooking is the most delicious dish she has ever tasted. She has tasted a lot of delicacies since she was a child. She can also make excellent dishes herself. Wu Yan's cooking is the most delicious dish she has ever tasted. When they came back to their senses, the three girls exchanged glances. Then, Rebecca and Sylvia began to eat silently. Their movements were still graceful, but their speed was unbelievably fast. Beside her, Corsette also quietly went against her principle of waiting for Sylvia to finish her meal, and secretly left some food for herself. Phew! Even with their graceful movements, Rebecca and Sylvia couldn't hide the contorted expressions on their faces. Wu Yan, who had just bribed Gufflin and Lancelot with food, had a hard time breaking free from their entanglements. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Although I am very confident in my cooking, I didn't think that the perfect president of the student council and the fourth princess would become like this just because of a meal. What a surprise! Rebecca and Sylvia blushed when they heard Wu Yan's teasing words. They coughed dryly and turned their heads away, pretending like they didn't hear anything. Wu Yan couldn't help but ridicule them for it. Forget it. Wu Yan pursed his lips and he sat in front of Rebecca and Sylvia. He poured them a cup of black tea he just brewed. Have some black tea. It'll make you feel better. Rebecca and Sylvia resentfully looked at the black tea. They reached out and picked up the cup. After a moment of hesitation, they took a small sip. Their eyes lit up. What a fragrant black tea! Sylvia couldn't help but praise. Rebecca looked at Wu Yan with a puzzled expression and said something that almost made Wu Yan stumble. Rune, are you really a boy? I really want to ask you why you would ask such a question. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. How can you tell that I'm not a boy? Can a boy really make such delicious food and black tea? Rebecca gave a reason that seemed reasonable but was actually quite unreasonable. If you're a girl dressed as a boy, please don't hide it anymore. We won't look down on you. If we have time, we can go shopping and take a bath together. Wu Yan wanted to retort, but when he heard the words, take a bath together, his expression wavered and he almost admitted that he was a girl dressed as a boy. However, to prove that he was a man, he endured the pain and forced a smile. It's best if you don't question my gender. Otherwise, I'll definitely do something irrational to prove my body. Sylvia's face flushed red once more when she heard those words. Then, she put on a stern face and snorted threateningly. If I had guards by my side right now, you would have been sent to prison for being rude to the princess. That's scary. Wu Yan pursed his lips and tapped the messy tableware in front of him. I spent so much effort to make so many dishes. I didn't think there would be people in this world who would turn their backs on me. I'm so pitiful. Who's turning their backs on me? Sylvia couldn't take it anymore. Kindness must be repaid. This is the family rule of the royal house of Lorimon. In other words, Wu Yan smirked as if he was waiting for Sylvia to say that. Your Highness, you admit that you've accepted my kindness, right? Of course. Sylvia stuttered. Speaking of which, since you're already calling me by my name, then don't call me Your Highness anymore. No problem. Wu Yan agreed without hesitation. He suddenly stopped smiling and looked at Sylvia. Then, Sylvia, I have a question for you. Do you know what the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family is? Chapter 1288. Avalon's Divine Dragon Royal Family? Other than Wu Yan, everyone else was startled for a moment before a doubtful expression appeared on their faces. Avalon's Divine Dragon Royal Family. Sylvia frowned. I've never heard of such a family name before. Where is it from? No, they shouldn't be a human family. Wu Yan shook his head and he mused for a bit before replying. It should be related to the dragon race. Related to the dragon race? This time, Rebecca and Sylvia were both surprised. Is there a family system within the dragon race? Sylvia's face was filled with confusion. I've never heard of it before. Could it be the Earth Dragon, Water Dragon, Winged Dragon or Divine Dragon royal family? If that's the case, Roland wouldn't be asking this question. Rebecca closed her eyes with a solemn expression. Avalon's Divine Dragon Royal Family. Divine Dragon Emperor. Since it's related to the Dragon Emperor, it's definitely not an ordinary dragon race. Rebecca turned to Wu Yan and asked, Roland, where did you hear about this family name? This. It's troublesome to explain it to you. Wu Yan scratched his face and shrugged. To put it simply, I'm currently looking for information related to the Avalon's Divine Dragon Royal Family. I've searched the Academy's library but I couldn't find anything. Although the Academy's library contains many books related to the Dragon Clan and the Dragon Cultivators, the truly confidential parts will not be open to the public. Rebecca crossed her arms and shook her head. Furthermore, if it's something that can be found in the Academy's library, Princess Sylvia and I would definitely know about it. Therefore, I can be sure that the Academy's library doesn't have any records of this. Then, does the Loriaman's royal family and the Randall family have any records of this? Wu Yan stared at the two girls in front of him. The Randall family is a noble family with a fief. They should have some secrets that aren't on the surface, right? As for the Loriaman's royal family, I'm sorry. Although I don't know if the Loria monarch family has any records of this, the Randall family doesn't have any. Rebecca said calmly. If I don't know about it, then even if I go to the Randall family to ask, no one in the family will know about it. When she said this, her tone was firm. As a Saint Dragon Knight, Rebecca was equivalent to a nobleman without a title. Although the Randall family was a famous family, there weren't many Holy Sky Dragon Knights in the history of the family. Thus, it was easy to imagine Rebecca's status in the family. Naturally, she had access to all the secrets of the Randall family. Therefore, Rebecca could say with absolute certainty that this was the case. As long as she didn't know, then no one in the Randall family would know. As for me, I don't have much confidence either. Sylvia, on the other hand, was a little uncertain. Her attitude was a little hesitant. Since it's a secret, there aren't many people in King Loriaman's family who have the right to read it. After all, it's related to the country. Even if I'm the princess, reading these state secrets is against the law. In other words, even if King Loriaman's family has records of the Avalon Saint Dragon royal family, not many people know about it? Wu Yan frowned deeply and rhythmically tapped the table. This is a little troublesome. Rebecca looked up and stared at Wu Yan for a while before asking, is it important to you to know about the Avalon Saint Dragon royal family? Important. Is it important? Wu Yan nodded after a brief moment of silence. That's right. It's very important. Is that so? Rebecca stared at Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. After a while, she smiled and looked up. I understand. As the student council president of the Ansari Dragon Academy, I have quite a bit of power and authority. I will help you find information about the Avalon Saint Dragon royal family and keep an eye out for you. Hearing this, Wu Yan's eyes lit up and looked at Rebecca gratefully. Thanks, Rebecca. Well, it's a small matter. No matter what you do, you must give it your all. This is King Loriaman's family rule. Sylvia became serious. Since I owe you one, I will do my best to find information about the Avalon Saint Dragon royal family. Cosette. Before Wu Yan could react, Sylvia turned around and looked at Cosette behind her. Sorry to trouble you. Yes. Cosette lifted the corner of her skirt and bowed slightly, revealing a witty and shrewd smile. As long as it's within my ability, I will give it my all. That's good. Sylvia's serious expression relaxed a lot. Rebecca also gave Cosette a reassuring look. Wu Yan was slightly surprised and looked at Cosette. Didn't I just say? Cosette is not an ordinary maid. Seeing Wu Yan staring at Cosette, Rebecca shook her head with a smile. Cosette belongs to the Shirley family. They have been known for their combat skills and espionage skills since ancient times. They have served the Loriaman's king family for generations and are specialized in assisting the Wang family. They are the indispensable left and right hands of the Wang family. Rebecca glanced at Cosette and explained in amazement. Cosette is one of the few elites in the Shirley family. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is the most outstanding member of the Shirley family. With her help, this matter will most likely succeed. That's strong. Wu Yan smiled wryly as he stared blankly at the adorable Cosette who had a harmless smile on her face. So that's how it is. A wise man doesn't show his true colors. You're the real boss. I've made a fool of myself. Cosette held her cheeks with both hands and fidgeted as if she was shy. However, there was a sly smile hidden in her eyes. Wu Yan, who saw this scene, clearly felt a chill in his heart. This cute maid is definitely not as naive and romantic as she looks. She might even be more two-faced than Rebecca. Era. Just as this thought rose in Wu Yan's heart, Cosette looked at Wu Yan with a smile and muttered to herself. Why do I feel like Lord Rune is thinking of something rude? You're thinking too much. Wu Yan's heart clenched as he put on a fake smile. I'm just thinking about the Aries dragon ritual tomorrow. I'm not thinking of anything rude. Aries dragon ritual. Rebecca blinked her eyes. Right, now that you can control Guffrin, you should be participating in the Aries dragon ritual, right? Controlling Guffrin to participate in the Aries dragon ritual. Before Wu Yan could react, Sylvia was startled. She turned to Wu Yan in shock. You want to control Guffrin to participate in the Aries dragon ritual? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow at Sylvia's shocked expression. Judging from your reaction, are you also participating in the Aries dragon ritual tomorrow? Also means that you admit to it? Sylvia's mind was starting to wander. Guffrin is my opponent. Oh, you're wavering. Wu Yan said with a half smile. Sylvia, are you afraid of losing to me? Who's afraid of losing to you? Sylvia raised an eyebrow. You have to give it your all no matter what the competition is. That's the Lorimon Wong family's motto. This is interesting. Wu Yan's eyes lit up as he looked at Sylvia with a meaningful look. Since that's the case, do you dare to make a bet with me? Bet? Sylvia was stunned. If I win tomorrow's Aries dragon ritual, you have to agree to one of my conditions. At this moment, Wu Yan's expression is like a big bad wolf looking at a cute little bunny jumping into its mouth. Sylvia shuddered and instantly became alert. What if I win? If you win, I'll teach you the dragon riding technique and the chaotic return to horizon dance that defeated you. How about it? Sylvia's expression changed instantly. If she could learn that mystical dragon riding technique and the sword technique that could even injure the strongest holy dragon in the academy, her strength would increase by leaps and bounds. This was a huge temptation for Sylvia. Sylvia clenched her teeth. All right, it's a deal then. Wu Yan grinned. His grin is deceitful. Chapter 1289. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of fireworks exploding reverberated throughout the academy. Oh, cheers shook the entire place. Today was a rare sunny day. In terms of organizing the competition, it was undoubtedly a very suitable day. Early in the morning, many students wearing dragon riding uniforms had gathered on the sports field of the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy. They held the reins in their hands and lined up neatly on the field with their dragons. On both sides of the sports field, there were fences that looked like spectator seats. The fences were filled with students who did not intend to participate in the Aries dragon ritual and only wanted to watch the fun. Waves of cheers were heard, causing the surrounding air to vibrate slightly. One could imagine just how high the mood of the students was at this moment. The Aries Palace's Dragon Rider ritual was a spring celebration. Although many students did not intend to participate, their enthusiasm for the Dragon Rider ritual was even higher than those who intended to participate. Amidst the endless cheers, the students who were holding fall lined up neatly and looked forward. Over there was a temporarily built high platform that served as the main venue for the announcement of the Aries Palace's dragon sacrifice. Instructors stood on both sides of the stage. They were in charge of supervising the entire tournament. They maintained the basic rules of the tournament and didn't allow anyone to cause trouble. Backstage, Wu Yan, Sylvia, and Rebecca stood there in their dragon riding uniforms. Compared to the grinning Rebecca and the serious Sylvia, Wu Yan's expression is one of helplessness. Why do I have to go on stage and give a speech? Sylvia is the representative, isn't she? The representative has always been chosen to be the top student of the year in the past. It wasn't Rebecca who answered Wu Yan, but Sylvia. Glancing at Wu Yan, Sylvia calmly continued. But, you used an earth dragon to defeat me yesterday. You should be the representative of this declaration. I should be the one who is acting strange. Why do I get the chance to give a speech? Your Highness is overthinking things. Rebecca smiled calmly. She replied slowly. Even if someone defeated Your Highness's position as the top student of the year is still unshakable. Combat isn't the only factor that determines results. What about me? Wu Yan raised his voice as if he was trying to make his presence known. Logically speaking, I'm not just a student who got in through the back door. I'm also a newbie who entered the academy less than 2 days ago. You're letting me go on stage just like that? I'm afraid eggs will be thrown at me. Don't belittle yourself. Your reputation in the academy is no less than Her Highness Princess Sylvia's. Rebecca said calmly with a hint of a smile on her face. Although it was my idea to let you be the representative. So it was you? It's about time. She ignored Wu Yan's resistance. Rebecca slowly walked to the center of the stage. President Rebecca. Madam Rebecca. As Rebecca walked onto the platform, the students became more and more excited. Their cheers reverberated throughout the entire stadium, drowning out all the other noises. For a moment, the entire stadium was filled with crazed cheers from fans. Good morning, everyone. Like an unperturbed king, Rebecca appeared at the center of the stage, full of heroic spirit. Her voice wasn't very loud, but it pierced through the entire stadium, instantly silencing the noisy stadium. However, the students still looked at her with fanaticism in their eyes. After all, the person standing on the stage was the undefeatable idol of the entire academy. Seeing this, Rebecca revealed a satisfied expression. Her voice gradually reverberated through the air, reaching the ears of everyone present. Today, it's the day of the long-awaited Ares Palace Dragon Sacrifice of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. As an activity initiated by the Student Union, as the president of the Student Union, I feel honored to be able to stand on the stage and give a speech. After her speech, Rebecca looked around the stadium. Dear students, the dragon riding ritual is not just a simple sports meeting, but a fine tradition of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy and even the entire Ansari city. The results of the competition will be officially recorded and become the glory of the winner. Therefore, since you have chosen to participate in the competition, of course, I hope that your goal is to stand on this high platform and receive the award personally from me. At this point, Rebecca suddenly closed her eyes with a helpless smile on her lips. That may be the case, but I know very well that this level is not enough to stimulate everyone's will to win. Therefore, I will give a special reward to the winner this time. Special reward. The students who had been in a frenzy earlier were all stunned by this sudden speech. Seeing this, a trace of craftiness appeared in Rebecca's eyes as she spoke in a clear voice. I will give the winner of the Ares Palace Dragon Sacrifice the right to date for a day as a reward. The person of the date will naturally be me, Rebecca Randall. I'll be Rebecca Randall. The stadium suddenly fell silent. All the students stared dumbfoundedly at Rebecca, who was exuding a noble aura, as if they couldn't believe their ears. They looked at each other in dismay, as if they were suppressing something, and their faces swelled. In the next second, cheers louder than ever before filled every corner of the stadium and almost caused a riot. Silence. Rebecca's smile didn't diminish as she spoke again. The stadium returned to its original silence. Her popularity and influence made even Wu Yan sigh in admiration. Next, the representative will give a speech. Year 1 of the advanced course class, Sylvia Lamia. Her Highness Princess Loriaman. Sylvia's figure appeared at the bottom of the platform as soon as she finished speaking. She slowly walked to the center of the platform with clear footsteps. Below the stage, Wu Yan frowned. When Sylvia went up to the stage, Wu Yan clearly felt. Unlike the previous high-spirited atmosphere, there was a strange heaviness in the air. However, Sylvia seemed to have not noticed at all. She looked straight ahead with a taut face, and her cold voice shook the atmosphere as it gradually reverberated in the field. You must give it your all in any competition. This is the family rule of the Loriaman family. Above. After saying that, Sylvia walked off the stage by herself. Her aggressive aura brought about a sense of nervousness. Below the stage, all the students fell silent. Not long after, there was a burst of whispers. What? She seems so amazing. Yeah, the truly outstanding one is Lancelot, not her. Is everyone from the Wang family so arrogant? I can't bear to watch this. Wu Yan's frown deepened as he looked at Sylvia, who is walking towards him.
looking at the other party's frosty face. His wine-red eyes wavered slightly.
Next, let's welcome the most famous newcomer in the academy, Roland Randall. Randall. Hearing Rebecca's words, Wu Yan took a deep breath and walked up to the stage. When he passed by Sylvia, Wu Yan abruptly opened his mouth and said this. I don't like the current you at all. Sylvia's footsteps paused. Her cold face, which hadn't changed since the beginning, crumbled and turned into a complex expression.
Standing at the center of the stage, Wu Yan first glanced at the smiling Rebecca, then at the contestants below before sweeping his gaze across the crowd.
I won't waste any more words. Everyone.
Wu Yan's lips curled up as he spoke.
Come and try chasing me. If you can catch me, I'll agree to any request you make. But don't expect me to go easy on you. Hearing that, the crowd fell into a deathly silence once more. However, in the next instant, a stifling wave of enthusiasm accompanied by deafening cheers reverberated throughout the arena. Although those words sounded extremely arrogant, it was exactly what many people wanted. After all, they were still thinking about Wu Yan's miraculous dragon-riding ability. Rebecca held her forehead as if she had a headache, but the corners of her lips also curled up slightly. Sylvia stared blankly at Wu Yan, who was receiving everyone's cheers. His words echoed in her mind. She was speechless for a long time. Chapter 1290. The order of the contestants for the Ares Draconic Rite had its own rules as well. In the Ares Temple Dragon Rite, there was no such thing as a fair starting line. The starting line of the contestants was based on the results of their training sessions, and the starting line was very orderly divided into front and back. In the past, the starting line for the Ares Draconic Rite was set so that the contestant with the best results and fastest speed would be at the front and so on. The lower the results, the slower the contestant would be at the back of the starting line. However, this year's Draconic Rite was different. The contestants at the very front weren't the ones with the best results, but the ones with the worst results. This was Rebecca's suggestion. The reason was simple. It was more exciting this way. Therefore, according to the new rules of this year's Ares Dragon Sacrificial Competition, Sylvia, who had won the first place in the mock competition, obediently lined up at the back of all the contestants on her holy dragon Lancelot. Aside from Sylvia, Wu Yan was also at the very back of the line. This is to be expected. After all, Wu Yan has only been in school for 2 days and he hasn't participated in any mock competitions, so he doesn't have any results to speak of. However, due to the fact that he once performed a miraculous teleportation dragon riding skill during the dragon riding combat training, the students in the academy unanimously agreed that his speed isn't any lower than Sylvia's. Thus, Rebecca arranged for him to be at the very back of the line. Of course, there was another reason as well. No way. Right. Outside the arena, inside the arena, everyone present, regardless of whether they were teachers or students, was staring at a huge figure in the last row of the contestants. They looked at the figure riding on top of that huge figure, and their faces were filled with shock. A fur as alluring as fresh blood. His chest and limbs were as thick as armor. His wings were completely disproportionate to his body, supporting his enormous body that seemed to be able to blot out the sun. He stood above all the dragons present, emitting a chilling sense of oppression. The strongest holy dragon in the academy. Gufflin. This was a holy dragon that everyone in the Ansari Academy, and even the entire Ansari city didn't know about. It was quite famous. After all, it was the one who made Rebecca Randall famous. The most fundamental reason why the name Rebecca Randall became so famous. However, this was the Academy's strongest holy dragon. However, the one riding on it was not the most powerful person in the Academy who was full of heroic spirit, but the new student who had become a hot topic after entering the Academy for less than 2 days. Rune? Randall. The entire place was silent. Obviously, the strongest holy dragon in the Academy, the perfect mount of the Student Council president, was being ridden by someone else. Everyone's hearts were shaken. Among them, the person who was the most shocked was undoubtedly Yashio, who was also in the last row. Riding Brigid, which he borrowed from Raymond, Yashio looked at Guffrin floating above everyone and Wu Yan riding on Guffrin's head. Yashio's heart was in a state of shock and didn't calm down for a long time. Yashur was also known as a genius dragon tamer. But Yashu asked himself honestly. There was no way he could be like Wu Yan. Tame Guffrin. Not to mention Gyuvlin, Yashur didn't even have the confidence to ride an immature holy dragon like Lancelot. Until now, he had only ridden an earth dragon, a winged dragon, and a water dragon. All of a sudden, Wu Yan's image in Yashur's heart grew. Compared to Yashur, Sylvia, who already knew about this matter, was calm and collected. She restrained her emotions and slowly suppressed the complicated emotions in her heart. She began to concentrate. Sylvia didn't know if she could win. But in order to prove herself and fulfill her promise with Wu Yan, Sylvia would give it her all. Contestants in position. Rebecca's voice came from the stage, waking up the audience from their stupor. She held the short gun in her hand and raised it high into the sky. The audience began to hold their breaths. A strange tension pervaded the air. A suffocating silence enveloped the entire place. Only the agitation of the hearts and the breathing of the dragons could be heard. The surroundings were silent. Ready. Rebecca wore a calm smile and closed her eyes. Then she abruptly opened them. Bang! A dazzling flash lit up the sky and a dull gunshot echoed. Charge! In the next moment, every contestant's expression froze and they began to run at the same time. Bringing with them a thick cloud of dust and a bugle horn, they charged forward. Roar! The earth dragons roared and charged forward. The ground shook under their stomps. Roar! The pterosaurs flapped their wings and flew into the sky. Walala! One by one, the water dragons rushed into the waterway not far away, raising waves of water as they disappeared from everyone's sight. The sight of nearly 100 dragons fighting to be the first to enter the arena shook the hearts of everyone present. Oh! Amidst the loud cheers, every dragon passed through the gates of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy and entered the city center of Ansari. Due to the differences in the dragon race, the earth dragons, pterosaurs, and water dragons had different runways. The student council made a very detailed rule about the runways. Otherwise, the pterosaurs who had the advantage of flying would have a much better chance of victory than the earth dragons that could only run on the ground and the water dragons that could only swim in the waterways. Thus, for the sake of balance, the pterosaurs, earth dragons, and water dragons had different runways. They would only overlap when they reached a certain path or a section of the path before the final destination. However, the conditions were not unfair. Thus, every contestant's conditions were basically the same. It was just that it depended on their individual circumstances. In this Ares dragon sacrifice, the only two holy dragons were naturally on the pterosaurs' runways. The most basic ability of holy dragons was flight. No matter if they were pterosaurs, earth dragons, or water dragons before they evolved, they would all have wings and could fly after evolving into holy dragons. However, compared to the pterosaurs that could also fly, Gyuvlin and Lancelot's speed was undoubtedly astonishing. Not only were they fast and powerful, even their stamina was superior to other dragons. If there was something unfair about this Ares dragon sacrifice, it would be these two holy dragons that were out of the norm. Or rather, Gyuvlin, who far surpassed Lancelot in size, growth and combat strength, was the real cheat. Moreover, the one riding it was Wu Yan. In the blink of an eye, Gyuvlin overtook all the other contestants. They could only stare blankly at Gyuvlin, who had turned into a streak of red lightning and was speeding along the runways. Lancelot was the only one who could barely keep up. Roar! Perhaps it was because he hadn't participated in this kind of competition for a long time. Gyuvlin let out an excited roar. His speed once again increased by a few notches, and he fiercely left Lancelot, who was following behind him, in the dust. Wu Yan bitterly laughed when he saw this. You're this excited just by participating in a competition? How did Rebecca torture you? Roar! Roar! Gyuvlin let out another roar, but the meaning was unclear. However, its speed increased again. It was clearly fully immersed in the competition. Well, go ahead and do your best. Wu Yan patted Gyuvlin's dragon horn and turned to look behind him. About 20 meters away in the sky, Lancelot is also trying his best to increase his speed. Wu Yan could see Sylvia's sweaty expression. Perhaps she felt Wu Yan's gaze. Sylvia lifted her head and met his gaze. Then, she saw Wu Yan's half-smile which made her angry. Lancelot! Sylvia immediately cried out. Don't lose to him. I can lose to anyone, but not to him. Roar!
Lancelot seemed to be able to sense its master's anger. With a roar, it channeled all its magic into its wings and flapped them hard. "Oh, you still haven't given up?" Wu Yan let Gu Fulin do his thing. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and he laughed out loud. "Lancelot, if you lose, I'll make the best dish for you." Lancelot's roar seemed to be stuck in its throat. It couldn't come out. Lancelot had just eaten Wu Yan's dishes yesterday, so this sentence caused its heart to waver. It couldn't help but slow down. Wah! Sylvia's eyes widened as she shouted in exasperation. "You despicable person!" Ha 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 ha! In the sky, a man and a woman, one large and one small, two holy dragons streaked across the sky like meteors, bringing with them Wu Yan's laughter and Sylvia's angry roar as they flew towards the finish line. Chapter 1291. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, Sports Field. On the high platform, Lebecca revealed a breathtakingly beautiful smile, her heroic voice reverberating through the entire arena. The winner of this year's Ares Dragon Riding Festival, first year of the advanced class, Roland Randall. The group of students looked at Wu Yan standing beside Lebecca and cheered enthusiastically. Of course, there were also many voices of envy and jealousy mixed in. After all, the winner of this year's Ares Dragon Riding Festival would be able to get a date with the Student Council President Lebecca. How could the male students who viewed Lebecca as their goddess and the female students who looked up to her not be envious and jealous? Thus, the cheers that resounded throughout the field had a hint of jealousy that everyone could clearly sense. In the beginning, there was even a hint of powerlessness that made people smile bitterly. Sigh. Under everyone's intense gaze, Wu Yan faintly sighed. Just how many times had he encountered such a situation? Wu Yan had already lost count and didn't have the energy to count. After all, being glared at a few times wouldn't cause him to lose a piece of flesh. On the other hand, a gaze filled with resentment from below the stage made Wu Yan's lips curl into a smile. He glanced down and saw Sylvia clenching her fists and gnashing her teeth as she looked at him. Despicable fellow. Despicable fellow. Shameless fellow. Sylvia's domineering appearance was completely different from before. She didn't have a cold expression on her face. Instead, she was like a resentful woman holding Lancelot's reins as she kept nagging. "Since you used such a method, don't think I'll be satisfied." Ugh. On the side, Lancelot couldn't help but let out an aggrieved whimper. His dragon eyes were filled with pity. Although at the beginning, Lancelot did indeed slow down due to Wu Yan's enticing words, it only slowed down for a short few seconds. Later on, Lancelot got rid of all distracting thoughts and focused on flying. But in the end, Lancelot still couldn't defeat the strongest in the academy, Holy Dragon Guflin. He was defeated without any suspense. However, Sylvia seemed to think that Lancelot had been tempted by Wu Yan's feeding attack, which led to his defeat. That's why the Grand Princess Blue Ice, the fourth princess of the Night Kingdom of Lorimon, is acting like a resentful wife. Regarding this, not only did Wu Yan not avoid the edge of the spear, he did the exact opposite. A provocative smile appeared on her face as she looked down at Sylvia, her mouth twitching a few times. He didn't say anything, but Sylvia read his lips. "Don't forget our promise." Sylvia was instantly enraged, but there was nothing she could do. She could only glare hatefully at Wu Yan, who was smiling proudly on the high platform. She closed her eyes and turned her head away. Out of sight, out of mind. "You're angry just like that?" Wu Yan sighed as if he expected better from him. "What a child. You're the only one who dares to treat Her Highness Princess Sylvia like that in the entire Raymond knighthood." Lebecca rolled her eyes and said in annoyance. "If Her Highness Princess Sylvia really wants to cause trouble for you, you're in big trouble." "I can't see the trouble, I can only see the benefits." Wu Yan muttered as he stroked his chin. "Even though I've already thought of what I'll get Sylvia to do for me, it's a bit of a loss. Should I think of something else?" "Something else?" Lebecca blinked and revealed a meaningful expression. "Sylvia isn't the only one who can benefit from winning the competition." Wu Yan was stunned. When he saw Rebecca's meaningful expression, he remembered that as the winner, he could go on a date with her. Wu Yan's lips twitched at the thought. What? Rebecca put on a seductive look in front of everyone. She whispered into Wu Yan's ear and she blew at him. Could it be? You're not happy about going on a date with me? I'm just having a headache. Wu Yan suppressed his heartbeat and coughed as he felt the ticklish sensation in his ear. He looked away awkwardly. I'm not familiar with Ansari City at all. I don't know where to take you on a date. You don't have to worry about that. Rebecca's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. I like to take the initiative, so let me guide you. Initiative? Guide? Which aspect? This time, Wu Yan was no longer trying to suppress his heartbeat. Instead, his imagination was running wild. At this moment, Rebecca. Below the high platform, an instructor panted heavily as he ran over while shouting with an anxious expression on his face. There's one more participant who hasn't returned. There's one more participant who hasn't returned? Wu Yan, Rebecca, and even Sylvia were stunned. Rebecca frowned. What's the meaning of this? It's been an hour since the end of the competition, but there's still one participant who hasn't returned. The instructor panted and said, in the forest, a security officer found the contestant's earth dragon, but the rider was not there. It's very likely that an accident happened. Rebecca's expression changed slightly as she spoke. Form a rescue team and head to the forest immediately. Yes, sir. He was clearly an instructor, but at this moment, he was following the orders of his student Rebecca. It was very strange. I'll go too. Rebecca turned her gaze to the instructor. What's the name of the missing rider? It's the problematic student who rode someone else's fall in the competition. His name is Yashur Blake. It's Yashur Blake. It's him. Rebecca and Sylvia were shocked. Yashur? Wu Yan's expression froze before darkening. Yashur had only been in the academy for 2 days, but he was the only person in Wu Yan's class other than Sylvia and Raymond. He could be considered half a friend. Wu Yan was also concerned about Yashur's belongings. He didn't want anything to happen to Yashur. Rebecca. Wu Yan turned around to look at Rebecca. Let me join the rescue team as well. All right. Rebecca hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Come with me on Guffrin and we'll search the forest. I'll go too. Sylvia stood up and glanced at Wu Yan with a solemn expression. It's the duty of the royal family to help citizens in trouble. It's also the teachings of the royal family. President Rebecca, please let me join. I understand. Seeing Sylvia's solemn expression, Rebecca found it hard to refuse. Then, Your Highness, please ride Lancelot. We'll split up and search the forest. Sylvia nodded solemnly. Above Fianna Forest. Kneeling on one knee above Gufflin's head, Wu Yan and Rebecca held the dragon horn in one hand and his hair in the other. Gufflin used a magic formation as a foothold for them to stand on as they soared above the forest. Sylvia rode Lancelot to the other side of the forest while Wu Yan and Rebecca searched the other side of the forest. They searched the entire Fianna Forest with the other rescue teams. How is it? Rebecca didn't shy away from Wu Yan. She asked Wu Yan, did you find anything? No. No. Wu Yan shook his head. He tried to divert his attention away from Rebecca's soft body and the sweet scent wafting into his nose. I didn't find anything. This is troublesome. Rebecca frowned. Yashur? Blake, did something happen to him? I don't know. I don't know. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Even if something happened, we have to find him. If he's alive, we have to see him. If he's dead, we have to see his corpse. That's true. Rebecca smiled bitterly as well. Gufflin. Wu Yan lowered his head and he shouted at Gufflin. Did you find anything? Roar. Wu Yan just wanted to give it a try. Who knew that Gu Fulin would suddenly stop in mid-air? He turned around and flew forward as if he was being pulled by some kind of force. Seeing this, Rebecca was surprised. Looks like Guffrin found something. Wu Yan didn't answer. Instead, he looked in the direction Guffrin flew with a glint in his eyes. He could feel that there was a very strange power that was sprouting there.
Chapter 1292.
In the sky, a red streak of light shot over from the distant horizon and appeared above a canyon. Rebecca stood on the magic formation above Guffrin's head and slowly opened her eyes. She couldn't help but close them due to Guffrin's extreme speed. There was still a trace of lingering fear on her face. There was no helping it. Guffrin didn't listen to Rebecca's orders at all, and flew over at his fastest speed. He didn't care about his master at all. If it wasn't for Wu Yan grabbing her shoulder, she would have been flung away long ago. Guffrin! Rebecca took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Her eyes flickered with uncertainty. Why didn't you listen to my orders? Don't blame Guffrin. Wu Yan swept his gaze over the canyon below. There seems to be something under this canyon. Guffrin must have sensed it. That's why he's acting so strangely. Under the canyon? Rebecca was taken aback. She lowered her head and looked at the valley below. This is the outskirts of Fianna Forest? Who knows? Well, who knows? Wu Yan shrugged and narrowed his wine-red eyes. However, I am a bit concerned about the thing inside. Me too. Rebecca nodded solemnly. This is the first time Guffrin didn't listen to my orders. There must be something else under the canyon. Finished. Rebecca turned her gaze to Wu Yan. When their eyes met, Wu Yan immediately nodded. Let's go down and take a look. Rebecca hesitated for a moment. She seemed a bit apprehensive about going alone. However, in the end, she couldn't bear to return empty-handed. She clenched her teeth and agreed. Guffrin! Roar! Guffrin let out a small dragon's roar. He flapped his wings and descended into the canyon below. The canyon wasn't very wide, and with Guffrin's huge body, it could barely fit inside. He was barely able to squeeze in. Under Rebecca's careful instructions, Madame Guvelin slowly descended along the cliff in the middle of the canyon, almost touching the sharp rocks on his body. His body was wrapped in a layer of mana, so his movements were extremely slow. Fortunately, the deeper they went into the canyon, the more space there was, the larger the space inside. In the end, the space here was enough for Gu Fulin to land with ease. Rebecca hurriedly had Guffrin speed up. It continued to descend. Just as Wu Yan, Rebecca, and Guvelin were about to reach the ground, a sweet female voice that they had never heard before rang out from the bottom of the canyon. The voice turned into an echo that clearly reached their ears. I am your owner. As this voice rang out, the entire canyon fell into a deathly silence. Not long after, a voice filled with astonishment rang out. Ha! Hearing the astonished voice, Wu Yan and Rebecca's eyes lit up. It's Yashio. Wu Yan affirmed. This is Yashure's voice. Is it really Yashur? Blake's voice. Rebecca perked up and patted Guvelin's dragon horn. Guvelin, go down. You. However, Guvelin disobeyed Rebecca's order again. His huge body seemed to be frozen in the air. He only let out a slightly fearful roar before falling silent. Guvelin. Rebecca's face was filled with confusion when Guvelin disobeyed her order again. Wu Yan bitterly smiled and patted her shoulder. There must be something below that forced Guvelin to disobey your order. Don't mind it too much. I understand. Rebecca retracted her dazed expression and regained her composure. But how are we going to go down? Hug me. Ha! This time, it was Rebecca's turn to be astonished. In exchange, Wu Yan looked annoyed. Are you going to hug me or not? You're not going to hug me and go down by yourself? Rebecca panicked slightly when she heard that. She extended her hands out of reflex and hugged the body that was inches away from her. Only when she felt the scorching heat from his body did Rebecca realize what she had done. Her face actually blushed, which was a rare sight for her. Wu Yan focused his attention on the bottom of the canyon. He casually grabbed Rebecca's slender waist and jumped down. The whistling wind blew past her ears, and only then did Rebecca realize what kind of situation she was in. Wu Yan actually jumped down the canyon. Rebecca couldn't help but close her eyes. Her arms around Wu Yan's waist tightened subconsciously. She only opened her eyes when the wind disappeared. Rebecca was a little surprised when she finally felt her feet on solid ground. She looked around her and took in the scenery around her. Finally, she cast her gaze to the front. But when she did, she froze on the spot. Let alone Rebecca, even Wu Yan was stunned. In front of the two of them, a man and a woman were standing there as if they were confronting each other, staring at each other as if they did not notice that someone was approaching. The man was the missing Xianxia. As for the woman, she was a petite girl. She was about 14 or 15 years old. Her face was as delicate as a doll's and she was only about 1.5 meters tall. Her breasts were only slightly bulging. The girl had long pink hair that resembled cherry blossoms. It emitted a gentle glow under the canyon. Her white and smooth skin also flickered with a pearl-like luster. She was astonishingly white. Of course, this wasn't the most shocking part. What was truly shocking and what stunned Wu Yan and Rebecca was that the girl was completely naked. Yes, she was completely naked. Luoang. President Rebecca. Only now did Xianxia notice Wu Yan and Rebecca's arrival. A trace of joy appeared on his face and he called out happily, waking up Wu Yan and Rebecca from their daze. Wow! Rebecca let out a small cry of surprise. Then, a smile appeared on her face as if she was watching a play. Others have been painstakingly searching for you outside, worried that something might have happened to you. Who would have thought that you would be hiding in a place like this, alone with a naked girl? It seems that I have to re-evaluate my impression of you. Xianxia. Wu Yan looked at Xianxia with an expressionless face. His tone was devoid of emotion. I'm sorry to disturb you. With that, Wu Yan grabbed Rebecca's hand, turned around, and pretended to leave. This made Xianxia pale with fright. Wait. This is a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. She's my fall. She was just born. Fall? Wu Yan suddenly stopped. Rebecca frowned and looked at Xianxia with distrust. She pointed at the girl. You're saying that she's your fall? Yes. Yes. Xianxia nodded. I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. She just came out of my body and became independent. There's no mistake about it. Hey! What do you mean by born from your body? Wu Yan and Rebecca didn't react to Xianxia's words. The girl glared at Xianxia and she yelled at him in a very shrewd manner. I'm just borrowing your body. Don't get carried away. After being yelled at by the girl, Xianxia's neck shrunk and he muttered, What's wrong with being a little proud? What did you say? The girl's gaze turned fierce and she tilted her head slightly. When the girl raised her head, Wu Yan and Rebecca saw 2 round protrusions on the sides of the girl's head. The protrusions gave off a soft glow like ivory. That's... Rebecca's face was filled with shock. The horns of a young dragon? Isn't it? Isn't it? Everyone says she's a dragon. Seeing that Rebecca finally understood him, Xianxia beamed with joy. He glanced at the girl and hurriedly looked away, blushing. In any case, President Rebecca, please let her put on some clothes first. Ha! Why do I have to put on clothes? Unfortunately, not only did the girl not appreciate his kindness, she even puffed out her chest without concealing anything. Clothes are just something created by humans to hide their ugly nature. The honorable dragon race doesn't need that kind of thing. I don't care if you need them or not. Just let me put them on. Rebecca smiled as she watched Xianxia and the girl confront each other again. She felt a headache coming on. Wu Yan, who didn't say anything, stared at the girl who was punching and kicking Xianxia and frowned. Chapter 1293. Ugh. I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep. Wait. That bed is mine. What? You're fighting over a bed with your owner. Since when did you become my owner? Besides, if I give you the bed, where am I going to sleep? Humph. Aren't you a pet? A pet should sleep on the floor and watch the door. Go lie down there. Who's a pet? You're so noisy. I'm going to stomp you flat. Even if you say that. Wah! Don't suddenly take off your clothes. I told you that a noble dragon doesn't need clothes.
So shut your mouth. Woo! The demonic noise seeped through the walls and ravaged his ears. Lying on the bed, Wu Yan clutched his head in pain. He almost went hysterical. It was only now that Wu Yan realized Yasha's room was right next to his. Why am I so unlucky? Wu Yan wanted to cry but had no tears. He pulled the blanket over his head and tried to reduce the noise. Unfortunately, neither Yashu nor his humanoid fall were louder than normal people. His efforts were futile. If this continued, he wouldn't even have a moment of peace, let alone sleep. He rudely kicked away the blanket covering his body. He resisted the urge to go next door and throw the guy and the girl out of the dormitory. He gnashed his teeth and spat out a resentful voice. I'm starting to hate this academy's board of directors. Although it was just a matter of today, the most troublesome problem student in the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy was Yashur. Blake had met with an accident during the Ares Dragon ritual, but it was a blessing in disguise. The news of the birth of Fall in his body quickly spread throughout the entire academy. It was natural. Everyone also knew that Yasha's Fall, who had refused to be born for so long, was now born as a young girl in this world. The entire Ansari Dragon Riding Academy was in an uproar. Let's not talk about what the students of the academy thought about this matter, but the higher-ups of the academy almost quarreled over this matter. The reason was naturally the problem of how to deal with Yaksu Buer. After all, Yahu's Fall wasn't just a dragon. Moreover, she was a young girl. Should he let her live in a dormitory like an ordinary young girl and live a human life, or should he let her be sent to the dragon house and be managed like the other dragons? This problem was truly a headache. The entire staff of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy was divided into two factions during the meeting. They argued for an entire day, and in the end, the Academy Council made the decision to temporarily allow Pallav Yashur to live in the dormitory like a normal person. But Ashur himself had to take care of her. Because of this, Yashur's Fall moved into Apollo's abode and lived in the same room as Yashur. At the same time, Wu Yan's nightmare began. Looking at the ceiling, Wu Yan's eyes were lifeless. After a long time, he sighed faintly. It's rare for a nocturnal creature like me to feel sleepy tonight. Now it's impossible for me to sleep. In that case, why don't you have a chat with me, Lord Rune? As soon as Wu Yan finished, a voice suddenly rang out from Wu Yan's room. It startled Wu Yan. He quickly looked for the source of the voice, and his brows twitched. Lord Rune, he saw. On the ceiling of the room, a cute maid with short purple hair wearing a not-so-plain maid uniform was hanging upside down like a ninja. She had a polite smile on her face. When Wu Yan looked at her, she jumped down from the ceiling, patted her skirt, and bowed. Her movements were extremely elegant. Good evening. No matter how I look at it, no one would think that I'm having a good evening, right? The corner of Wu Yan's mouth twitched a few times, and he said weakly. Compared to that, I'm more curious about when you arrived, Corset. I just arrived. Corset raised a finger and winked playfully. So, Lord Rune, you don't have to worry about me finding out that you're doing something shameful in bed. Compared to me, you're doing something shameful, aren't you? Wu Yan put on a fake smile. Breaking into the boys' dormitory in the middle of the night and being alone with a man like me, aren't you afraid of being taken advantage of? Corset's eyes widened when she heard Wu Yan's words. She seemed to be surprised. I'm just a maid, why would Lord Rune fall for me? It seems that you're unaware of your charm. Wu Yan was a little speechless. Putting aside her status, Corset was indeed a very cute person. Although she wasn't as perfect as Rebecca or as elegant as Sylvia, no one would think that she was weaker than Rebecca or Sylvia in terms of appearance. However, judging from Corset's behavior just now, she probably didn't even notice it herself. Forget it. Getting up from the bed, Wu Yan patted his cheeks and looked at Corset. You must have something important to tell me so late at night, right? It's nothing important, I'm just reporting something that Lord Rune asked me to investigate. Investigate? Wu Yan's eyes lit up, and his expression became excited. Is it about Avalon's Holy Dragon royal family? Yes. Corset nodded, but her expression wasn't very happy. Even her smile was gone. Unfortunately, Lord Rune, there isn't much progress on the matter you requested. There aren't even many words related to it. There are only a few records of a dragon similar to the Holy Dragon Emperor in some ancient legends,
but Avalon didn't mention a single word about it. I think it would be difficult to find any information related to Avalon's Holy Dragon royal family in Loriaman's knighthood. Perhaps Loriaman's royal family has important secrets, but investigating this information is against the law. Even I can't do anything about it. At this point, Corsette's expression became a little apathetic. She was probably apologetic that she wasn't useful. Although her behavior was somewhat helpless, Corsette was indeed a very kind-hearted little maid. All right, it's fine if you can't find anything. Don't take it to heart. Even though he was a little disappointed, Wu Yan still spoke softly. You managed to find some clues in just one day. Even if it's just a legend, it's already very impressive. Before this, I didn't even find a single word related to it. Shirley's family is good at spying, and this is why I came to Lord Rune. Corsette shook her head. Then her expression turned serious. Since even I can't find any clues related to the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family, it proves that this Avalon Holy Dragon royal family is definitely not ordinary. Their involvement might even exceed the level of what the Knight's Kingdom can bear. Corsette, please be bold enough to say that if Sir Laurent still wants to continue investigating the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family, please reconsider. If something goes wrong, Loriaman's knighthood might be involved. When that happens, both Lord Rune and Corsette will be guilty. Looking at the serious expression on Corsette's face, Wu Yan became silent. At first glance, Corsette's words sounded like she was exaggerating. After all, she said something like, "Even I don't have it." Clearly, Corsette was very confident in her ability. In this case, it was not unreasonable for Corsette to come here and give him a reminder. Avalon's Holy Dragon royal family might be involved in many aspects, but Wu Yan wasn't going to give up. After all, this was his dungeon mission, wasn't it? I understand. Wu Yan smiled at Corsette. I'll proceed with caution. Thank you very much. Corsette smiled again. She lifted her skirt and bowed to Wu Yan. Then, I'll take my leave first. If Lord Rune needs my help, please don't hesitate. I will. Wu Yan shrugged and he teased her. Then, I'll have to trouble you to come to me in the middle of the night. Remember to bring me some benefits. I'll think about it. Corsette smiled mischievously, then her body turned into a shadow and disappeared. A cheating maid. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 1294. In the following days, Wu Yan began to live a leisurely and busy life. The end of the Ares Dragon sacrificial rite caused the academy life of the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy to start moving forward. Under such circumstances, Wu Yan began to live the same life as every other student in the academy. Every day, he would go to the classroom to attend theoretical classes related to dragon breeding, or participate in actual combat exercises with a group of students. He would learn all kinds of dragon riding skills and enrich his experience and knowledge of riding dragons. He lived a very peaceful life. With perfect memory, Wu Yan would be able to get full marks in every theory class he attended. With endless martial training, Wu Yan's dragon riding skills were unmatched in the entire academy. With these two aspects added together, Wu Yan's grades gradually climbed up and he quickly became the first in the school year. At this point, the negative evaluation of Wu Yan completely disappeared from the Ansari Dragon Academy. Now, what Wu Yan left behind in the Ansari Dragon Academy could not be considered a legend nor a miracle. However, his reputation was no longer below the famous True Red Empress Lebecca and Blue Ice Princess Sylvia. The skyrocketing theoretical results and miraculous dragon riding skills gradually raised Wu Yan's reputation. In the Ansari Dragon Academy, he was basically the same as Lebecca and Sylvia. No one didn't mention him. Furthermore, he was far superior to the genius dragon tamer Yashu, who was known as the problematic student. Above Blake. Now, even the people in the Ansari city had more or less heard of Wu Yan's deeds. Now, in the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, if someone were to ask who the strongest person in the academy was, there would definitely be someone who would answer Lebecca. If someone were to ask who the person with the highest status in the academy was, it would definitely be Sylvia. But if someone were to ask who the most talented person in the academy was, it would definitely be the genius dragon tamer Yashu. It would be Wu Yan. Therefore, Wu Yan also got a nickname in the Ansari University's Dragon Riding Academy. He was known as the rider of the god race. It meant that the talent of the rider was no longer in the category of humans, but a performance that could only be possessed by a true god. Of course, it would be an exaggeration to say that he was comparable to a god. However, to be able to rise from a cheating student to the top of the school year in less than a month. He even had such a miraculous dragon riding skill. Even the Academy's strongest holy dragon Guflin had been tamed by him. These feats shocked the students more than just a little bit. Naturally, even the evaluation of the students was upgraded exaggeratedly. But it was undeniable. Wu Yan had indeed received everyone's approval and no longer had any negative comments. What was worth mentioning was that under Wu Yan's stimulation, Sylvia had also been frantically learning and improving her dragon riding skills. Under such hard work, Lancelot had also grown a lot, and his strength had improved significantly. As for Wu Yan, while he was doing his duty as a student, he was observing Yak from a close distance. This Yak was referring to Jianghu's fall, who maintained her human form. She was also the petite pink-haired girl at the bottom of the canyon that day. The reason for observing Yak was simple. Because Wu Yan suspected that this dragon girl who defied common sense and maintained her human form was very likely related to the holy dragon imperial family of Avalon that he was looking for. Wu Yan had the bloodline of the true ancestor, and had a bloodline level far above humans and dragons. It was also because of this that normal dragons would accept his control, and even the holy dragon would show him respect. After recognizing Wu Yan, they made an exception and allowed him to ride, just like Guflin. However, Yak, this girl who looked even weaker than the weakest dragon, not only ignored the faint bloodline pressure on her body, she was completely unaffected by it, and would even roar at him with a face full of arrogance sometimes. The respect that normal dragons had for Wu Yan could not be seen from this girl at all. This alone was enough to make Wu Yan suspicious. Maybe it's because AI Ku is too weak. She's as weak as a human. She couldn't sense the bloodline pressure coming from Wu Yan. But there was one time when AI Ku told him about it in front of him. It feels like you're a little different from normal stupid, ignorant and stupid humans. The moment he heard this, Wu Yan immediately had this thought in his mind. While ignoring her own bloodline pressure, she could more or less feel something different about him. This Yak was definitely not normal. With this in mind, Wu Yan began to observe Yak, and conveniently asked Jianghu about his participation in the youth ritual. If he could prove that Yak was the last descendant of the holy dragon imperial family of Avalon, then Wu Yan could basically use the bullet of 12, yod bet. When he went to Jianghu's youth ritual, he could carry out his own dungeon mission. Of course, this was a story for later. Today, the weather was clear. Wu Yan and Jianghu had just finished their classes. They walked together and headed to the office of the student council. This was because Becca had come directly to the first grade classroom of the advanced class in the morning and made a declaration amidst the uproar.
Rune? Randall? Jianghu? Blake? Come to the student council office after school. I have something to talk to you about.
And so, under the envious and jealous gazes of their good friend Ramon, Wu Yan and Yaxu left everyone else and went to the student council office. The student council office was located at the top of the central tower of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Although it was not very big, the layout was more luxurious than the dean's office. Just the door alone gave off the feeling of a famous museum or conference room. Standing in front of the magnificent door, Yashu fidgeted around nervously. He glanced at Wu Yan, who didn't seem to care about anything, and he couldn't help but feel sad. Ever since the establishment of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, the student council had great power. Not only could they interfere with the matters of the Academy Council, they could also obtain a seat in the Ansari City Council. The authority of the student council president was above the mayor. Moreover, the student council president was the famous Empress Zhen Hong. To a commoner like Jianghu, it was natural for him to feel restrained. At this moment, Jianghu was surprised by Wu Yan's casual attitude. After all, Randall was Becca? Everyone in the academy knew about Randall's guard. Didn't he need to be more respectful? You're already here? Then come in. While Xianxia was still thinking about this, an extremely elegant and beautiful voice reverberated in his ears from within the door, causing Xianxia to be completely startled. Even his body trembled. You. Seeing Yahu's reaction, Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. Be more casual. Don't look at Becca. She's very friendly. If you're too restrained, she'll be unhappy. After speaking, Wu Yan opened the door and walked into the student council office. Jianghu was stunned and quickly followed. Walking into the office, the first thing Wu Yan and Jianghu saw was the owner of this place. Rebecca stood in the center of the office with her hands crossed in front of her ample chest. She looked at the two people who walked in with a smile on her face. Her beauty and fiery red hair complemented each other, creating a terrifying aura. Her voluptuous body was full of curves, emitting an unconcealable temptation. Even if it wasn't the first time Jianghu saw this breathtaking beauty, he still felt his heart tighten. Rebecca was a legend. Not only did she have extraordinary beauty, she was also a famous holy sky dragon knight. She was a powerhouse respected by everyone in the entire Ansari state. Her fame spread throughout every territory of the Night Kingdom of Loria. Even the most famous and honorable Lorraine Kingdom's Sacred Sky Dragon Knights only had 10% of their members who were Sacred Sky Dragon Knights. Rebecca was able to achieve such fame at such a young age. One could imagine what kind of position she had in the hearts of ordinary students. Jianghu was definitely not an ordinary student. His title of Genius Dragon Tamer was spread to every corner of the academy. However, he was only a commoner. Even if he had the title of Genius Dragon Tamer, he was only an ordinary student. In front of Rebecca, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Noticing this, Rebecca chuckled and lowered her voice. "You're welcome. Take a seat." "Yes." Jianghu hesitated for a bit before walking over. Wu Yan couldn't help but bitterly chuckle. He's even more bashful than a girl. Chapter 1295. Inside the student council office, Rebecca opened up the tea set and the teapot. She smiled at Wu Yan and Jianghu who are sitting across from her. "Is black tea okay?" Not only did Jianghu's expression stiffen, even Wu Yan didn't look too happy about it. "Rebecca, if I remember correctly, this is the student council office. What are you trying to do by making it look like a restaurant?" "Isn't it great?" Rebecca smiled mockingly. "There was once a restaurant that wanted me to be their waiter for a day. Unfortunately, I rejected them. Now that I think about it, I missed the chance to experience being a waiter." The famous True Red Empress went to be a waiter? Wu Yan blinked. He couldn't help but picture Rebecca wearing a waitress uniform and her cute face. He replied without hesitation. "Of course." As soon as he said that, Rebecca gave Wu Yan a knock on the head. "I'm sure that your imagination is different from a proper waiter's." Wu Yan face-bombed when he heard that. His expression turned a bit bitter. "Didn't you say it was great?" "I'm talking about the experience of being a waiter, not being a female lead in your delusional imagination. Come up with some weird imaginations." You know that too." "Oh, so there really is." "Ahahaha. That." Jianghu raised his hand weakly when he saw Wu Yan and Rebecca leaving him behind and showing off their love. "President Rebecca, you called me. You called us here. Is there something you need?" "Well, it's just some trivial matters. I hope you can relax." Rebecca seemed to have realized that she was playing around with a boy. She coughed and stopped smiling. She went straight to the topic. "That par of yours is called Ache, right? How is she now?" "Ache." Jianghu was stunned. He scratched his face. He answered with some uncertainty. "It should be considered very good, right?" "Should?" Rebecca raised her eyebrows, causing Jianghu, who had just relaxed, to tense up again. He hurriedly explained. "Because I can't bring Yak to class, and I can't leave her alone in the boys' dormitory. In the end, Rune said he would help me. He wanted to see if he could find someone to take care of her. I don't know how Yak is doing." "Find someone to take care of her?" Rebecca looked at Wu Yan and received a nod from Wu Yan. "I asked Cosette to take care of Yak. She has nothing to do during Sylvia's classes anyway." "Cosette?" Rebecca nodded in relief. "So that's how it is. Then I can be at ease." Despite saying that, Rebecca's gaze turned sharp. She glared at Wu Yan who was about to grab the tea. Wu Yan froze in mid-air. He froze in mid-air and his body stiffened. Rebecca narrowed her eyes and stared at Wu Yan's face. When she saw Wu Yan's unnatural expression, she revealed a meaningful expression. Your relationship with Cosette seems to have improved by quite a bit. Why would you think that? Rebecca clearly didn't have any special relationship with him, and he didn't develop any unspeakable feelings with Cosette. However, when Rebecca asked that question, Wu Yan felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, causing a trace of a smile to appear in Rebecca's eyes. It seems that when I didn't know as a guard, you seem to have hidden something from me. Seeing Rebecca's sudden display of aggression, Wu Yan couldn't sit still and turned his head away. He kept recalling in his mind. What did I do to anger Rebecca to make her like this? Humph. Rebecca lightly snorted when she saw Wu Yan remaining silent. She sat back down and cast her gaze at Yashur. She coldly asked, "Do you want to join the student council?" Ha! The sudden invitation stunned Yashur, who had stayed out of the matter. He didn't react for a long time. Join the student council? Yashur stupidly muttered. When Rebecca nodded in confirmation, Yashur panicked. As president, you're not joking, right? No. Rebecca's emerald eyes rippled with seriousness. I'm very serious. But. Yashur was completely flustered. My theoretical results aren't that good. My actual combat results were obtained by riding someone else's fall. Is it all right for someone like me to join the student council? You're underestimating yourself too much. Rebecca shook her head slightly. Just being able to ride someone else's fall is already an amazing ability. Even I can't do that, but you've done it. It proves that you're capable. Does Long have the ability to ride someone else's fall too? Yashur took a deep breath and directed his attention to Wu Yan, who was drinking his black tea innocently as if it had nothing to do with him. Furthermore, his dragon riding technique can be said to be the best in the academy. His theoretical results are also the best in the entire year. He even managed to tame Guffrin, president. He is much more outstanding than me. So, Roan also needs to join the student council, and he has already agreed. Rebecca said slowly. I feel that your ability is also extraordinary. Therefore, if possible, I hope that the student union can also recruit you. President Rebecca. Please consider it carefully. Rebecca said with a solemn expression, causing Yashio to hesitate. Right at this moment, woohoo! 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 A long rhythmic cry suddenly rang out above the academy, startling all the students. Rebecca and Yashur stood up abruptly and looked out the window. That's a second-level emergency alert. Rebecca went to the window and opened it. She looked out the window and Yashu did the same. Wu Yan didn't know what's going on and he kept asking questions. A second-level emergency alert? What's that? As the land of dragon breeding, Ansari will always encounter emergency situations. Based on the danger caused by these emergencies, the Academy has divided them into several levels of alerts. Rebecca continued to look out the window as she explained without turning her head. A second-level emergency alert means that the dragons in the Academy have suddenly lost control for some reason and left the dragon house. With that, Rebecca and Yashur turned their gazes to a certain corner below. There, a small pterosaur was wantonly running back and forth on the ground like an earth dragon, crashing into one tree after another. A few dragon servants from the dragon house rushed over in a panic and surrounded the pterosaur with weapons that didn't deal much damage. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, a figure charged straight towards the frenzied pterosaur and jumped onto its back. It was Sylvia. What is Her Highness doing? Yashur couldn't help but jump in fright when he saw this with his own eyes. That was to be expected. After all, apart from their master, dragons wouldn't allow anyone else to ride on their back. Only Wu Yan and Yashur were exceptions due to different reasons. As for Sylvia, she didn't have the ability to do so. Thus, the moment Sylvia jumped onto the pterosaur's back and hugged its neck, the pterosaur began to shake its body even more violently. Sylvia could only hold on with all her might, but she wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. And because of Sylvia's actions, Long Ding was at a loss for what to do and panicked. That idiot! Wu Yan didn't care about Sylvia's identity as he cursed out loud. He jumped out of the window and charged towards Pterosaur and Sylvia. Roan. Yashur was shocked to see Wu Yan jump out of the window. Rebecca watched closely as Wu Yan charged out, a strange look of anticipation in her eyes. Let me see more of your talents. Calm down. On the other side, Sylvia hugged the pterosaur's neck with all her might while suppressing the fear in her heart. The strength in her body was gradually dissipating. Competing with a dragon in terms of physical strength was undoubtedly a foolish thing to do. But Sylvia had done it. Even if she didn't regret it, she couldn't help but feel fear. It was a mistake, and the pterosaur had flung Sylvia out of the window. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.